flat, and if globe can only be created by referencing that very thing, which is wrapping a flat map around the ball, slicing it up, that's how you get the ball in the first place. Why would I ever trust the ball? Or why would you ever think it's the opposite?
Okay, my point was... Yeah, okay, but my point was...
Yeah, do you understand my point?
Yes.
Do you understand my point?
Yes.
Yeah, can you address my point instead of changing the topic to your point?
No, if you let me talk...
No, right? Gotta divert to Glurf, right?
No, can I talk?
Sure, go on.
Okay, in order to discuss your point, we need to agree some terms because I will need them in order to explain what you are asking. So my first question is that if you accept the first law of Newton, that's the only question. Because I need that to explain you, to explain you the reasons of your specific question. So the question is, do you accept the first law of Newton?
Do I accept the first law of Newton? Do I accept something that is not necessary to explain the very point I made?
How do you know that? If you don't accept, if you don't know, or I don't know if you know that, how do you know that?
What is a law that is conceptualized by a human being? Is that something a human being made up so he can, because he has a problem with understanding reality and make it simplified for other people? Am I Newton? Or, one second, you gotta listen and realize, right? Am I in requirement of Newton to understand my God-given senses when I go outside and experience Earth for what it presents itself? Is it your problem or is it my problem? Because I don't see a problem and also have no requirement for a Newton guy who conceptualized something to simplify something that doesn't need to be simplified in the first place because your God-given senses are already enough. This is my standpoint and my position. Now you come along and you tell me actually you gotta dismiss all that and you gotta make it more complicated and invoke some guy that make a concept for you to understand reality. Therefore, why should it be my problem to care about Newton in the first place? Tell me.
Am I wrong or you are mentioning God?
My senses. The senses I've been given as a human to live, breathe, to speak to you in this very moment.
Stop. Clay, never say God again to this guy because he doesn't understand what you mean. And Clay's very religious, so leave him alone. Now, he didn't say God. He said God-given senses because
let's forget
he's religious.
About that.
He didn't say God anything, did something to the flat earth. So stop fucking with the word God. You got it?
Okay. So, my question remains. Do you accept the first law of Newton? Do you accept it or not? Because otherwise, it's no point to keep talking then.
Accept your concepts in order to make something that is simple complicated? Why should I do that? That is absurd.
Okay, so let's...
Do I need another man? Do I need another man Do I need another man such as Newton to explain to me the obvious, that Earth presents itself to be a topographical planar surface with sea level water and horizontal horizons? No, I don't need this guy. And I also don't need to agree with your cult in order to have a debate. Either you're an intellectual who can actually use the senses he have and the brain he's got, then you can just debate this without invoking anybody else but you. Can you do that? Can you talk about the same thing that we both experience, or can you not? See, this is what a cult does, right? A cult does, well, first of all, before we have this conversation, you gotta agree with my other cult members that, well, that these conceptualizations we have within our cult agreement might be something you also agree with. Otherwise, we cannot have a discussion on this. This is how a code works, dude. Gotta get out of it. Reality is something different, okay? And I'm someone who lives in reality. So can we begin to have an intellectual discussion, or you wanna still ask me about agreements with your cult members? I don't care about these people. I could care less. I care about reality.
Yeah, another
question, Jordi.
Please, it's my
Jordi.
One second. I want to answer to this person, and then I can come. I'm not willing to keep the conversation with you. Okay.
Yeah, I know why. I pointed it out. It's obvious.
Okay,
You're
Jordi.
dependent on pre-digested information presented on a silver tablet, and if someone doesn't agree with that, or neither doesn't want to have an intellectual conversation on that basis, you are incapable to have any conversation, because the only information you have to present is the very one that has been pre-digested and put on a silver tablet for you to swallow within your cult membership. That is your issue. But go on, the other guy.
Jordi, why do you want to enforce your view and to prohibit him from using the word God? As Newdar said that Clay under seal is a religious, but we have all kinds of people here. We have also
One second.
atheists.
One
We have
second,
also
Berserker.
atheists, agnostic, yeah.
Real quick. The irony of it all is that I'm less religious in the way I am arguing about reality than he is, right? I talk about what I observe with the senses given. I try to talk about how reality presents itself. The very first thing he did before we could actually talk about reality is, well, Clay, do you accept the things the guy within my membership is talking about to be true, right? Do you accept the scripture that was laid out by Newton to be true? Do you see the irony of it all? How these people
I see.
operate? It's irony.
I wanted to point the same thing. For him, for example, Newton is a god, and the laws of Newton is a scripture. But I want to mention that he also told anti-globalists not to use the word God. I mean, this is someone who is coming and infringing the right of free speech. As I said, we have all kinds of people, and I am kind of religious too, but I don't go to church. But when I talk about flat Earth, I mention the black swan, because intellectually, talking about God will not help the cause. It not lay forth a proof that we have debunked the curvature. So when I talk about flat Earth, I talk about the observations which we have, which show us that we cannot see the curve. And this guy is coming and digressing and telling anti-globalists that he mentioned once the word God. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. But the irony again is, right, even though we see the religious structure in his argumentation, furthermore, him pointing out the word God while he invokes one of his cult membership people like Isaac Newton. You go on the Wikipedia of Isaac Newton, you scroll down, and it says here, God as masterful creator. Newton saw God as the masterful creator whose existence could not be denied in the face of the grandeur of all creation. Do you see the irony of these people in general, right? They can't, they have no... Yeah. It's hypocrisy at its finest.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And this is what you find with every glober. I can lay my hand in the fire and tell you this is the case with every glober. They're hypocrites. They don't use the same scrutiny against their own position. They don't want to talk about reality. They're always going to divert. They're always going to use all kinds of fallacious talk. It's always the same. Really, it is very, very rare that I have a fruitful conversation.
I see what you are saying. That's why we always say, go ahead and explain to us your heliocentric religion. And they always use, they themselves always use words like believe, I believe, I think, I believe. And another one. He just exposed himself talking to Eggshell and asked Eggshell, don't you find it frustrating? Because Eggshell told him it is interesting to hear these conversations, even though Eggshell is globehead. So Jordi told Eggshells, or asked Eggshells, isn't it frustrating when these flat earthers talk about physics? I mean, can you see the exposing of his mentality? He's angry. He's
Yeah, but the
angry
funny
that we
thing
are
is,
talking.
the irony of it all is the most religious people of history, right, were the very ones that had laid the foundations of their sun worshipping, right? You know where all these ideas come from, right? Like evolution, the Big Bang, and the foundation of heliocentrism. Either it's philosophy or it's very religious people who had faith in some kind of creator, right? I don't want to address that they might have the same faith as I do.
Yeah,
But
now
I'm
I
a
know.
simple man. Yeah, I'm a
Yeah, go
simple
ahead.
man. I just wanna talk man to man about what they sense in regards to how reality presents itself, and that's what they can't do. They always gotta operate in the framework of their cult membership, right? This is how the cult laid it out. Therefore, I gotta operate how the cult laid it out. And if the guy who am I talking to is not in agreement with the cult foundations, then I cannot have a conversation in the first place. This is what literally just happened.
Yeah, this is what he literally said. He said, don't you find it frustrating when flat earthers talk about physics? Why? He's angry. He's cooking. He's frustrated. These were his words, because he cannot explain, let's say, the black swan. That must be frustrating for the Globers. And you can imagine that they are very angry that we, the peasants, as they consider us, are finally able to ask
Of course they
the
are.
question, where's the curvature without going to space. So now they cannot say, it was like you cannot.
I know what you mean, man.
Yeah.
You see this fear within this cult throughout all kinds of different topics within society. The systems that are now integrated are so fearful and anxious about people who use themselves as the very thinking pot, right? They use themselves as a free-thinking individual. That's what they're scared of. It's not only in regards to Flat Earth, but obviously Flat Earth will shoot the whole deception wide open. That's why they're scared of it, because it's the perfect entry point to fall down the rabbit hole for most people, right? And this is what they're scared of. They're scared of humans that go to work, but they think independently and not in the terms and operates in the boundaries of their cult belief system. This is why Flat Earth is so frustrating. This is why we're constantly being bombarded with disinformation, with misrepresentation and false assumption on YouTube. This is why the algorithm tries to kill any intellectual discussion on the topic, because they want to make us look stupid, right? Because what the system doesn't want is independent thinkers. They don't want to make people think for themselves or question things, or like the Bible would say, test all things and hold fast, which is good. This is what the system does not want you to operate on as a basis. Therefore, I can understand the frustration that these Globers have with us.
Sorry for interruption. I think you are looking for the word critical thinking, right? They don't want people to have critical thinking.
Of course. Or independent thinking, just thinking on your own, right? This is something that school has never taught anybody. School is not operating on the basis of telling you, until you gotta be the worker in some kind of area to work something in a company or have your own company, you gotta go by the operation system within our code, which is called school, where you're just gonna get the pre-digested information on a silver tablet. You swallow it up and then you vomit it out on the paper again to prove to us that you don't independently think, but that you're a good guy that accepts all kinds of programming scripts that you can repeat, right? This is what the whole basis of this, I can also call it matrix, is based on, right? I'm not talking about the simulation. I'm talking about the fundamental script, everything within a robotic society based on capitalistic ideas is after. It is making you into a robotic state of human that just accepts the program that is being programmed to live out, right?
Right,
That is
you're
why
right.
it's so frustrating
Let's go.
for these people.
Let's go to what you said. Simple people. I mean, we are doing nothing wrong. We are asking simple questions of simple observations. That's why they are frustrated. For example,
Well,
we are saying, hey, look, we are seeing the horizon behind the rig oil habitat, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles. Can someone explain to me how this is possible on a curved Earth? It's how do you say? It's a legit question, right? It's a
Sure.
simple perception. People are
well,
seeing too far. Yeah. And then they get angry. No, you are so stupid because you are not educated and you are not a rocket scientist and you don't have PhD. Because there was a guy a couple of hours ago. I don't want a debate between normal people and a PhD. The debate should happen between a global who has PhD and bring me a flat earther which has a PhD. This is something like at home because it is the subject of the talk and not the person which should
well, what
validate.
happens? What happens in the cult when you start questioning the cult, the higher ranks within the cult that give the information? What happens when you're in a cult and you just ask, you just question the guy that is above you? What happens?
Yeah, I get stoned and they will have lynch party.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
folks, yeah.
Yeah, so
That's it. Yeah,
this heliocentric worshipping, sun worshipping cult, as soon as you start asking questions that will
Legit
make their
questions.
fragile cult views crumble, they start attacking you in all kinds of worse ways. And especially when you also don't identify to accept their cult, you will see a war. And you see the war that is right now raging, with these globals.
Yeah, Inquisition.
Yeah, I bet some have murder on their mind. I would bet some. I'm not saying many, but I mean, people these days would kill each other over the most ridiculous things.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
But yeah, the problem starts when a human starts to ask questions, right? The best what you can do is just say, I agree with Newton. I agree with Albert Einstein. I agree with the Jesuit priest that came up with the theory of the Big Bang. I agree with all my cult members. Then you're a good little globie.
Globers who do that, do you? That's just got to be a flat Earth thing that you think we think. But on
okay. So you don't agree with Newton? Do you agree with Newton?
That's going to be my example. I think Newton is one of those ones. If you don't agree with Newton, you're an idiot. But if that means you therefore got to agree with Einstein, then that's obviously a very different thing. And pretending.
So you don't agree about gravity?
I think if you look at Newtonian physics, anything up to the size of the Earth, it works fine. So I don't.
So you don't agree with what gravity is?
Don't need to. But that's the
interesting.
Thing. You have to do this view where we take or leave all of it.
That's
and
right.
Every time you try and throw that at a globe, they go, well, I agree with some things and disagree with others. And it's like you have this constant pretense, like you forget that we say that.
Okay. Do you?
They have nuanced views that might sometimes.
Okay. One second.
Scientists.
Okay, actually, so you just make up your own heliocentrism?
Yeah, it's not bring your own heliocentric model day. It's like people come in here, they're expected to present the standard model, not their own made-up version of it.
But that doesn't mean that if one, just because you go, oh, well, it's a little bit confusing what's happening out in intergalactic space, therefore we can't tell whether gyroscopes work. right? Because you've got to sub your question.
Eggshell. Let's keep it. Sorry for interrupting. Let's keep it simple. It is very easy.
Newton works.
Very easy. Let's not talk about gyroscopes and space ships. How could you explain? How could a global explain the horizon behind the rig oil habitat,
same answer,
which is at distance of 9.3 miles? And don't say refraction.
Why?
Because refraction is not mentioned by you when the boat goes beyond the horizon. Why the refraction doesn't bring the boat there?
That's a lie. Why did you make
and refraction cannot shove the horizon?
If you're
okay, you're talking over me, but I will mute myself. Okay, go ahead and talk.
If your argument relies on you telling me what my arguments are, then just save your breath. Don't bother delivering either. Or let me make my
my argument relies on the reality of each flat earthers. I didn't make this video, unfortunately, because I don't have the ability to go to the shore where the habitat rig oil is. Okay, let's stay simple. We see too far. The curve, you can draw a circle and calculate according to the radius of 59 miles. Then the horizon. Then the horizon should drop exponentially, 8 times the mile square.
Exponentially, sure. Yep, I get it. I'm not new here.
Yeah, okay. Now you're talking about the fact that you get it. It should drop, but you are evading the answer. You are evading the question and the answer of the question. Why we are able to see so far?
The answer
you're not letting talk.
Do you want the answer?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I will mute myself.
Right. The answer has existed for thousands of years. The first person they think described the refractive effects, the bending effects that change the position of stars, sort of lifts them up a bit in the sky as they approach the horizon, was Ptolemy, when Jesus wasn't yet born. So I think maybe Ptolemy and the millions upon millions of mariners and astronomers who've described the habit of light bending in warm layers over water, maybe has something to do with it. And if I'm looking for hints of that being the case, I might look for some fucking bendy cranes. Please don't still be stuck in 2025 thinking that you can make it. It's not a ball because I proved it's a bigger ball by ignoring refraction, despite the fact that refraction is a known thing, right? It was a good argument. I'll give you this.
I'm not denying refraction.
Hold on.
This is
good.
Do you call
argument until you learned that refraction answered it?
Eggshells. I'm going to post something for you so you can stop worrying about cranes. Go ahead and look in the chat. You're going to use this image from now on, and you don't have to worry about cranes. You're just going to say the farthest clown or the nearest clown.
Sure,
you
yeah.
can see the horizon
clown
through the clown
really bendy. The red-headed clown is really bendy. It's clownish.
You don't need to look at the clown. You don't need to look at the clown. I've solved your problem for you.
That's great. You've solved
your problem, dude.
Well done.
I solved your problem. You don't need to look at cranes anymore. You can just look at clown faces.
Clown.
Actions. Why actions?
That is a photo to use to say, I'm going to use this photo, this bendy ass photo to manage the planet. Only clowns would do that. So it's like a reflection of the person using the photo. I love it. It works on so many levels, Radwin.
Actions.
You're right. Utter clowns.
Actions. Real quick. Why actions? Why is only the clown bending, but the horizon that is rising behind the clown isn't? Right? If refraction is the answer to it, right? Yeah. Why don't you ever thought about the fact that these oryx might give off a lot of heat, which is actually what they do, that might distort stuff on there? Why don't you think that the water might be given off heat, which might distort the thing? why is it that the horizon itself isn't bendy like the clown or the crane that you want to invoke and all other globals always fallaciously invoke? You always just cherry pick one part of the picture, but seems to fail in accepting the fact that the horizon itself isn't bending like the crane.
So the horizon.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I asked him why the reflection is not bringing the boat from behind.
I got asked the question, but then it sounded like the dissonance was so high you had to keep talking.
Okay, so I got another one for you so you can forget about the cranes. Here you go. I just posted another one for you so you don't have to worry about cranes. Okay,
no, now you don't have to worry about cranes at all.
Use that picture
you just pretend they don't
tell
exist.
Us why the horizon is behind the cranes.
Brilliant.
Okay, you want to hear some facts about oil rigs?
That is good, Radwin. That is good. I can't tell if that's self-aware or not, but if that is not a troll, it is so good that it may as well be one.
Actually, listen to this. Oil rigs generate significant heat due to their operations, particularly during drilling and production activities. This heat can arise from a variety of processes, including mechanical, friction, combustion engines, and electrical equipment. Driving equipment, the rotation drill bit encounters significant resistance as it cuts the rock layers. Then you have flare stacks. Excess natural gas is often burned off in flare stacks, releasing heat and light into the surrounding area. Trust me, man, if you look at the dudes working on those oil rigs, you know that the environment they work on is pretty hot. So the reason why you see bendy grain, the reason why you see only the cranes bending is because there's heat rising up. And that's creating the distortion. That's why the horizon is still rising in the back, and that's why the globe is dead. And you can do all kinds of jumping rigs and cherry pick, but you will never ever kill the fact that the Earth is flat. That's it.
So what does that tell you? So you're saying that the heat of the oil rigs, they're giving off heat, and that could be bending the cranes. How would you describe that effect happening? I'm fascinated to hear it. I think you might be partially right. Please describe what that's doing, what's happening in order for that to bend the cranes. Go for it.
Have you never seen what heat does to air?
Okay, so I can tell him.
Over a hot highway you're talking about? Yep.
I posted a picture for you where I crossed out the bendy cranes so you don't have to look at them anymore. Stay focused and tell us why the horizon is behind the oil rig.
You could stay focused and realize that there was already a conversation currently happening.
No, we're not going to go ahead and derail what I said. You're going to tell us why the horizon is behind the oil rig.
You weirdo. That's so funny. So what effect is causing the cranes to do that?
I said you're not going to talk about that.
Why not? Why did you?
Because it's heat coming off the diesel engines. That's why.
So what effect is that causing? What's happening
heat
to the diesel
coming off the diesel engines? There's why it happens more on one than the other, where the other one isn't actively drilling, the other one is drilling. That's why.
But do you realize how many you guys do recognize how many excuses you need to make for your slam dunk argument?
You asked why, and I told you why.
You end up having to apologize for it.
You asked why, I told you why. It's not an excuse.
These are yours. These are your excuses. You want us to talk about your
excuses? No,
it's very weak.
Mine are fine. Don't trust Wibbly photo.
Sorry, you're not going to rely on a refraction to explain this argument.
I just don't rely on Wibbly photos. If I've got a reason, like hot oil rigs, to think that there might be something to not trust about a photo, I just won't trust photos like that. It's that simple. I think I can agree with all of these statements and then not be stuck in the position the flat earther is, where they still have to pick a photo of the oil rigs and go, this is a good indication, this is a good way to measure the size of the planet.
We're not measuring the size.
Horizontal photos are bad over water.
Again,
moving the goalpost.
Sorry, play. We're not measuring the size of the planet. You would be. This is your measurement. Our Baruni distance to the horizon.
But that's just foisting a burden on me. But it doesn't speak to why the black swan is a shit argument.
Because we're interested. Sorry, Eggs. We're interested in the distance to the horizon, aren't we?
I get that.
That's the claim.
You found one way that you think you can disprove.
Sorry, you don't want me to explain. That's the claim that's on the table from your side. geometric horizon, right? We're trying to figure out if we can measure a distance to it using things that are in the way. Yeah, this black swan, you say, what?
Sorry for interrupting you. Eggshell, can you see the GIF, the last GIF which Nuda posted?
You're going to interrupt me to point to something else, dude. Shush.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Clearly speaking, you want to point to something else whilst I'm trying to demonstrate that it's his excuses that he's going to be talking about, and he wants us to jump into those because some cranes are bendy in the distance. And that's awesome.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out the distance to the horizon. Now, the horizon isn't where it's geometrically claimed. Every single time we point to the horizon, we have these conversations. We can give you other black swans where cranes aren't bendy, if you want, from different observer heights, still demonstrating the horizon is beyond the geometric limit. It will be your excuses that you invoke after this point because we don't observe the curvature of the Earth.
Like you can if you want. Like I said, I've given my epistemology with proofs of this kind.
Can if you want. What do you mean can if you want? We can, if we want to, see the geometric horizon where it's supposed to be, given the mathematics that are involved.
That's obviously not what I meant, no.
Okay, then what did you mean then?
What I meant.
No, that clearly did. What do you mean?
All right.
So we don't see it.
You can show stuff if you want, but I have given you my epistemology when it comes to this, and it is photos taken over a warm layer of air at a low to ground level. I don't think are a good indication of anything except a flat earther's inability to continually do the same test because it gives them the answer they like.
What, looking for Earth curvature, the obstruction that is claimed?
Looking for Earth curvature in the one way that you know won't find it.
What do you mean one way that we know won't find it?
Because there's a bunch of ways to find Earth curvature, and you keep looking at the one way that's got a refraction.
Always the one way we got a refraction. Okay. The fuck. We do them over water and do them over land and different atmospheric conditions using different water and land. Yeah.
Yeah, and excuse me, it was the way we were told to find it, Eggshells. But fuck you. So fuck
we were told to find it by who? You asked other people how to decide what was true. That's a
no, the Earth curve calculator, the prediction made within the model for what should be obstructing things at distance.
But when you say we have tested it, who's the we here? Who personally has done that?
Me, people in this channel, other flat earthers. No.
See, this is what happens every time. Every single time they say me, and I say, "Can you show me?" And that never can.
Because eggshells. Hold on. You understand the principle. Whether I can go into my two observations in Dover and Brighton or not, you understand the principle. You're saying that these are our excuses. They're fucking yours, and not ours.
I don't need excuses. I don't trust photos taken low level horizontally. I've given you my measure.
Because you can't rely on the photographs, even though the observations that we're supposed to be making are based upon the claim about the Earth obstructing things at distance. Yes. You're going to explain it away because of refraction.
I'm going to say, let me ask you this question, Jedi. Would you say that photos taken horizontally show the horizon in different positions, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that that it's sometimes wrong, I guess is the way I want to ask the question. Do you think that the apparent distance to the horizon is sometimes wrong?
When we're looking at this claim, we're making observations. Yeah, I know. We're making observations of the horizon. Then it's not going to be stupid of us to look horizontally across the Earth when trying to check this fucking claim out. You're right. The horizon appears in different locations, demonstrated to us that it's not the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Do you think that the horizon is sometimes wrong?
Do you mean the horizon is sometimes wrong? What does that even mean?
Sure. The apparent position to the horizon. If you were to guesstimate the position to the horizon, sometimes you would be wrong. significantly.
When you guess the distance to the horizon,
like using the black swan, will you sometimes see the horizon in front of the oil rigs and sometimes behind it? Yes or no?
Yeah, sometimes the horizon again appears in different places. Yeah. Okay. What do you mean it's wrong?
So,
seriously, is it wrong when we?
Let me put it this way. Okay, let me describe wrong. You've seen the white swan. You've seen the white swan photo.
Yeah. What do you mean white swan?
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
A white what? A horizon where it should
front
be.
Of both oil rigs.
What do you mean in front of? Depending on the distance,
marine horizon.
The distance could be right. That depends, my friend. If you're talking
pretending
about
you don't know it, you're being dishonest if you're pretending you don't know what I'm talking about.
A white swan will be a geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet. What do you mean in front of the oil rigs? How far away are the oil rigs? What's the eye height?
Pretend you didn't know what I was talking about. It's fine to say, I know the photo you're talking about, and here's why I don't think it's a white swan.
No wonder nobody likes you.
Well, that's just obviously not true.
What do you mean? What the fuck are you even on about?
I've posted the photo in the chat for you.
A white swan. So this is the
photo on the right. I'm referring to as a white swan. From now on, I'll refer to as a photo on the right. Is that okay?
You're an idiot.
How's that oil rig
emotions back under control so we can continue the conversation?
Have no white swans.
Another black swan. Fine, Shells, that's still another black swan, right? So that's why Jedi's getting annoyed with you, because you're lying and saying white swan, and in fact it is black.
It's the photo on the right. It's now the photo on the right.
Okay, so you like to bring up refraction, right, for the photo on the left, but then you completely ignore a different type of refraction that is known on the photo on the right, which actually fits the textbook definition of sinking, right? That's why we say the horizon is, well, okay, I'm going to calm down. Right, so
bang on.
We can have refraction can do different things, right? Well, on different days, you're going to have different effects, right? So when we're saying that a horizon is in an apparent location, right, it can't be the wrong distance away, right? It's going to be an apparent distance away, depending on the weather conditions, right? Because it's not the geometric horizon, which would have to be at a set distance. Now, these observations aren't trying to prove that the Earth is flat. This is us attacking the geometric horizon claims on the globe. Okay, so when you say that we're trying to use this as a flat Earth proof. Okay, so maybe, right, we don't know exactly what conditions are going on with the vertical temperature gradients that can create different types of effects in the atmos. Okay, so the photo on the right does happen to match the definition of sinking, which would generally happen on a clearer day, generally earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon, and it would make the horizon appear like it's closer than what it would normally appear like if you didn't have this particular condition. And it's when you have warmer, like a vertical temperature gradient, right? And you have warmer air closer to the surface and cooler air above it, right? Which would be the opposite of looming, sorry. The opposite of looming is sinking. Right? So the photo on the right matches perfectly what we would expect to see if we had sinking happening, but it's still a black swan.
I agree, except for whether it's a black swan. I mean, what is or isn't a black swan is dependent on the lexicon of the people using it.
Yeah. No, I got you. I got you, but I guess the challenge.
Your point is valid. Everything else you're saying is valid, and I agree with. We see one another eye to eye on this. Where I say, throw away photos taken horizontally over water, because you're right. I don't think it is a good evidence of refraction because it confirms my bias. I will concede that. It will confirm my bias, but also because the cranes aren't bent. But I will also concede exactly what you're saying, which is a different form of refraction, which can happen because there are extreme temperature differentials near the water, which you described. Bang on, 100% agree with you, could show that exact effect. And somebody showed that rippling lake shoreline in the background. Radwin showed that at 12 minutes past the hour. If you scroll up a bit, 100% that can happen on a globe, which is why if somebody says black swan's shit, and here's why I know we live on a globe, and it's similarly a photo taken over a warm layer of water close to surface level, then I'm going to think they're a fucking idiot. But what you'll note happened if you play back the conversation is I didn't do that. As happens every time this conversation comes up, somebody foists that responsibility onto somebody else and then tilts at that windmill and goes and fights them on that hill, even though this is the real hill. The hill is, if I sometimes accept photos over water and sometimes don't, what is my rule that I use to pick yes for this photo and no for that photo? And if the only rule I use is, does this confirm flat Earth, then you've got a broken confirmation bias.
And we're not using these, right? And they're not just photos, right? That's just still shot out of a high definition video, right? So all of these things that we're showing are actually videos, not just cherry picked photos.
Sure.
What my argument would be against the claim of refraction in the original Black Swan images or videos, right? Because there's plenty of them. Is that refraction cannot make you see like magnitudes further than you would be able to see over a physical horizon. I don't think that that's able to be, it's because it's the magnitude of how much further we're seeing. I don't think any type of refraction can account for that type of discrepancy. And I think that no matter how far, okay, so we can replicate effects that I claim smaller scale, right? Like sinking or whatnot. These can easily be replicated by simulating the type of environment that causes those effects. But you can't simulate an environment where you have a curved surface, right, a geometric horizon, and you add some type of weather conditions into the area, and then all of a sudden you can see 10 times further than the geometric horizon, right, on the smaller scale, and then see another horizon behind that.
What would that require?
Well, you can't replicate it on a small scale, right? So that's what you find.
Replicate it. Reality exists regardless of my ability.
But there isn't. Okay, so this is this is my argument against it, right? So you could say that. Okay, so this is basically what the globe side is saying happens, right? We have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, right? And it is really there. And everything behind it is perfectly refracting up to hide the geometric horizon. Right, so
appear a bit fatter to push. It doesn't hide it, right? Because this is a crucial thing that's really important. Everybody understands about the Black Swan, which I think actually you and I see eye to eye on. It does not disprove a ball. It affirms the existence of a ball in its very premise and just posits a larger one. It just posits a larger one.
You think you can't have a horizon on a flat surface?
No. That's irrelevant to the modus ponens, the modus tollens. The modus tollens affirms the existence of a ball and posits its distance from us, then gives us a finite distance to the horizon, therefore further confirming a ball. It just gives us one with a radius.
Oh, no, absolutely not, right? So what?
Or something.
Yeah, but what we can't do is actually confirm that a geometric horizon exists in the first place. That's the whole point of this.
When you say we can't confirm it, who's the we you're talking about?
Anyone that
DJ?
Okay, no. Okay,
but I've got a different standard to you about whether something's proven.
Okay, so I haven't seen anything, right, that anyone has provided that validates a geometric horizon to exist.
Right. You haven't?
That's what. No, I haven't. And I don't think anyone has
under the horizon and pop back up the other side.
No, because so we don't make definitive claims about things we can't validate. You guys do want to make definitive claims about things you can't.
See a star pop under the horizon and up the other side, and that would be something.
Because all it's doing is meeting at your point of convergence due to where you're standing on the Earth.
That doesn't make any sense.
Right, just like a plane, right? When a plane appears to rise up, go over you, and sink back down again to the other horizon. Right? It's just perspective, right? When you see the clouds converging with the ground and meeting at the horizon, right? That's just perspective convergence, right? I think the stars do the same thing.
Yeah. So walk me through it. Walk me through where do we go? Where do we then go from here?
This is your claim, dude. You put it up.
What is my claim?
That stars go beneath the horizon and pop up the other side?
Oh,
He's just
sure,
brought
yeah,
up the
I
statement.
think that's obviously
You
true.
walk me through it. Where do we go from here? Oh no, you tell us.
Like, I mean,
Jedi-
the celestial sphere. You can say the celestial sphere tells us, affirms to any observer that there are some stars under their feet. If the
No,
celestial
so
sphere is true,
have a
it
look in the side
it
chat.
affirms that.
Have a look at the side chat and replace basically anything in the sky with whatever you like, and perspective is still going to exist. Right? So that you would have to agree that those clouds are converging with the horizon there due to perspective, right? It's very obvious.
I don't deny that perspective exists. I just think that you guys have a
I didn't
busted
think you
way
did.
where it works a normal way, and then when it gets out to a certain distance that starts to destroy the flat Earth, it starts to do funny things and make stars circle a central point. But you well know, globalist, come on. You know that we've got a set of stars doing a tight little circle in the sky down south. You know that is true.
No one's denying that, but you just invoked the celestial.
Well,
what do you mean, wow?
yes, people have been denying that, and I didn't say that anybody's been denying that, so I don't have to make that case, and I can if you want me to.
Them, not us. You just invoked a celestial sphere, which, if you were to understand it, saying that there are stars underneath your feet, all measurements are done from a horizontal plane. You understand that is based upon perspective, how the observer taking the observation and measurement observes the world that he's going to measure using this protracted 180-degree arc over his head, meeting at two horizons in front of him and behind him. 360 degrees around the observer as well.
I disagree.
So that's what the celestial sphere is. It takes place on a horizontal plane.
Right, yeah, I disagree. It's just wrong.
That's what it does. It's measuring angles.
What you're saying relies upon, necessitates, A, that you forget that I asked the question of does the celestial sphere necessitate that there are stars under your feet? I need a yes or no to that. And B, it says true things while ignoring the fact that there are some stars under your feet, that you can be on the outside of a ball that celestial navigation gives us the radius of in the value of what a nautical mile is. The nautical mile is
eggshells. I knew you were trying to divert the conversation away from what we were talking about into the sky again, so you could make your point about the cell nav. But I really think that we were talking about something. No,
I don't
you
want
did.
that hung on me. That wasn't me.
No. Well, let's go back to the.
Don't accuse it. Fine, let's get back to it. But
back to the Bendy Cranes talk again, man.
Fine, yeah. Fine. Let's get back
Jedi and anti.
So I wanted to make a point. I wanted to make a point about the, you were saying like the bendy cranes is some type of evidence, right? That some type of refractive effect is present that allows you to see 10 times further than what you would normally be able to see over a physical geometric horizon. Right? I don't think that
by a fraction of a degree. Sure, yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, which is a huge amount, right? If you want to put it in degrees, then it's going to make it sound like it's a smaller number than what it really is. But in reality,
what is the best number to measure it in? That's an important question. What is the best number to measure the bending of light in?
I think a more fair thing to no. Okay, so what type? You don't have any type of demonstration that you can show me that proves that you'd be able to see some type of object.
Please answer it. What is the correct unit of measurement for the bending or the dispersion of light?
You can have all sorts of different conditions happening.
No, there's pretty much only
relation
two.
To the. No, there isn't two.
What is the correct measurement? If I'm saying it's arc minutes,
you can have.
That's a fallacious way to do it. That's a sneaky way to do it. What's a better way than doing in angular measurement?
No, you're saying that there's a particular type of refraction happening. You're saying there's a particular
way
type
to
of
measure
refraction
refraction.
happening.
The only two ways to measure light, I mean, there's color as well, but it's generally in lumens and angles, right? Which is how much is beam spread, divergence, and all that.
But you don't know what the conditions are in the Black Swan.
That's fine. I don't need them. Do you remember my position? I think you've forgotten it. Do you remember what my position is regarding the Black Swan and the White Swan photo?
Well, I heard you saying that because the rain is bendy, right, then we know we have some type of refractive effect that allows you to see 10 times further.
The difference between them, that would help me. If you put a gun to my head and said, pick one of these and which better represents reality, and you didn't tell me anything about the radius of the Earth, you just said, you've got 30 seconds to look at these two photos, and then I'm going to blow your brains out if you pick the wrong one
Well, look, let me make the point that I've been trying to make. Okay.
I would pick the one without the bendy cranes, but my position from the start has been, if this is a method that sometimes lies to you, if taking photos or videos over water is a bendy method that sometimes lifts Chicago up over Lake Michigan, then stop using a broken method. Stop asking the guy who lies to you half the time and pick a different method.
Stop. Yeah, so we're going to go with it flies up over Lake Michigan. So when you're on a boat and you're at that skyline in the boat and you're docked right there, and then you drive away from it, you go across the lake and you see it the whole time, at what point does it become a hologram and float in the air?
Yeah, that's awesome. That really responded to the substance of the point I made. Well done. Well, nailed us.
You can't answer that. You're calling it an illusion. And I said, no, we could just drive a boat from it with a camera on it the whole time and see it the whole time.
What was my point? Because my point predicted that would happen and that you would say that. Because my point is now not just they don't know that this is a shit method, but they are pretending they don't know that I know that this is a shit method.
Look, eggshells, at the end of the day,
over water,
at the end of the day, there is no type of refraction that can allow you to see 10 times further over a physical horizon. You're not able to demonstrate that exists. It doesn't exist.
That's fine. I don't need it.
Okay, so
I don't trust those. I just don't trust photos.
No, you don't have to trust them. But what you will find is that when he went and tried it from different elevations, right, as he goes up higher, horizon you can see further and further, right? He just did one recently where he was up, I think, 30 foot high, something like that, and you could see over 30 miles. But so the higher he goes, you were saying before, I heard you saying before to Radwin or someone else that, right, because he's so low to the ground, that's what's allowing you to see this crazy atmospheric effect that apparently exists that allows you to see horizon 10 times further than it should be. But when he goes higher,
if you go above 100 meters and you show that the Earth curve is not 7/6R, so we've been given an R value and we know what 7/6 is. If you go above 100 meters and you go, look here, I can see to Paris, sure, you win. But as I said, photos near the surface taken on warm days over water are bad data. That's all I'm saying about it. I don't need to invoke refraction. I just go, something about these photos moves the horizon.
Okay,
so what will I not
but eggshells.
Let me finish because it's a really important point. So what will I not do with these photos where the horizon moves? I will not measure to the horizon and think that's an accurate representation of reality. And that's all.
Oh, no. Wes, refraction is our argument. That's what you're not getting here. Right? So I can show you a cold location. Well, let me finish this.
Sorry.
I can show you a cold location where the camera is even lower to the surface, where you can see even further. Right? It's much clearer. The camera's 3 inches from the surface of the water, and you can see a peninsula 14 miles away.
Fine.
This is in a cold lake where you have snow-capped mountains.
Fine.
Right?
Take out warm and it's still the same observation. Whereas like the globe makes a claim that there are satellites in space and that's something you can test, that there's an ISS in space and that's something you can test. I think it also makes a claim of radius that CellNav tests, right? It makes a claim of rotation that all gyros can test. There are a million different ways to test whether all of this globe...
You say the word gyro again, I'm going to ban you from this chat.
Great concept.
If you don't mind, eggshells, I have a question to ask you about this GIF, right?
Which GIF?
Just not. It's not a GIF. Sorry, it's. Don't worry about hitting play. Just have a look at it, right? And
just let me finish my point because Radwin interrupted. Is if I've got all of these things that are really good reasons that I think that we live on a globe, and none of my reason ever was the specific distance to the horizon. Do you get why staying stuck on the specific distance to the horizon when I'm like, yeah, but gyros make sense to me and gyros detect rotation, that needs to be addressed at some
Yeah. Look, I get you with that one, right? But if we have countless different observations where we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? And you're claiming the exact same refraction effect happens, right? Which is really, there is a geometric horizon line there at the specific distance it must be at, and everything is perfectly bending up to completely hide the geometric horizon. That's, to me, that's just a terrible argument. Anyone that thinks about it logically will be able to see that that's a terrible argument, especially when we add the laser tests into the mix, right? And to claim that all of these different laser tests at different locations over different distances in different weather conditions, you know, all bend perfectly around the curvature of the Earth to hit the target on the other side of the body. It's just a big stretch to me, right? So that's my problem with that, right? So, I mean, you brought up that's why I was bringing up the ISS thing. You're like, oh, we can confirm that we can see the ISS and whatnot, right? But I would argue that the ISS cannot be the height that they're telling us that it is, right? Because what I just presented in the side chat, I mean, that's why I wanted to ask your opinion about it.
Oh, have I been unmuted? Apparently there's
You know why you got muted. You know why you got muted. Do it again.
Yeah. I caused too much dissonance. I know why.
I didn't you, but look, man, you can see that the angular size of the moon, right, in the right and the left photo is the same, right? And the silhouette, or the plane on the right or the ISS on the left, they look roughly the same size. Like roughly,
yeah,
the ISS looks a bit small.
Size. Yeah,
yep, and the plane in the ISS, yeah, right. And the moon is the same angular size in both of those images.
Sure.
Right, so the ISS is roughly the same size as the plane, but it's 35 times further away than the plane is, right? So do you think that if the plane was 35 times further away, you could see it?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a good question that should absolutely stack up correctly. I would need to get out a trigonometry calculator and do the maths.
Okay, well, I mean, you shouldn't really even need to, because even if that plane was double the distance.
But what do you mean by that? It's a trigonometry question, is it not?
Can I add something to that discussion?
Please.
Hmm?
Yeah, the height of the ISS is what you're going to use.
No, hold on. Hey,
if
Bacon, hold on. It's just two of them right now.
Sorry, what?
Two of them.
But I'll happily
Just
cede
wait.
the floor to Bacon, because he built it.
Well, hold on. Let me just add one thing to it. Okay, so if you do the math, the ISS would have to be 1.3 miles wide to appear the same angular size as the plane.
Sure, if both are true photos and that shows that the ISS is the wrong size, I think entirely possible. The ISS looks quite big in the one on the left to me, but like I think you'd probably find Bacon can do this in really short amount of time. And
yeah, so that there are just to add to the validity of the two images, you can look up. There are countless amounts of images of planes and the ISS transiting the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's bold to be a we must test things, people. But I think
I'm not making a definitive claim about it. It's just a question, right? And I was having like a little discussion with
it's like orders of magnitude the wrong size. It should be miles wide. That's it.
Well, according to the math, right? Yes, I mean it is 35 times further away, and it roughly, is the same size in these images, right? So to be able to see also if the plane was 35 times, you wouldn't be able to see it. Even if it was double the distance, I think you would be able to see it.
So what is the angular size of the ISS?
If you do
depends on how high it is,
the angular
right?
Yeah, so if you do the angular size, the angular size of 747 jumbo jet, I'm not sure if that is that particular plane, but it's roughly the same size, or let's even just say it's 1.5 times the size of the plane. We can give you the benefit of the doubt because the magnitude of it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, I think math. If you do the math, it's like it would have to be 1.3 miles wide to appear the same size as the plane. Approximately. Either that or it's much closer than telling apps.
So it looks like it is 0.00571 radians for a plane at cruising altitude. And for the thing...
Oh, don't go with arc minutes here, arc seconds. Radians is just completely non-intuitive for this.
Right. Can you do it for us, Bacon? Can I cede the floor to Bacon? Because he'll get this and I don't.
Well, I wasn't trying to jump into do the math. I was just trying to mention what Fry already posted on the chat, which is this is not like using the height of the ISS is just not enough information, because that's if the ISS is overhead. Then you can use the height of the ISS. But if it's not overhead, then obviously the distance is larger, and that has to be taken into account because it's going to make it look smaller. Same for the airplane. So if you're only going with the height, then that's just the wrong math. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I still don't think it accounts for the discrepancy.
But if you haven't done the math...
let's do the math.
Yeah. They've done the mathematics, and I can link you the page if you want to take a look.
Let's do the math. Who can share the
if
screen?
it's done already, then let's save some time.
Yep, there you go. Save you a bunch of time.
Oh my god, of course there is. Flat Earthers compare the apparent size of the ISS and a plane. Fry's been sitting on this the whole time waiting to post it. He was asked and he had it there in 4 seconds. His finger was hovering over the send button the whole time. Assuming the plane in the photo is a Boeing 747, then according to calculation, the distance ratio of the ISS and the 747 is about 3-to-1. If the ISS is 500 kilometers away, then the plane is about 165, which is plausible if the plane is just above the horizon. Which kind of makes sense because it's flying with its wingtips pointing at us, which implies that it's going close to eye level, right? Bang. So that's pretty bad, isn't it? So that says it shouldn't be a kilometer wide, but it's bang on the right size if you do the maths. I still haven't done the maths. I'm still not going to pretend I did, but...
Yeah, I will have a look at that, but I don't think that would account for it. But yeah, I have to have a look at it. Look, that's why I did say I was very specific. I said, look, I'm not making a claim about it, but have a look at this. And I wanted to hear your opinion about it, right? I did have when I had a discussion with ChatGPT about it, right? Yeah, it said that the ISS would have to be 1.3 miles to be see it the angular size that you see the same size.
Don't ever ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT is so
no.
It's really bad at math.
Well,
really.
Okay, but I think it's not that bad in some situations.
Yeah, it randomly gets it right, but it more than half of the time it just
I don't rely on it.
If you ask it anything remotely complex, it completely pulls it up.
Yeah. Oh, it's ridiculous to correct
just
it.
Ask it.
I'm
to,
sorry,
give
you were completely correct.
Yeah, ChatGPT is horrible. I don't know why globalists keep using it. They type in, "How is the Earth not a flat?" and it fucks up the word "flat." You tell, "Oh, flat's not a shape," and even shapes, you say, or colors. Give me 5 shapes or colors without the letter E in it. It can't do it. It's you guys need to start using natural intelligence instead of artificial stupidity. Think this stuff through. Think it through. Use that noodle, not that Google. Put down your smartphone and start thinking.
I think that's for anti-globalists.
Well, I can have a bit more of a look into it now. Claiming here if the plane is just above the horizon. Yeah, I'll have a bit more of a look into it now. Back to you into it further.
Anti-globalist, were you here a couple of hours ago when a nosebleed was here? Were you here?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember the name Nosebleed.
Do you know a nosebleed?
What was he talking about?
I made a claim to him, and I asked him to explain that claim. It's something which I thought about it a couple of years ago, but never talked about it. So he even said at the end that he's confused, very confused, and ejected immediately. Even Heretic. Yeah, Heretic was here. He said he didn't understand it as well, but he will have to give that to me as a point that he left ejected immediately. Now I would like to ask you if you can comprehend what I'm trying here to illustrate. It's very difficult to put it in words, especially because the English language is not my mother language, so I have to translate in my mind first into English. So let's say for a moment that the Earth is a globe, okay? And let's think. Let's think in the way that the globers think, that the day and night is happening because the Earth is rotating. Okay. So if where you are standing where it is dawn. So it means that you are standing on the half hemisphere, which is facing away from the sun, and you are already at the termination line. You know the termination line. Then you have dawn, and when you start crossing the termination line, you will start to see the sun rising up from beyond the bulge of the curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now think about it. If you draw a tangent from the point of where you are standing when you are at the termination line, the tangent will point exactly to the direction of the sun. So when the sun is overhead, over your head, then the tangent is parallel. It's like you are passing. So when you are crossing the termination line, it is almost like you are moving with the rotating Earth towards the sun rather than passing. So at the first hour, the sun should look like almost standing at the horizon when it's rising. And the more the tangent line makes an angle of 10 degrees, 20 degrees, the sun should appear moving faster in the sky from your point of view. Can you imagine what I'm trying to illustrate?
I'm not fully getting it.
I'm trying to, but my brain's struggling to process all of that.
Yes, it's very challenging. Okay, you know what, mate? The best thing is maybe I will install some 3D software like Autodesk 3 Studio Max. Do you know that software? Or Autodesk Maya. Yeah, I will try. I have to learn again because I used to make models of cars with Maya, Autodesk Maya and Autodesk 3 Studio Max, but I forgot all the steps.
Oh yeah, I know exactly how you feel. Yep, I spent thousands of dollars on animation software. I used to make animations, right? It was my job for a while, and I reinstalled my software recently.
Really?
Yeah, well, it was all done through iClone. Right, so I wasn't making the models; I was using the models, right, to make animations.
Yeah, iClone is something different. With iClone, you can project your movements, right? That is iClone.
Yeah, iClone's like animation software where you'll take the models and scenes and you basically create animation.
Yeah. Okay,
it's
mate.
Really awesome software. But yeah, I forgot how to use it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you know what, Globalist. You know what? Actually, I have an appointment with my lawyer within 1 hour, but I will just call him and make the appointment with him. We'll talk with him on phone. So that I will stay. But I would like to say I'm sure that you are better if you would like only if I just want to make a sphere and put the camera on one position just to see just to prove that we should be observing the sun varying its speed. And if you would be able to do something simple like this, just make a sphere as the Earth, and then another sphere as the sun, and let the camera point of perception pass through the termination line, you would see that it should work like that. If it was a globe, then the sun must move in the first hour at least 10 times slower than when it is in 80 degrees moving to 90 degree overhead. Because when you are on the sphere, you are moving towards the sun. Your tangent is pointing to the sun, and in the first hour, you are almost moving with 90 degree, pointing directly to the sun, and then you are making a small degrees to the right or left, and then it's like you are passing by the sun when you are at noon. Did you were you able to imagine that?
To be honest, you lost me a little bit. I know what you mean.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Duncan.
Sorry, I was just saying, I think that I see what you mean, but that would mean you would need a consistent altitude for the sun for that to be true, and there's no way to prove that.
Honestly, I don't get your rebuttal. I don't know why. I mean, it's very simple, because when you are at the termination line, you are moving almost towards the sun and not passing by, like when a car passes by you when you are standing on the street. So when you are at the termination line, you are actually moving towards the sun, and you start slowly to bend your route with the curve. Another way to put it is to imagine that the rotation of the Earth, when looked to from above the Earth, is a circular motion, right? Can we agree on that?
It makes an arc in the sky, like on a plane.
And why did you mention a plane?
Yes, if we observe the sun, it looks like it's on a plane and it makes an arc.
Exactly. That's what I'm up to. Where you are standing, you are rotating with the circumference of the Earth around the axis. So when you look from above along the axis, you would see the circumference making a circle around the axis, right? But when you look at it from the sides, like that means 90 degrees, the axis of the Earth, then you would see a simple harmonic motion. You know that a circular motion looked at from the side is seen as a simple harmonic motion. You get what I mean? So the sun should project. So the sun, the movement of the sun should project, as you said, as if it's projecting. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, tie it to flat Earth if you could, to the topic of the channel. How do you do that? Let's just connect the dots.
Tie it to the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not tying it to the flat Earth, because I am saying that this would debunk. This would debunk the circular. This would debunk the spherical Earth.
Yeah, you're in the wrong channel.
Okay.
Or You could wait till Sunday and do your speculation Sunday.
Okay, no problem. But you know that I'm a flat earther since 2015. So I'm not trying to debunk flat earth.
Your identities. I'm just saying that if you want to talk about the sun moving through the sky and all this other stuff that's a little bit off topic, we talk about the surface of the earth in this channel.
Yeah, I know. The best observation we have is the black swan. But these people, the globe heads, are not honest enough to admit that that's not possible on a curved Earth. See how they always come with the refraction, bringing back the horizon, but the same refraction, they don't mention that it doesn't bring the boats from beyond the alleged bulge of the water. They always weasel themselves out somehow. And I thought this would be something, an observation which is so easy that not even a camera is or a telescope is required, which everyone could observe. That it should be like that. That the sun should change its speed. Actually, if it was a globe, that was it. But it's okay. I can wait because maybe I will be able until Sunday to somehow be able to model it in a 3D software. Then I would be able to represent it. I would be able to present it as a graphic GIF or something like that, which would be much easier to be understood. So no worries. I'm not. Yeah. I have no bad feelings that you say off topic, no problem. Because I never talked about it because first of all, it's difficult for me to translate the IDs and sentences into English, and the subject is a bit challenging to describe in words. So no problems. I will wait till Sunday. Maybe I would be able to work out something in an animation software. Okay.
Generally, what's what I guess I'm trying to say here is that you don't need to debunk heliocentric or debunk the globe. It's never been proven. It's just a belief system that people have. And when you try to debunk it, when you try to challenge it, they're a moving target. They just shift the goalpost. I mean, they just got done shifting the goalpost.
Chris, I don't intend to interrupt you, but I know. I mean, they are just dishonest people. I mean, just be curious. I mean, humans are curious, have always been curious. I mean, it's curiosity. We are asking, how is this possible? And they evaded. They changed the goals, as you said. I know that. I know that we don't need to prove. I mean, we know it. We perceive it. We don't need their concession. I know. But you know what? They come here, and they would like to prohibit us talking about what we are perceiving, that it doesn't work on a globe. For example, there was a guy. What was his name? I think. Yeah, Jordi something. And he was here a couple of hours ago, and he asked Eggshell.
I'm still here.
Okay. And he asked Eggshell, why is he here? And Eggshell told him, it's interesting to hear the arguments of flat Earth. Just interesting. It was interesting for Eggshell. And then Jordi told him, isn't it frustrating when flat earthers talk about physics? I mean, listen to this mentality. I mean, why? Is it some kind of religion? Are we being blasphemous for Jordi? This is how sounds like. He's very frustrated.
Eggshells is honest about why he's here. He said he's here to smash flat Earth idols. That's his only purpose, is to take the flat Earth.
Jordi exposed and Jordi. Sorry for interrupting. And Jordi exposed his frustration. I mean, the guy is frustrated. I mean, we are not frustrated that the globes say what they say.
Frustrated too. So.
Yeah, the thing is, I was trying to discuss the first law of Newton, and nobody wants to do so. So that's frustrating because I want to talk about this subject, and nobody wants.
Yeah, but the first law of Newton has nothing to do with the observation of the horizon beyond the habitat recoil, which is at a distance of 9.4, and refraction doesn't bring objects from behind the horizon. Refraction actually hides objects. That's why I asked Newdar, I think it was Newdar, to post that GIF again, where you can see the shore on a lake or a river, is it? And then during the day, you see the water rising or the light is refracting, so the shore is going beyond the horizon. Does that mean that the shore is like a boat moving and disappearing behind the curvature? No. That is the only thing that refraction does. It hides objects, actually, but it never brings objects. I think I heard flat earthers also say, refraction, it refracts light away from the earth. It doesn't bend the light so that it goes beyond the... Am I right, Fred?
Look, the reason I'm saying that is because when some discussions about facts or why things happen arises in this panel.
Look, sorry for interrupting you. I know what you will say. Flat earthers are stupid and they are not educated and they don't have PhDs in front of their names. I never mentioned. I mentioned this. I mentioned this once. I hate to mention it because I was humbled by flat earthers in 2015 when I thought that this is a silly idea. But I will tell you, I studied according to American specifications, civil engineering. Not only concrete construction, not only steel construction, not only foundation, soil, highway,
Can I?
hydraulics, air mathematics. Okay?
Yeah, okay. Yes, but the thing is,
I tell you, the flat earthers who were not educated were more intelligent than me, even though I studied also survey. And they told us in survey, never consider the curvature of the Earth when you survey. Yes, the Earth is the globe, but never consider the curvature. We never take curvature of the Earth in any design of constructions, in survey, or in constructing bridges. Never. They told us, especially in survey, never consider curvature of the Earth when you survey.
Sorry, I don't know if I understand it correctly, but I think you're mistaking reflection and refraction.
No, I said refraction, not reflection.
Okay.
But the thing, sorry. But the thing is, what I was asking is anybody in the room willing to discuss the first law of Newton?
Yeah, if you want to talk about, I would say if you want to talk about Newton or Newton's laws, you could go to a Catholic Church forum. You could go to, say, an incel forum. You could go to a guy who drinks mercury, so like a Darwin forum, a Darwin Award forum. This is about objective, observable reality. Yeah, it's not about meth fuel. Drink as much mercury and play with dolls as you can forum.
But who says it's not observable reality? Well, how do you know that what I'm proposing to talk about?
Okay, how about this? What was Newton's hypothesis?
What do you mean hypothesis? For the first law of Newton, there is no hypothesis at all.
There's no hypothesis. Okay, so go to a no hypothesis forum. How about that?
Okay, I see. Okay.
So if we go any forums that say, hey, you don't need a hypothesis for any of this. Just say God did it. Go to that forum to talk about your God done it.
Lamar Jackson.
Nice,
Sorry,
nice.
I can just.
Then you are surprised that I say it's frustrating to try to talk about these matters with you guys.
Yeah, I just told you, if you want to talk about the channel's topic, you're welcome to stay. If you want to talk about some guy who never came up with a hypothesis, said God did it, played with dolls, then drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold, go to a
But
Catholic
Newton
church
didn't
forum.
say that. Newton didn't say that. He was just observing reality and describe it with maths. What are you saying? Drinking mercury and playing with dolls.
Yeah,
What
if
does
you
it mean?
look up what Isaac Newton, he never married. He had a massive
does it
doll
mean?
collection. So I'm saying, if you want to talk about the history of incel, go to an incel channel. You don't need to bring up
I don't want to talk about that,
incels.
but just think about scientists who won the Nobel Prize. They were crazy, maybe, but they won the prize because they discovered something. Newton, who made something bad, or what you're saying, he drank mercury. Okay, even if he drank mercury, he discovered something. He did math.
Hold on. Let's pump the brakes here. Is that a fact or is that a conspiracy theory?
What?
That he drank mercury.
I think it's a fact. I don't know.
Okay, well, go look it up. Go look it up, and then what you could do is say, "Hey, what are the neurological effects of drinking mercury?"
Yes, but I don't give a shit if he drank mercury to make his research.
Yeah.
If he also did maths,
okay, well, go look up the effects of what happens if someone were to drink mercury.
Saturnism. I know Saturnism. It's something that makes you not think very well. Also, the Roman Empire died probably because of Saturnism.
No, because of lead. Lead. The Romans were lead.
Yes. Okay.
High concentration of lead.
But the most important thing.
So what you could do is, if you want to talk about Newton, is you can go to your first choice would be an incel channel, because he's one of their. When you talk to incels and men going their own way, one of the first people
to say something.
One of the first people. Listen, if you go talk to an incel, you'd be like, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys?" They say nothing. They'll say, "Hey, look at Isaac Newton. Look at Copernicus. These guys were incels, and look what they did for science." So you could go debate that, and you could say, "Hey, I think you guys, maybe in the past, the incels of the days of yore were better than you current," or something like that, and then bring up the law of thermodynamics and Newton and whatever you want to talk about. You could talk about all kinds of crazy shit. Here, in this channel, we talk about objective reality, not somebody's mercury-brained, God done it, no hypothesis, have an ass. Okay, no one cares what some incel from 400 years ago thought about God done it. Okay, no one cares. It's the wrong channel. You're in the wrong channel.
Okay, right. Let's stop this. If you're talking about objective reality and you think about flat Earth theory, for example, if you think about something, as Radwell said on the chat before, that's a light bulb that lights up the Earth, then you would have 24 hours period of sun on the Earth. All day sun, because light propagates roundly, so in every direction. Okay, but I was trying to say something before you said all the things about Newton that is an insult. It doesn't make any sense.
No, those are not. You're wrong. Those are not insults. Those are historical facts.
Okay, va bene. Historical
fact. Okay, listen. You think this is an insult? If I cite historical fact, he had a
I didn't say insult. I said incels, as you said.
Oh, incels. Yeah. By today's standard. Okay, how about this? Let's check it out. If somebody had a massive doll collection, who always talked about God and had some neurological impairment due to heavy metal poisoning.
Not important what the person said or did. It's important what they discovered. So the maths that Newton founded and nowadays we use to make calculus and take people to space, for example, are based on Newton's law. I don't give a shit if you drank mercury.
Well, you should. If you're going to use someone who drank mercury and shoot to space, you might want to reconsider that. Or maybe you don't know the effects of mercury has on the brain.
Yes, I told you I know the effects, but they're not relevant because
yeah, I'm saying like if you use someone's math to shoot to space, and then they had a lot of mercury that day. They consumed a lot of mercury. I would say, hey, hold off. Okay, maybe pump the brakes a little bit. Oh, by the way, they played with dolls and they talked to God. I'd be like, yeah, I would hold on. Okay, pump the brakes. Don't get in that rocket yet. Let's double check. Let's double check it and let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, he's full of shit. The Earth is flat and stationary. Yeah, I would definitely leave out mercury-brained incel Catholic Church guy.
You are not right. You're saying right thing. He drank mercury, but I'm trying to say that if you discover something,
yeah, that's a Darwin Award. I'm letting you know that if you launch yourself into a rocket, that would be a Darwin Award.
But
saw Elon Musk supposedly just a couple days ago. Just a couple days ago. Yeah, just a couple days ago, Elon supposedly had some Starship that's supposed to land on Mars this year or last year. There's supposed to be 4 Starship missions per year. It blew up. If you were on that, you would have survived.
You're saying something that's completely wrong on every aspect. He's trying to do something. I won't talk about Musk, but just that thing. He's trying to do something to make rockets reusable. Okay? And to make this, he has to, we can say, invent new science in a certain way.
If you blow it up, is it reusable?
Okay, he blew it up because he made mistakes, but he.
What type of sticker? What sticker did he put on the side of it?
Sticker?
There's a big decal on the side of the rocket.
Okay, I don't give a shit about this conspiracy.
Yeah, the sticker was it's bananas. What does bananas. If you drink mercury, do you go bananas?
Okay. Oh, hopefully you will drink mercury one day. So
no, not me. I'm not going to follow in the footsteps of Newton.
Okay, don't follow the footsteps of Newton, or you will maybe be an intelligent person.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not gonna play with dolls, drink mercury, talk about God did it, and have no hypothesis having that.
You said you didn't want to talk about.
This is the mentality we are dealing with. He is hoping that you drink mercury.
Yeah, dude, I told you I'm not gonna do what Newton did. Okay, it's not gonna happen.
I want to talk about something different. You said
okay, if you wanted to follow in the footsteps of Newton, I invited you to A, go to an incel channel, B, go to a Catholic Church channel, or go to
talk about something different. I don't want to talk about Newton. I want to talk last time please. About
okay, well, this is what you should want to talk about. You joined the Flat Earth channel. Do you want to talk about Flat Earth or not Flat Earth?
I'm trying. You are saying something that it's not linked to Flat Earth. Let me talk, please. Oh, Berserker tried to explain reflection and refraction just before that discussion about Newton. But I think he mistaken it because reflection effectively reflects all the light from a point to another. So you don't have this kind of effect in which you can see more far behind the geometrical horizon. But refraction is different. So the difference between mediums, because air is a medium in which light travels, but there's water, for example, that's another medium, or air with a high percentage of water in it has a different density and different capacity. So if light travels in air, then it's slightly different, even slightly different from a day to another, then we have different effects, and we can see behind the horizon, because the horizon is not a wall that prevents things behind it to exist, but it's something that set our point of view. But if lights behind it bends in certain ways, we can see behind the horizon. I'm trying to explain this. Guys?
Yeah. Yep, thanks for your contribution.
Just that. And if Jordi Voyager wants to talk about first law of Newton, I think we can do it not because it's Newton.
Yeah, if you two want to talk about Newton, I invite you to
wait. Let me finish. Not to talk about Newton, but what he discovers, because Newton's and Earth and gravity and the fact that it's a globe are linked together. So if we can talk about first law, not Newton, the first law that he discovered, maybe we can discuss even about flat Earths and or globe Earths. Okay, I'm not talking about Newton. I don't give a shit about him.
That's the point, It's like, imagine try to talk to a Chinese person and he doesn't want to learn your language, or you are not willing to learn Chinese. Who are you going to communicate if you are close absolutely to, it's...
To have a debate, you have to talk in tranquility and also not to talk upon each other.
Yeah, but the thing is, the thing is, you're discussing about refraction, reflection, all these things, But this is because it's very convenient to obfuscate the general, let's say, policy, The thing is, why not talk to the most, let's say, basic, or I don't want to say basic, but the fundamental law of physics, of classical physics, to see if everybody could agree, because they claim this is not reality, but I think we could show, yes, this is reality. They could even somehow test it themselves, but they are not willing to do. They will not be willing to do. Don't worry.
I know it's unfortunately a common thing.
No, what you could do to test that claim is invite them to one of the forums or channels that discuss that. Then you know. You could say, hey, I like whoever you want to talk to, like I don't know who you said earlier was Berserker. A Berserker, say, will you come to this incel forum with me? As you know, then you could say, oh, you're not willing. He goes like, well,
no, mate,
it's not that I'm not willing to. I just don't give a shit about some incel 400 years ago who drank mercury.
But we are talking about...
Can you give a reason? How about this? Can you give a reason for why I should care about some dumbass who won a Darwin Award?
You can...
But forget about Newton. I mean, we are trying to tell you that in order to discuss some stuff that you are really interested in talking to, we think from our side that will be beneficial for both sides to talk some other issues that could give us light about the issues you are so interested in.
Exactly.
You can't ask that now because you said we're not willing to talk about it. That's the first hurdle. The first hurdle would be to find a way to adjudicate why you can't talk about something in another forum because of me. if what you are talking about offers any value to the conversation, like even a small level, you would see people then join your channel to hear you talk about your favorite incels of the Victorian age.
Okay.
Or whatever.
But what we're trying to say is that if we are debating about globe earths and flat earths, it's useful to understand about Newton's law because it contributed to understand whether it's a globe or a fucking disc.
Yeah, a disc. What's that?
A flat surface.
Which would be a disc?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, you don't know. Okay. We'll figure that part out first. Figure out what a flat is. And if you figure out what the word flat is, then maybe you'll be able to figure out how your incel doll playing, mercury drinking, non-hypothesis ass in heaven, like God talking, wig wearing weirdo plays a role in this conversation.
Okay. I think, or maybe you think, flat Earth is something that it's flat on the surface. I think that what it means. Yes or no?
How about this? Just take the word Earth out of it and put dirt. Flat dirt. What is that? Is that a frisbee?
Yes.
Flat dirt.
Flat
so
dirt,
if I go,
maybe it's also a solid object that is flat on the surface. So
the surface.
Example,
a pancake.
A pancake.
Is a pancake flat?
Quick, I have a question. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. How come nobody talks about all the road networks in every country? Yeah, lays flat, horizontal, no drop over distance whatsoever. How come nobody talks about that? The road networks, the tarmac, the asphalt. When they get in a car and they move along the road surface on a motorway, all the motorway networks are flat and horizontal, and they're moving across the horizontal flat plane. How come nobody talks about that?
That's easy because these are incels, shut-in incels who live in their mom's basement. They don't drive. They don't leave the house.
Sorry. I drive my car every day. I don't understand very well because of your accent. I'm Italian, so I didn't understand very well. But if I understand what you're saying is that if you go outside with your car, driving distances between different cities, for example, the streets are flat and horizontal. Is that what you said?
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. You've done this test many times before in the past. Everybody's been in a car many times, or because it never occurred to them that they're moving horizontal when they get in a car. There's zero drop over distance. It never occurred to them until somebody points it out to them. Then and it's up to them.
Zero drop over
and it's up to them if they want to see it or they want to remember it. The whole journey on the motorway, on the road surface network. Does that make sense?
I don't understand.
No, it makes no sense. No.
I don't understand the zero drop in distance because streets are.
Yeah. When you get in a car, let me explain to you. When you get in a car and you're in the car and the car's moving along the surface of the road, you're driving long distance over distance. When you drive like 5, 10, 20 miles, drive 10, 20 miles,
Okay.
When you travel along the road, the surface, because the earth is round, the surface will eventually drop down. Does that make sense to you? But in reality, it does not. It never.
I understand what you said, but for example, you didn't ever see an hill, for example. If you take your car, drive on the street, and goes on a hill, then your
No. I'm talking about the motorway network. Is there mountains and hills on the motorway?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Yes.
Is there?
See.
Yeah, sure. There are sometimes in the road that you go up and you go down. And yes. What's the point? We don't understand.
No. The point is, you're saying the Earth is a globe, yeah. So the surface here will drop over distance. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that one drop over distance, and the
Drop?
Earth is a globe.
What do you mean drop? What do you mean drop?
The surface.
Relative
the
to
surface.
What?
No. The surface that you're moving along every day, it should drop over distance. Do you understand? When you travel, you're moving forward, yeah, and you keep moving forward. Eventually, the road surface here should drop down, but it never drops down.
Okay. I understand. Okay.
No,
okay.
yeah. He means that you don't.
I think it means the Pac-Man effect. So it ends the street because it's on the curve of the Earth.
You need to speak up. I can't hear you properly.
Oh, okay. I think you're talking about the curvature. So if you reach the curvature of the Earth, you fall down. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about the surface, the ground, the surface. When you travel long distance, it should drop slowly down. You understand?
No.
Yes, I mean it follows. Yes. I mean what he means is that because it's rounded, you should feel like you are going down somehow. Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Eventually, the surface, because the Earth is a globe, in all directions, the surface is curved and it should drop over distance in any direction.
Yeah, this is what it does. This is what it does.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Hold on a second. Right. Okay, so even if the Earth was a globe, right, you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Because the Earth is so massive, it's so bigger than you that you don't feel it. Basically, for you it seems like it's really flat, which is not. But it seems like it's flat because you're going in a straight line and you're following the curvature, but you're not going down the curvature because it's too much bigger than you are. But if you're going on a plane, for example, and go all around the globe in a straight line, you will end up in the same exact point. Sorry, in the same exact point because of the curvature. But if you're on a car, you will not notice. Also because there are irregularities on the surface, like mountains, hills, and other things like that.
Yeah, exactly. And you shouldn't have to be explaining this either. I mean, it should be obvious that if you're on a globe, right, and you're driving along a highway in a car, you wouldn't notice that you're dropping down, right, over distance. We shouldn't have the globe earthers having to explain obvious things like this.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so
yeah, because the burden of proof is on them, and
because you wouldn't notice it, right? Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't, because of the scale of the Earth. If it was a globe.
The thing is, anti-globalists, the thing is, when you have to explain some physical fact or something, normally you need a general scheme that is coherent in order to be successful or to be considered, I think, a good model, yeah? And this is one of the things I claim flat earthers don't do, is just pick, for instance, let's discuss about the shape of the water or these things. Then you pick up from wherever source you want some information and you claim, oh, you see, they say this. But when this information is not good for your point of view, then you dismiss it for some other reasons. And this is something I really find very interesting. Yeah, like pick up from the physical. Yeah.
Yeah, this could be. I could say that you're just projecting right now, right? Because what we have, empirical, practical, right? We have practical demonstrations that have been repeated in different locations and in different ways at various locations. We're not getting anything back from the globe side, but we're presenting.
The thing is,
and when these observations don't match the globe predictions, right, you guys have to come up with basically bullshit, like saying refraction, right? When there is no type of refraction that can allow you to see 10, 20, 30 times further over a physical horizon, right? You can't demonstrate this on a smaller scale, right? All of these things, right? The gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container. You can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale. You can't demonstrate this magical type of refraction that you claim that allows you to see over physical objects magnitudes further. You can't claim anything. You guys have to keep begging the question and presenting the math in the model when every single thing that we're claiming we can back up with practical demonstrations or small-scale demonstrations.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you agree with the first law of Newton or no?
Well, look, if you want to apply it to a specific observation here on Earth, and we could go over something.
No, but I mean, do you accept it or not? I just wondering. I don't want to discuss about it. I just want to know if you accept it or not. That's my main interest. If you please can answer.
I'd rather you give me a specific scenario, right, and then ask me if I agree with that or not.
But do you know what the first law of Newton says?
Yeah, F equals ma.
No, sorry. Okay, let's do that. You try to find out what the first law says, and maybe we can discuss it another day.
Cody, how about we talk about the black swan and the habitat rig oil and the horizon behind it? How does the first law of Newton contribute? Can we talk about the horizon behind the habitat rig oil? Hello? Crit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I know you're talking to me. I thought you were just like.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you say? I missed it.
He wanted to talk about the first law of the Isaac Newton, and I asked him, why don't we talk rather about the habitat rig oil?
Yeah, let's go back. Let's bring the conversation to the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
And there was a silence. He doesn't answer. And I told him, why don't we talk about
Look,
he doesn't want to talk about the surface of the Earth. He wants to talk about other things. He wants to talk about incels, and dolls, and Mercury.
Yeah, I wanted to talk. I asked him, can we talk about the horizon behind the habitat rig oil in a distance? The habitat rig oil is at a distance 9.41 miles, and the horizon is still visible behind it. How is that possible? Can we talk about that, or are globals so afraid and running into Isaac Newton law and Einstein?
Look, I'm really afraid of talking to people who don't even know what the first law of Newton is.
Okay,
yeah, look, I was just I'm sorry, I was just taking the second law. Dude, I was just made a mistake. I was mistaking the second law for the first law. We want to talk about specific examples and go over actual practical demonstrations here.
Yeah, we want to talk about observations. Oh, that is anti-globalist. Okay.
How dare you? How dare you? You mix up the first and second law. You know, this is supposed to be a safe space. You made it scary.
Exactly.
For Jord. Jordan's afraid now.
You are hurting.
He's scared.
You are hurting my feelings.
That's it, DJ. This is going to go in your permanent record. You made an unsafe space for this guy. This is supposed to be a place for learning and understanding, and you made him afraid. He's scared now.
Please don't forget respecting the feelings.
That is what you do
when I'm ashamed of this channel right now.
When you're losing an argument, that's what you do.
Dude, we're talking about his fear. We have a user right now who is afraid to talk about Newton because one of the moderators mixed up the first and second law. This is unacceptable. I am ashamed.
It was an hyperbole.
I am ashamed of the channel right now. We created a space where people are scared to bring up historical incels because you didn't get the order of operations correctly.
Anti-globalist. I searched for an image. I don't know if this is accurate, but maybe can make you understand about what I was saying about refraction and.
Can you post the image? Can you actually?
No,
the
he
image
can't.
And just
he's a new to the server. He doesn't have the roles to post images.
Oh, okay, okay, that's fine. All right, I'll click it.
Okay. If you maybe I can live stream. No, I can't live stream.
No, I'll have a look. But look, it says redirect notice. Right, the page you are on is trying to send you to.
Maybe because I'm from.
How about this? Just DM it to me and I'll post it. I don't mind getting messages from incels.
Okay. Non è qui. Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead. Right. That's not a photograph of the real world. Right. So that's just an explanation. It seems to pre-assume a globe.
No,
right?
Don't send me the link. Send me the screenshot. I don't want to click on your sus link either.
Okay.
Just give me the screenshot. It'll be filtered through Discord's, API, and then I'll copy it and post it for you. Since you're new to the server and people are kind of sus about some new guy who just joins randomly and then beehives right to the Flat Earth channel without any pause. You're on a server with some thousands of people. Are you curious about what's happening? Nah. Let's go to the Flat Earth channel and start talking about Newton for some reason. And then when somebody messes it up the order of Newton's laws, become fearful. With the state of humanity.
I'm not fearful about talking about Newton. I'm not the same guy who said that.
Pippo, I'd like to actually present something in the real world.
Yeah, can you just
video of the real world?
Oh, sorry, TJ. Come on, give me the screenshot. I want to tab back out. I'm busy doing something. I want to just sit here and look at my DMs, waiting for you to give me a screenshot. Come on, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, what he linked to just presupposes a globe, right? So what we're attacking is the globe. It's the radius value. It's the geometric horizon, and the claim of drop over distance that you would have on a sphere. So Pippo, can you see the side chat?
Okay, so you are basically saying that globe isn't true, so even this explanation isn't true. So it's impossible to disprove your point of view.
No, I'm showing you evidence, right? Empirical evidence in the form of a practical demonstration right here. It has been repeated at many locations. It has been repeated at this very location. So let me present the evidence, and then you can try to rebut the evidence.
Yes. I'm the same guy of 2 hours before, so you explained that to me very well. But if you see it with a globe perspective, which is the what we can relate and explain with maths, you can explain even what you're saying.
No, it can't be explained, right? It can't be explained with math.
Yes, according to Newton's law and also gravity in general, the Earth shouldn't be.
How does gravity have anything to do with this observation?
With the refraction, nothing. But with the fact that Earth is a globe in general, because when it was formed due to the creation of the universe itself, then the creation of the solar system, matter became rounded and not flat.
Okay, so if it's a globe, right, they tell us the radius value, right, 3959 miles. Have to have a geometric horizon at a distance depending on the height of the observer, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have countless amounts of evidence that directly debunk that geometric horizon existing. So do you have any evidence that it does exist?
No, in fact, as I tried to explain, we can see behind the geometrical horizon because of the other physics effect of the light, of bending light.
No. Okay, so I'm going to put a definition into the side chat. Okay, so this is the definition of a geometric horizon. Second. So what is a geometric horizon? It basically says the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky.
Okay.
Okay, so
it depends on the characteristics of the air and where you're watching something. In fact, it changes during time because light bends differently based on what medium it's traveling in.
Correct.
So
it would depend on the vertical temperature gradients. I'm sure if we went over this, I would have mentioned that.
Of course.
Yeah, there is no type of atmospheric effect that can allow you to see 10 times further over the top of a geometric horizon, which no longer matches the definition of a horizon.
But you're saying that based on what?
Based on you guys not being able to replicate it at all. It's just a baseless claim.
Yes, so it's a claim based on nothing because
refraction can make things appear sink or to rise, right, or to warp, depending on what a particular effect is happening in relation to the temperature gradients, right, which is directly in relation to air pressure. Right, so you don't know what the temperature. Okay, so what evidence do you have that refraction can allow you to see 10 times further than what you would be able to? Have any type of do you have any type of evidence? Show me that that's possible without begging the question.
At this moment, I don't have the scientific resources now, but I can try to search it. I can try to understand it also because if you study something about that, it's probable that you will end up make calculus based on fixed constants that will give you different results, even from reality, because the constants were taken in different times of the year. So you have something that's general and can be replicated every day with observation, but with maths and model based on maths, yes. But what I was trying to say is that the Earth, it's not flat due to gravity itself.
No. Okay, so you're just no. Look, when professionals on your side are asked what is gravity, they say next question. We have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from, right? We're just observing an effect. You're just using the word gravity, but you don't know it to be the cause of the observed effect. Right? It's just something you need to have a globe model.
Talking about Newton, he saw something and described it as a force. But for example, with Albert Einstein, we discovered that gravity is not something, but it's the curvature of space-time. So things follow a straight line, but if the space-time itself, then it's like
yeah, look, I know. Look, it's just theoretical, right? It's not something that you have run through the scientific method and proven.
Okay, but yes, it's been proven because, for example,
it hasn't been proven.
Yes, we measured the gravitational waves. We measure them. Gravitational waves are created, for example, by massive objects like black holes or neutron stars.
Come
okay,
on, man.
You're just talking in la la land. Stop saying in your imagination is proof.
In my imagination.
Look, every single time I have this conversation with you guys, you divert it away from these practical demonstrations that we're trying to present. You try to talk about the sky. You try to talk about some theoretical mathematics. Right? You're talking about black holes, right? You've taken it from talking about the surface of the Earth, making a claim that refraction can allow you to see something 10 times further away, right? And now all of a sudden you're talking about black holes, right? Because
I told you that
because it's something that we can't validate.
Your empirical proofs are the proofs of what we're saying, that it's a globe. So it can be proved
it isn't.
with science.
Oh, because on a globe you would have to have curvature, right? You would have to have a geometric horizon. And you can't prove that exists. You have to assume it in theory, right? You have to assume it in mathematics. You can't actually validate that the mathematics match reality.
But if it was a globe and you assume that it's flat to have this kind of effect, it's the same thing. But in
These observations aren't proving that the Earth is flat. We're not presenting this and say, look, here's flat Earth proof, right? We're doing this to test the globe claims, right? The globe makes a positive claim about a radius value. We're testing that, right? And when we test it, we can't validate the radius value. We look to you guys. We're like, guys, your math doesn't match reality. Can you please help us out? Present some measurement or something.
Actually,
You're just going back to mathematics.
We are doing things
based on
We are doing things based on maths. We are making the rockets fly, doing to maths and physics. We are studying what we see and why we see it that way with maths.
Right, but if you're making claims about the physical world, right, like the shape of the Earth, tell us that it's a sphere with a particular radius value, right, and that's the core fundamental value or variable in your mathematics. You have to have the correct radius value, right, to be able to do all these other things. Right, so we're trying to ask you to validate that.
The first thing, Earth is not spherical, but it's a geode.
Oh my God! Look, it doesn't allow you to see, right? Just because, okay, let's say I grant you, it's slightly oblate, but you can't even notice it when you see these images from NASA, right? It looks like put a circle around it, and it's kind of like a perfect. It looks roughly like a perfect sphere, right? And if you shrink it down, they say it would be like the smoothest cue ball that exists on Earth. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Right, so saying it's oblate isn't going to change the radius drop over distance value, right? It's not going to make a difference to anything, right? Over 10 miles, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to bring up that it's oblate.
I'm not saying that.
Still 66 foot. It's still 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. We can't find 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. In fact, we can't find any drop over 10 miles.
Okay.
Okay, guys, just quick. I will have to go for half an hour. I'll be back. I'm expecting a call from my lawyer. I'll be back in half an hour or an hour.
Right, man. Catch you.
See you later.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks. Thank you. Bye.
Robert, it's just one question, because you are saying or mathematics. Do you accept mathematics or no?
What are you talking about? We're testing the mathematics that are claimed to match reality. Of course we accept mathematics, right? But mathematics can be used...
So you accept
mathematics can be... Right, if you're using mathematics to claim something in reality is described by those mathematics...
No. Mathematics has nothing... Mathematics has nothing to do with reality. I think you are very confused, man.
What are you talking about? Talking about on a globe over 10 miles, you would have to have 66 foot of drop.
You are confusing mathematics with physics. You don't know what you are talking about, man.
How much drop is there over 10 miles? 66 foot? Yeah?
It's not a perfect sphere, as I tried to say before.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter because, let's say, so at which location on the Earth is there not 66 foot, approximately 66 foot of drop over 10 miles over a body of water? Tell me. In one place.
I don't know. Since
no, because there isn't any.
Physics, not mathematics. This is physics. You have to really learn what is physics and what is mathematics. Mathematics has nothing to do with reality. Not at all. It's a complete
what did I say that was wrong? Jordy? Jordy?
Yes?
Is there 66 foot of drop over 10 miles on a globe? Yes or no?
That's mathematics. Depends on the geometry.
Okay, so yes, so if they tell us that the radius... Yes, right. So according to the geometry, we have a 3915... Okay,
depends on the geometry, man. That is what I'm telling you. The geometry, mathematics.
Like a University of Washington citation that backs up what I'm saying.
No, I don't need that citation. I'm telling you that mathematics has nothing to do with reality. Mathematics is an abstract object that deals with necessary things that depart from some axioms that maybe or not have anything to do with reality or even look self-evident. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my God, dude. Is there 66 foot of drop over 10 miles on a globe or not?
Remember, this is a guy who...
Depends on the geometry, man. I'm telling you, depends on the geometry. If you have,
so what's the radius value? What's the radius value?
Depends on the geometry.
What's the radius value? Is the claimed radius value on the globe 3959?
Depends on the geometry. You understand the globe can be for instance, in a four-dimensional space, you can have a globe in mathematics. Do you understand that? Do you understand that the metric in mathematics depend on the vector basis?
Look, you're okay. So you wanted to call us dishonest earlier, right? And now you're the one that's being intellectually dishonest. Right? So you can just go on mute because I was having a good conversation with Pippo, and now you're just rambling on about bullshit, right? Telling me I'm wrong, bullshit. And this is the globe claim.
I'm trying to help you. Look, I think...
Yeah, I'm popping you on mute, dude. Ridiculous. Pippo, is the radius value 3,959 miles?
Nah, listen, it's an approximation because maths is based on not the real things that we are looking, but in a perfect form, we can say. But Earth is not a perfect sphere. So it changes. And even a slight change can determine a different band in light, for example, or a different behavior in the horizon.
Yeah, but it's not going to make a horizon distance 10 times further away. It's oblate.
You're making calculus on that based on maths and physics?
Oh, I'm telling you that you have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance based off the radius value of the globe, right? And yes, even if it's oblate, that value is not going to change by anything that's worth mentioning, right? Because it's so slight, right? Just like what you were talking about before, the Earth is so big. They say that if you shrink down the globe to the size of a cue ball, it would be the world's smoothest cue ball.
Okay, then
Right? So
one
it would be like a perfect circle, right? If you take the pictures that NASA gives you from space, right, and you draw a perfect circle around them, it fits inside of it. Okay? On that, you have bendy water that covers 70+% of the surface. Okay, so if you do the math, then you would have a geometric horizon at a specific distance depending on the height of the observer, right? Now, we have flat earthers going out and testing to see if that claim matches with reality.
I didn't understand the last thing you said. You said if you drop to space and watch the Earth from the space, it is smooth.
Oh?
Okay.
It's not what I said. What I said was NASA shows you these alleged photos of Earth from space, right?
Yes, because you are distant from Earth and you see it very smoothly.
Uh-huh.
Almost like it seems.
Of course,
like
right? So the distance over any body of water, right, over any 10-mile body of water anywhere on Earth would be roughly 66 foot. Drop over 10 miles. Taking into consideration the oblate spheroid. Okay, so it's not going to change. If I say roughly 66 foot, right, it's not going to be much off that. It's basically going to 66.6 feet. Right? And the amount due to the Earth not being a perfect sphere isn't something that's worth mentioning because it's so small. Right? So we're seeing magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. Thousands of % further. We cannot find a geometric horizon. When we ask you guys for evidence of a geometric horizon, beg the question. Make up types of refraction that beg the question. Can't back any of these claims up on a smaller scale.
You can't have a proof of a geometrical horizon because it changes every day, even if this in the same spot, based on climate changes, for example, or other types of changes.
That's not a geometric horizon then, is it?
Because Earth is not a perfect sphere, and we are not in a
Oh my God,
vacuum.
that's not the reason we see the horizon shifting around. The reason we see horizon shifting around is because the horizon is because of weather condition.
It's what I said.
Yeah, so that's why what a horizon is an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Apparent, right? That's exactly what a horizon is. It has nothing to do with the globe Earth. Right? It's not a geometric horizon. There is no such thing.
What does that mean? A geometric horizon, it can be applied to a perfect geometric object like a sphere, but in Earth we are not in a vacuum. We are in a world full of different things, weather changes.
Yeah, you're in a little gas pressure gradient ball inside a giant vacuum chamber. I get that. Okay, that's not the point. Geometric horizon has to be. Geometric horizon is a physical. Right, that means that it has to be there and it can't move.
That there is a wall in front of you.
Yeah, so so just say you're standing at the beach and you're 6 foot, right? Observation height, 6 foot above the surface of the water.
I understand it.
Okay. So no, well, you don't seem to, right? Because you would have to have a geometric horizon at 3 miles.
Okay,
and it cannot move. In reality, a horizon isn't geometric. A horizon is an apparent location.
It isn't, because there is air and light bands.
Exactly. So do you have any evidence that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon?
You can't have one. So it cannot be neither flat or a globe, according to this. It's not a proof of anything.
Okay, so how do we have all these observations and laser tests where we can see thousands of % further than you would be able to see on a globe? Now, if you want to say refraction, And you would have to be able to validate that there is a type of refraction that can allow you to see 10, 20, 30 times further over a physical obstruction than you would be able to. You can't.
At this moment.
Yo, create. Hello, create.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Don't be interrupting the conversation.
Basics is bad. Yeah, look, man. There is no type of refraction. You have to beg the question.
I don't know. I don't know the.
Well, look, even standard refraction would even if I granted you, right, the fallacious 7/6R standard refraction, right, that would move the horizon from 1.225 miles, 1.5 miles from a 1 foot observer height. We're seeing the horizon over 10 miles away.
Based on what? You are doing this calculus based on what? On fixed values.
No, this is what the globe. This is okay. So you can look it up. That's what they claim. That's what the standard refraction value is, 7/6R.
Standard. Fixed
standard refraction.
Values. They are not something. It changes during time. Standard values.
Oh, this isn't exactly it. Well, you're going against what your own globe earthers are claiming.
No, I'm not going against anything. These are target fixated values. Okay, you can make calculus about things that changes during time. It's the same things about.
Okay, look, this is very simple, right? Okay, so if we see 10 times further than we should see, how is that possible on a globe? Are you going to say refraction?
Yes, because that's the phenomenon.
Hey, so do you have any evidence that there's some type of refraction that can allow that to happen?
Yes.
Without begging the question.
Not me. At this moment, I can't I don't know how to say it. I can't prove it right now with maths because I don't know how to do this kind of math. But there are scientific searches that explain it and proves it.
You have no explanation for it, but you're sure that somebody else does, but you're not aware of it.
Sure.
And you're saying it's mathematical. So you look at numbers and stuff, you don't see reality, you see ones and twos. No, what are you talking about? So what you would need is the observation of that light bending, not a math problem, guy.
Well, that's all right. He's just conceded that he can't explain it. So he thinks someone else probably can.
With what, math? No, they have to demonstrate refracting stuff.
You can demonstrate that by doing.
No, what we can demonstrate is refraction making things appear higher or lower, right? Because that's what sinking refraction is, right? Or looming refraction, right? We can demonstrate this on a smaller scale.
Real life.
No, it's not that simple, right? It's not that simple, right? But these are particular types of refraction that we can demonstrate on a smaller scale.
It's not that simple. You can't apply basic physics on a complex model.
So what are you applying it to? Nothing? What do you mean it's not that simple? You say refraction. So if you say a boat's going over the little 2-foot hill, buddy, we need to go outside and you should be able to make the boat, or we should see boats refracting over little hills.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
It's not just the Stevino law.
It doesn't matter what you imagine it to be. We go outside and you demonstrate your type of that thing. Do you understand how this works?
If you have a measurement of density of air on the point you're watching,
No, we don't care what you measure. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Just get her done. Just prove it. We don't care how you do it. It's your problem. You think it's happening. So if you believe a boat can rise over a hill, young man, then what you need to do is go outside with us and show us how you can make that happen. That's all you need to be worried about, is how you can make it happen. Numbers ain't going to do it. Numbers ain't going to make a boat rise.
Demo, what's your pronouns, dude?
What's your numbers rising, dude?
Okay.
Number 2, number man.
It's impossible to disprove you. It's impossible. If you say that numbers and maths doesn't mean anything, sorry. to
So
make.
what I'm asking isn't unreasonable. You're claiming that there's a type of refraction that allows you to see 10, 20, 30 times further than you would be able to see. Right? You can't replicate that. Just a baseless claim. Right? We can demonstrate, right? We can go over different types of atmospheric refraction if you want, right? We have sinking. Okay, that's when you have a vertical temperature gradient, you have a layer of warmer air closer to the surface, a layer of cooler air above it, right? The more dense air is above the less dense air, right? Because the cooler gas, right, is going to be more dense, right? Because it compacts when it's cooler, right? So then you have a sinking effect, right? So something, right? The definition of that is, right, something that should normally appear on the horizon would look like it's sunk below the horizon. And then you have looming, which is if you have an inverted temperature gradient, you have the cooler air closer to the surface instead of the warmer air, then you have the opposite effect and things can appear higher than they would. Right? None of these are allowing you to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see. Right? We can take time-lapse footage of places, right? At no point during the time-lapse are you able to see any distance further than you would normally see, right? You'll see things warping around, rising, sinking, as the weather conditions change, as the temperature gradients change, right? You have different types of mirage effects happening, right? Which is sinking, looming, inferior mirages, superior mirages. None of them are going to allow you to see over a physical horizon that has to be there on a globe 10 times further, 20 times further. You guys can't back up your claim of refraction. Refraction is you guys' worst enemy.
I found an image. Maybe I can.
Yeah.
Okay. I can send you.
Yeah. I just sent you a friend request, so you can. Right. So have a look while you send that to me. After you do that, have a look at what old dude just posted in the side chat. Right. You can see constant atmospheric refraction taking place over this time lapse. Right. You'll see rising. You'll see sinking.
Yes, and that's what refraction does. And if the globe it's a globe, then you can see behind what you call geometrical horizon. I can't.
I have to go for a second, man. I'll be.
Yes. Non ti posso mandare immagine.
Geordie, you're unmuted, so you know.
I will just listen. Thank you.
I wonder where Globers meet up before they come in here. They must meet up somewhere and try to figure out what they're going to do today.
Yeah, they do that, man. I think a lot of them that come from that GF6 server, right? I've seen the screenshots. They plan their tactics and stuff like that. It's pretty sad.
Maybe anti-globalist, if you want, we can talk a little bit about what is math and all this. I think it can be helpful for everyone in the room. No need to talk about flat Earth. Just what math is and what's the difference with physics. I think it could be good for you guys as well when you argue with, other people.
Yeah, look, physics is the study of the natural world, dude, right? When we're talking about it in relation to the globe, we can still do math to determine drop over distance that there should be. Like, I don't see why we needed to have that conversation or disagreement just earlier. I wasn't making claims that physics is math, things like that. If you want to say your piece, right? Like, because I didn't make any claims about that. So if you want to say something about it, then you can go for it.
Yes, I want to say something. I just want you to see my viewpoint. Yeah, I want to talk in the most respectful manner I can. The difference between physics and math is that let's talk about math, and I think it will be easier for me to explain. Math doesn't care about truth in terms of, let's say, the philosophical way of understanding truth or the real world. Maths don't deal with that. I don't have in my memory now, but Bertrand Russell, who was a famous philosopher and mathematician, a logician as well, he said that math is the science that we don't know what it's all about, and we don't know if it deals with true or not. This was the statement. So basically, the difference is that, in math you can say, okay, let's assume some axioms. It doesn't matter if they are crazy or not, just let's assume them, and using logic and some small other elements that is not interesting now, let's see what kind of logical construction derives. That's all. Nothing to do with the world. It's true that some math is used by physics in order to make models about the real world. So basically, that's the main difference. So when you say,
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Yeah, fine. We can agree about something. That's good.
What's interesting about that framework is that almost everything in the world, even imaginary stuff, can be mathematically defined. You can talk about Superman's flight speed. What you can't define mathematically is the curve of the Earth. It's beyond math. It's like somehow the concept of the physical curve of the surface of the Earth, it can't be described other than just look at it, bro. Trust me, bro. It can't be described in terms of math. It can't be described in any language known to man. It's just something that it's really just some sort of so abstract of a concept that there isn't any way to articulate what it is.
Okay, let's say, for instance, one example I think is good for you. When you are modeling the Earth, like when you say it's flat, somehow you are doing some model of the physical world, and you make an isomorphism, a relation between the reality and the model. And the model itself is what mathematical is defined as a plane. Yeah, is it any real perfect plane in the real world? No. But it's a good model to represent, let's say, the flat Earth. And the relation between them is just not explained, really. The relation between math and the real world is a question that philosophy and science has not an answer yet.
Yeah, nobody's claiming it's a perfect plane. We would describe it as a topographical plane. When we're talking about flat, it's in the context of there can't be any, there's no measured curvature over distance. Right? For example, if you had, just say you had a field, right, and there's a bunch of topography on the field, 100-mile long field, just hypothetically. Right, and there's hills on the field and whatnot. Right, just so say you went to an elevation above all of the topography, and you drew a straight line from that elevation point to an equal elevation point on the other side of the 100-mile field. It would be a straight line. That's what we're talking about, right? Obviously, on the actual surface, we have topography. We're not claiming it to be perfectly flat. We're just saying there isn't any curvature, as in drop over distance, as the globe claim. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're mostly testing the globe claims to see if it matches reality.
Yeah, the thing is, what I said, yeah, for instance, when you say, I make a straight line between 2 points, at that moment, you are doing the isomorphism between math and physics. And the problem is that it's not guaranteed. That's the problem. The problem is if you assume that, let's say, the world, or the real world, has some specific kind of geometry, that is something that you don't know.
Right, but if we can form different types of practical tests, right, to try to find drop over distance, and we can't find any, it's just a logical conclusion that if a surface isn't curved or doesn't have drop over distance, therefore it is flat.
Yeah, but the question is, how are you going to know if your straight line is straight or not? How are you going to find out that? I can tell you in space or
that's why.
in the real world.
Did you notice that I said in the example that I gave you? Right,
yeah, even in the example you gave me. How do you know it's straight?
It was hypothetically straight, so it's perfectly straight with zero deviation because it's hypothetical. It's imaginary.
Yeah, but you are doing an isomorphism between. Then you are taking a physical conclusion. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The physical conclusion.
No. I didn't use that hypothetical to conclude that the Earth is flat.
No,
I'm saying we can't find any curvature, and because we can't find any curvature, the Earth can't be a globe.
But how do you know it's not curvature if you cannot know the line is straight? That's what I'm saying. Because in the world, the real world, you are picturing a straight line in your mind, but you cannot do that in the real world.
Right. But we also so we have a base axiom that we all have as a starting point, which is a flat, stationary Earth.
Yeah,
okay, that's yours. That's mine. That doesn't prove it, right? But that's the starting point. Okay, so if someone wants to come along and make positive claims that go against that axiom, and they will have to substantiate those claims with evidence, right? We have evidence that go directly against the claims that there is curvature. We have the base axiom on our side. We have observable reality on our side. We have practical demonstrations on our side. What you guys have is mathematical theoretical model on your side.
Barely even that, because they can't
even that. Yeah.
The thing is, construct that they said is based in math, but really when they try to run the numbers, they don't. There's nothing there.
The thing is, you are assuming that there exists in the real world something which is called Euclidean geometry, and that's not true. That's the thing. But it's okay.
Yes, because physics is based on maths, but if
But
you
look, don't use physics because you deny most of everything of physics. You deny all of physics.
No, mate. He's telling
Physics
you.
requires a medium. If you say there isn't a medium, you're the one denying physics, an object moving
exactly.
space.
No, I was saying that physics is based on maths, but
no,
if
it's
you
based
use,
on movement of objects through a medium.
That's not a correct way
Yeah,
of.
check it out. Check what it is. It's movement of
Physics
objects through a
is
medium.
the study of reality that it's based on maths. But if you
Objects
use
moving through a medium, you got objects moving through a medium. That's your physics.
Oh, okay. Well, but it's still based
That's
on
not
maths.
our physics, sorry.
No, that's based on objects moving through a medium.
No, that's not true. Now you can Google and find some kind of definition. But this, if you ask any professional physicist what physics is, he will never answer that.
Yeah,
of course not. I was trying to say that it's based on math, but if you use Euclidean geometry, for example, to apply to real world, for example, in that case with flat Earth or globe Earth, you cannot do it because Earth is not a perfect sphere. So you have to use a different kind of math.
Look, physics is not based on math. You have to be precise. Physics is not based on math. Physics use math to make models, but it's not.
Yes, of course.
If you don't understand the study of an object moving through a medium, you're not even barely. You have no concept of what physics is. You're so far beyond. You'll pass the eight ball there.
What are you saying?
Yeah, that if you don't even understand something as simple as a ball being thrown through the air,
look,
then there's no way that you've got a pathway to understanding more complex things like electromagnetics or light or these other things. You're so far back. You're so far beyond the eight ball that you're even just something as simple as a swimmer swimming laps in a pool.
What are you saying? Obviously, physics also studies movements and things that moves around, but physics is the study of nature based on maths that use maths.
He's talking about dynamics.
Yeah, you don't understand
it's a part of physics. What you're saying, it's not physics in general.
Imagine just basic statics. Doesn't there is nothing that is moving, and he is not claiming. According to his definition, that's not physics. It's crazy.
Yeah, you don't understand these things.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's very clear in the room for the room.
You could
I have
test
no idea
this.
what I am talking about.
You could test this stuff, and you could go to any physics laboratory or any career field that requires you to know this, and they'll laugh at you. They'll laugh you out the room.
Yeah, like here. Anyway, what I was saying is I think it's important, and I think anti-globalists, I think he agree, and I'm very happy for that, is that math and physics are very, very different from each other. And to have this distinction very clear is very important, I think. And especially, just one last point, it seems that the world we live in doesn't have the geometry that you are using in your mind. Yeah, it doesn't.
I would say that the mathematics that you guys are using doesn't match reality, right?
Exactly.
And I can back that up with countless amounts of practical demonstrations that can be and have been tested, and repeated, right? And then I would ask you to provide evidence to back your claim.
Can you make us see more?
We have been trying, mate. I agree
all you
with
got to do is just today. Don't worry about flat Earth. Don't worry about it. Just go live your life. Your brain will calculate physics perfect to move you through space. At any time in the day, if you ever use the curve of the Earth or the rotation of the Earth for anything physics related, hit the pause button.
We literally use Earth rotation
and write it down. And then when you say, "Hey, I've isolated the variable right here, curve or rotation," then come back and show and tell.
Great. May I agree with the anti-globalist in telling Jordi that Jordi is projecting his denial of the not existing curvature in the observations and thus denying math and geometry, which doesn't work with. So he's projecting his denial.
Oh yeah, we found out he's a history denier, he's a science denier, he's a geometry denier, he's a math denier. Yeah, he got scared and
not only
afraid to talk simply
all
because
the globe hits are
said the wrong order of the first and second law of Newtonian physics.
My claim is that when you do your mental tools like lines, angles, and all this, you can do it in your mind. It's perfect. But in the real world, you cannot do that because the real world.
Oh my God! This will not. This will not
clear.
stop.
You don't get it.
Now I understand you, Crit. Why you are telling them they should go and live their life and forget flat Earth. They will never accept reality. Sorry for interrupting.
I mean, we can go over survey measurements and what's flatter, a pancake or Earth. You could demonstrate them, mini Manhattan, and show them the model using GIS in the UTM.
They will never concede. Concede.
Yeah, you could show them watershed maps of the Mississippi River Basin, all these things, and none of it they'll understand because they're already denying all of math, science, physics. They're in complete denial.
They are not willing. Because they are not willing. They are not willing to let go.
They won't even just try to isolate the variable. Be like, hey, go jump on the bike, ride your bike to the store, pick up, pour yourself a slushie, drink the motherfucker, ride your bike back home. Now isolate the variable for curve and rotation. At what point in any of that did you use the curve or rotation of the Earth?
What are you trying to say?
And just forget that the globe model which you bought in Walmart has written under it not to be used for educational purposes. Just forget that.
That's wild.
What are you saying? I didn't understand anything about what you said.
Oh, yeah, that's the point, right?
I enjoy your ignorance. I enjoy that we're talking at such a high level that you are completely clueless of what's being presented here.
That's the point, right? Is they use abbreviations and sophistry to kind of disguise and obfuscate their actual points, right? Because the whole point is they bring you into their corner and then beat you with experience, right? That's the whole goal of Around Earth.
Yeah, we said we don't want any part of their bullshit.
What does means isolate the variables?
Yeah, if I gotta explain it to you, you won't understand it.
Of course you will.
No, you can't explain because you're saying something that isn't real.
Pippo, let's say you're in the sea and you want to measure the amount of salt in the sea, yeah? If you want to isolate a variable, you'd have to isolate the amount of salt in the sea so you can measure it. It just means to get one thing of an aspect you're measuring and measure it in its own way, divorced from everything else.
Now, I know what isolate means, but it doesn't make any sense saying isolate the values of...
Yeah, it doesn't. You literally can't isolate the variable in that instance because you can't change the variables. It's a naturalistic experiment, not a lab-based one, so they're not really making much sense.
I don't understand if you are with me or against me.
I'm with you. Right? I think that's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're just
Yes, that's
confused on everything.
But I've got like probably 1 year plus of experience arguing with these people, so I'm pretty familiar with their techniques.
no, I get. You can say anything you want, but they will simply deny it, or we have these things that proves you wrong, or
no one asked you.
Projecting.
No one asked you.
You just got to learn.
Projection hour, I guess.
You got to
You
learn. the
guys
big
just
ones,
want to
right?
whine about flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
We want to go over evidence, right? I have countless amounts of evidence to present and go over in detail. Right? You guys
Present
have
us.
nothing to present.
No one
You guys
asked
have
you too.
absolutely nothing to present except.
Of course, I can. Okay, we can go over some of the old-fashioned ones, right? So, like the difference of the rotation of the stars in the northern and southern hemisphere, for example.
No,
How
no,
does that?
that's not the Earth. Okay, so what's a star? Are you claiming a star is in a space vacuum? Right. So you're going to have to
right. Okay, no, we don't need to demonstrate that at all, right? We know something. Right, we don't need to make any kind of materialistic claims about what a star is. We know there is something there emitting light, moving in a rotational upon a rotational axis. Right, on a flat plane, it is not possible for both sides. Right, if you're standing on each side of a flat plane, for the rotations to be different unless you're observing different phenomena. But given the star charts, we know they are the same phenomena. So on a flat,
what's going on, and no, you don't know exactly how the sky works. You're having to make assumptions. You're having to embed assumptions.
We're not. You're incorrect. Oh, no, you're incorrect. I made no assumptions. No. The assumptions are based on exactly what we're observing.
There could be more variables. There could be more variables that you haven't considered.
Okay. So can you explain any variable? Can you explain any variable that could possibly exist that would allow for the rotation of an object above or below a flat plane to have differential rotational axis? Because there's not one that's ever been observed. I can assure you that.
You could have 2 points of rotation, right? You could have reflections. There are people that have modeled this, right? I'm not saying these models are completely correct and there are no flaws, right? But they have people that have modeled exactly how we observe the sky in the north and the south, right? I'm not vouching for these models, but it can be modeled.
Can you link me any of the models that you personally think apply it well?
No, I'm not going. I can link them to you, right? But what you have to remember that I'm not vouching for them in entirety. I'm just saying that there could be variables that we haven't considered, right? And these models that other people have created do show interesting explanations, right? That have variables that aren't accounted
sure, but like
for
if I model the fact that I think you're an android, you can't really disprove that, right? Like we can just like that you can make. I can be like, we're actually none of us are real, right? You can't really disprove that. You can't really disprove that we're all in a simulation right now, right?
Yeah, holy shit, dude.
I don't know. We can just keep it real, right? We can keep it here on Earth, and we can test your globe, right? Because you have to have certain things that go along with the globe, like a geometric horizon, drop over distance. You can't validate any of those, and we have great evidence that debunks it.
So please show us.
Talk about the sky. You just want to talk about the sky. You guys always just want to talk about the sky. Never want to talk about the Earth. You have no practical demonstrations, right? You just have assumptions about the sky. The sky proves the shape of the ground.
The thing is, they claim to have data, and when we say we have data, no, our data is not all good. Their data is good. That's the whole discussion.
So you need to be able to validate that the data matches reality, right? And it doesn't. Tested it.
That's paying the question.
Can you unmute Brexit bot?
I didn't mute him. I'm unmuting someone I didn't mute.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's done for the day. He can talk if he knows if he's not in a simulation or not. If he's able to understand that he is in objective, observable reality, then
he was very respectful. He was very respectful. I don't know why you muted him.
Just told you why. Repeat it back to me. Why was he muted?
Sorry, Preet, I can talk to you at one moment. He was trying to do an example. He didn't believe.
Okay. Why was he muted? You don't. So do you know why he was muted or not?
No. I'm trying to.
Okay, we're trying to figure out if you're able to understand or comprehend anything at all. Anything at all. Are you able to comprehend even the basic understanding? If you can't, your time here is over. It's time to go do something else.
And you decide who has the minimum capacity, yeah? You decide who has the minimum capacity.
Do you know why someone was muted?
No, I have no the slightest idea because it was no way I could understand why.
You don't know why?
I don't know why. Please explain to me.
Just use that random. It was random.
Please explain me.
Yeah, it was random. Just go with that. It was completely random. You don't know why.
Okay, then that's not a good explanation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're using your worldview. Everything happens at random intervals without any form or function. So now that you know that people randomly get muted in this channel without any reason, it's just random. Do you want to be part of the channel?
I don't believe things are random, sorry.
I'm having difficulties in grasping the psyche of these people, really.
Just one question. In your case, do you know how big is the Earth? Or do you have any measurement made or anything, or any hypothesis about how big is it?
About how big the Earth is?
I'm asking if, according to your understanding, how big is the Earth? Do you have any hypothesis, or have you measured it, or anything?
No, I have no idea. There would be no way for me to test that.
So you cannot dismiss that it's infinitely large?
Absolutely not. I don't know. That's just me being brutally honest with you. I have no idea. I mean, I can only get so high. How big do we have any speculations on how big the Earth may be?
Jesus.
We don't even assume which shape the Earth has. We don't have an assumption that the Earth is a cube or a disk or a pyramid. So then the question is how irrelevant.
Yeah, we humans are inside looking out. Nobody has been outside.
We humans sometimes have to be humble enough to say we don't know something.
Correct.
There is something we don't know. You have the problem that you want to force us to lie and say that we know what the shape of the earth is, even when we don't know. Because you do that, because you are so arrogant, okay? This is the truth. You don't want to accept that we can live our lives without professing to this religion of the shape of the earth. We have to have a shape which we can worship.
No, the thing is, I just wanted to know if you...
I don't know what the shape of the earth is. And Chris will tell you the same thing.
I didn't ask about the shape. I asked how
we have found in early 2017 or 16 that the EA map doesn't work too. Okay, so we don't need you to tell us that. So that's why we say that we don't subscribe to a model. And then you come and tell us that the 24-hour in Antarctica bunks your flat Earth by assuming and trying to force us to accept that we subscribe to the AE model. But people tell you, Crit tells you, Heretic tells you, we don't have a model. And then you go in circle and repeat yourself that it is not working on your map. But we have just told you it is not our map. This is the problem with you. You just like somehow to show us that we are more inferior to you, and you are more intelligent than us. For example, Robert used the word. What did he use? Something like human, something like less intelligent, or I don't know. Some.
Look, I'm not pretending to look down at you. Sometimes I even ask the most basic questions I can imagine in order to help the conversation. That's, as you can see, I have asked some questions.
Yeah, but in English, but in English they say you are not walking the talk. That means it is not looking in your behavior and in the way you talk to us that you are really open-minded and respecting and trying to have a constructive conversation.
But I'm trying.
When you cannot look, it is very easy. Chris told you we don't want to look into the sky, and he was even bothered, and I understood it when I talked about a way and an observation, looking at the behavior of the sun, that it could debunk the globe. And then he shut me down. It's okay, because you know what? It is very. How can I call it? It is very dangerous. This is what you use. You always talk about the movements of the celestial bodies, but you always escape from the black swan of the flat earth, from the observation of the habitat rig oil at 9.4 miles and the horizon behind it. And there is this guy, Robert V. Utah. He tells us that we have falsified these videos. We faked these videos by using AI, because this is not possible. So he's conceding this is not possible. And most of you come and tell us refraction. Okay, why does refraction work there? And how could the refraction bring the horizon behind? I mean, behind. You can see it is behind. You can see the habitat rig oil is dipping in water. You think we are stupid? This is the problem. You are treating us as stupid people. This is very frustrating. Of course I will get angry. I told you, I don't want to brag of myself. I told you that the flat earthers showed me that they are more intelligent than me, although I studied civil engineering according to American specifications.
Okay. Yeah, Berserker, remember, don't get frustrated. We figured out that they do this shit on purpose. They play dumb.
Yeah, I know. This is what I'm saying. That's why I said.
Yeah.
That's why I said. That's why I said they are doing it in purpose. They are treating us as if we were stupid, as we are not seeing and perceiving that they are doing this in purpose. Because I don't believe one shit that he cannot see and perceive that the globe is dead when he sees the horizon behind the habitat rig oil. You stupid cunt.
Yeah, dude, hold on.
They're just don't worry about them. They're demanding and insisting that it must not be this simple.
They're
having a tantrum. Just let them do it.
Remember, they feel entitled. They have a high sense of entitlement. They have a high sense of ego, and they want you to play into that. And don't. Yeah, we already know what they're about. We got screenshots. Hold on.
Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry.
Hold on, DJ. Yeah. You're a little bit. I mean, Berserker. DJ showed. We've got screenshots of their echo chambers where they purposely stage and come up with scripts. They try to act dumb. They play soft games. They talk about dehumanizing. Their goal is to get you frustrated and angry. And you can watch this. Like, as soon as we kick them out of this channel, they go to the Christian channel, they go to the vegan channel, they do the same thing. This is their life is really to just act like an idiot online until people get angry at them, and then they giggle. And they find that funny. Their goal, like a scientist gave them, like engineers and scientists, gave them a device they can hold in the palm of their hand, that they can reach out and access people from all over the world, all different ideas, and to understand, to gain knowledge and understanding of others. And they just don't. They don't give a fuck. They literally don't give two shits about what other people have to say. Their only goal is to fluff their ego in some sort of like mental masturbation, get some gratification at getting you angry, and they think they've controlled you. Don't let them. As soon as they get boring, as soon as they get dumb, as soon as they can't figure out shit, just put them on mute, move on to the next idiot. As soon as they say they can't figure out if they're a brain in a vat or not, or if they're in a simulation, you tell them to isolate a variable. They don't know what that means. They ask why someone's muted. They can't figure out how someone would get muted. As soon as they come across something that you know they should know, and you can demonstrate they're just plain stupid, just flat out stupid, just move on to the next idiot. Their usefulness in this channel has run its course. They are unable to even articulate why they're so afraid of other people's ideas when they don't even know what they are. They don't even know what's being discussed here, and they are shit scared. He said so earlier. He said, I want to talk about Newton's laws. And you're like, okay, sure, let's do it. Since you just seemed dead set on doing it. DJ tried. And the guy said, I'm scared to talk about Newton's laws because DJ said number 1 and number 2 in the wrong order. See, the idea is to highlight the cognitive dissonance. He wants and doesn't want at exactly the same time. He has a hard break with reality. So the best thing to do is put him on mute, let him think about his life choices, and then decide if he really wants or if he really doesn't want. He's going to have to plant a flag on one of those two things. If he doesn't want, he'll just leave. He didn't get what he wanted, which was some kind of angry outburst by DJ. Or B, he'll have to decide that he actually wants to be here, and you'll have to try to understand something being presented, even if it's something as low as why someone was muted or not. They're not close. They're not close, dude. We see right through their bullshit.
Can we, Chris, can we agree on the fact that they already know that the globe is debunked and is destroyed?
Yeah, it's already in the back of their mind. See, if they really thought the Earth was a globe, they would move on. There's got plenty of stuff to do on the globe model.
Anti-globalists, do you want?
In their mind, they know that they can't demonstrate it. So what they want to pretend to do is really nothing is knowable. You gotta go into this idea that if Earth is a globe, I don't know if pineapple belongs on pizza or not. I don't know if I'm in a simulation. I don't know what a straight line is. I don't know why someone's muted. I don't know what an isolating a variable means. All this stuff is like suddenly now, nothing in the world is knowable.
If you think that's crazy, do you want to know something that you will really believe that we are fully crazy? Do you want to know about our world, some fact that...
No, you know why? You know why? Because you're not trustworthy. You're coming with evil intentions here. You are playing. You are trying to play psychological games, and we see through you. Because it is impossible that a grown man who claims to have studied science or whatever you have studied, it is not perceivable that logical thinking person, someone who claims to be a man of science, would not say, hey, why am I seeing the horizon behind 9.4 miles away rig of oil? This does not work with the geometry of the globe Earth. When you try to throw doubts on this observation, this shows me immediately, okay, I just have been trying to be friendly and polite, but I love the way how it comes to the point. You are disgusting, dishonest, disingenuous person. Did you understand that? This is my opinion of you. So anything what you would be saying will not be perceived by me with respect. You are for me a lying person who will never stop lying because you are in denial. You are the one who is denying geometry and math and reality and empirical observation, and you are projecting that to anti-globalist, where he immediately said, he said, he wanted to say, no, mate, you are the one actually who is doing it. Then I think Chris jumped in and interrupted him. No, it is impossible. It is impossible. No, the first law of Newton had nothing to do with the observation of the black swan. The reflection has also nothing to do. Okay, it is not working. You will not be able to make us doubt this observation. Is that okay? Did you get the, how do you say, the message? Okay, so your psyop is not working.
I'm trying to
I
talk to
understand you are
anti-globalists.
very frustrated. You are clinging to your globe and you cannot let go. And you are perceiving us as raiders who are taking this imaginary ball from you. You are very angry at us. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. Are you ashamed? Are you ashamed to admit that you have been lied to? I mean, doesn't feel better when I have been lied to, and one day I wake up and I say, no, I have seen and recognized that I was lied to. So I was able to wake up and prevent the lie to go with me into my grave. So I recognize the truth. So what is it? This is very stupid. Even you are evil person, stick, and you are trying to waste our time, and you are trying to invoke doubt in our perception of the empirical observation of the horizon behind the habitat rig oil, or there you have some reason which cannot be explained with logical behavior of a logical human being. And I have been with people who are psychologically ill. There are also people who are literally ill in the brain, and their brain doesn't work anymore logically.
And some of that happens from drinking mercury and heavy metals like Newton.
Okay, I will mute myself. You can take over, Chris.
No, Newton. I said Newton, not Muton.
Yeah, Newton. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Hey, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Okay, the main reason, okay, we stay away from pronouns and stuff is because gender issues is not a topic of the channel, okay? So just stay focused on the Earth. Just the Earth, okay? Don't worry about how people identify or what their sexuality is. you've got other channels to talk about that stuff. You don't.
Yeah, but
need
I'm
that.
here to police people's language. That's my whole bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In this channel, we do not discuss gender identity. Okay, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there are many girls who want to talk to me.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, yeah, we human beings are inside looking out. Nobody has been outside enclosure, yeah, looking in, taking a picture of the whole Earth, seeing what it looks like, and then say to somebody, yeah, this is what the whole Earth looks like. This is stupid because nobody has been outside because the gas law. There's a container, yeah. There's a barrier. Nobody's been outside, yeah, or broken through or punched a hole through the container and taken a picture of the whole Earth. So when somebody says, present to us a model, yeah, we can't present you this model because nobody's been outside and seen the whole Earth or what it looks like. So we're being honest to you when we say to you, we don't have a model. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I think it's best to be honest with people, and do you know what I mean? With somebody who's smarter, yeah, will catch a line, and it's embarrassing. So it's better to be honest with people.
I agree with you. I mean, I've been honest a couple of times on this channel since I have been here, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and once or twice I told a couple of mods that I don't say anymore that I subscribe to the AE map, but it's very difficult to me to let go completely because do you remember Crit? Can you hear?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you remember the Earth null skull site? Do you know it?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
The Earth null skull, the Earth null school, is a site where they had all kinds of maps and they used the data of the wind current, temperature current, pressure current, etc. to project into graphic animation on a map. And on the AE map, all the currents, the temperature current, the pressure currents, the wind currents, they were going in a perfect circle around. These were the official data. Then it was removed. The AE map was removed, and Jared, when he was almost a real flat earther, he wrote to them, told them, why did you put it away, put the AE map? And they said, this is only a glitch. It will be back in a week. And it never came back. So I've been honest. I have said also on this channel, I'm saying it again. It is very difficult because the AE map was working not perfect because also Flat Earth Asshole also pointed out very early that the day-night data was not working, that the sun was coming. So it is very good, the best what we have. But I stopped subscribing to it because I understood why you flat earthers here. I don't mean sorry because my mother language is not English, so I didn't mean that I'm not flat earther. That's why. That's when I understood why you refuse to subscribe, because then we are vulnerable to attacks from point where we have weaknesses in this map. Because honestly, we don't know if it's
no, it's good. Berserker. It's really good to use. Okay, it's good to this be some insider baseball. It's always good to answer a globalist question with the AE projection. And why that is, because if they accept it, you can say, okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth. Because that's what they think Flat Earth is. If they reject it, then you show them that the AE projection is a globe map. that was projected flat from looking above down, and it used math. So after they reject it, you can then ask them, do you reject the globe or did you reject the math? Which one?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have noticed. I have noticed in the last 2 weeks this tactic.
So it's like the ultimate trap card. You see that what they'll demonstrate is they will argue against their own model.
Yeah,
What they're doing here is they'll come in here and they just want to debunk something. Give it to them. Give them the globe and watch them argue against it. They'll argue against their own idea if you say it.
Yeah,
you've got this idea, this deficiency that flat earthers are always wrong. You have to be wrong because their worldview is based on the Dunning-Kruger effect. They think they're right because they think they're better than you. This illusionary superiority. And the more wrong they think you are, the more right they think they are. So just what you can do is you can use that to demonstrate how wrong they are. Because you switch it up and present them some bullshit and watch them argue against it.
Yeah, great. Sorry for interrupting. I remember now what Robert V. Utah said yesterday or a couple of days ago. He used the term less advanced people or human beings in describing us, flat earthers. I mean, look at the mentality. Less
you'll see that too. A lot of these guys are neo-Nazis. They're just afraid to admit it. They'll call you Flurman. They'll straight up call you a Flurman, a flat earth vermin. You'd say, certainly, what type of group of people dehumanize the other based solely on wrongthink? There's only
That's
one.
what I meant. That's what I meant. This term, less advanced human beings, showed that this was the most polite way to show his disgust for the flat earthers. Who always tries to sound very, very friendly, very, Robert from Utah.
No, Robert, he's not saying that. No, when he says less advanced, he's talking about like big ideas versus small ideas. I think Robert's taken wrong a lot of his, my take anyway. I got a soft spot for Robert. I think he's taken some of his stuff he says sounds problematic, but it's really normal. It's kind of like
you mean he's a bit too naive.
No, what he's thinking is that we're just one step away of becoming a utopia. He's just got to convince one flat earther that the Earth is a globe, and suddenly we'll have a league of interplanetary League of Nations or whatever. Like we'll literally be in Star Trek. We're just one flat earther away from getting there. So he's kind of
I get what you mean. The interplanetary federation.
Little does he know he's actually right. What he's doing. He flaunts his credentials and he makes terrible arguments. And then I've even had globe earthers messaging me that have been on the fence for a long time. And is this guy serious? Right? This guy's not making any sense. This guy's making ridiculous arguments. Like what's going on? Claiming to have these credentials. Right? And he's calling all of the footage that you guys are presenting CGI fakery. Right? And on top of that, I don't think he's recruiting anyone for the globe. If not, if he's probably making more flat earthers. The way he acts in here.
Yeah, anti-globalist. That's why either yesterday or 2 days ago, I told the the people in the chat the most, I told them this guy sounds like a troll, a flat earther who is trying to make the globe sound ridiculous. So is he a flat earther or is he really glober? I mean, it didn't make sense what he's saying. So for a moment, I thought and I said, I get the feeling this guy is a flat earther and trying to make the globe look more ridiculous as it's already is. So this is what you mean, that globers on the fence contacted you and asked you, what is this guy talking, right? That is what you are meaning.
Yeah, he's also right. He double speaks, or you could call it lying. I would call it lying, right? Because he says that the observations that we're showing him are impossible on a globe, so they have to have been. Yeah, and then in the next sentence, I will
remember you mentioned that you mentioned this a couple of hours ago, and when you told him, "What if we prove that these observations were not fake?" Then you would accept the Earth being flat, or you will accept the globe being debunked. And he said no. I remember you mentioned this, right?
Yeah, I didn't even make him have to debunk, like, say, the globe's being debunked. I said, would you admit that this could be a problem for the globe? He said, no. He didn't even, like, think about it. He's like, no.
Yeah. Like, that was the language you used.
Yeah.
Because you meant first, this is double speaking. First, he said that this is not possible, this is impossible on the globe. Thus, these shootings and videos must be fake or CGI. And that would lead to the logical deduction that if these videos and shootings were not fake, then this should be a problem for the globe. And his answer was no. Yeah, that is double speaking.
I've had some good conversations with Utah Robert off channel, one-on-one, and he's changed quite a bit since the first day he joined. Like, I'm not going to show screenshots or anything, but yesterday he got banned because he said flat earthers faked the quotes from Michio Kaku, and I had to do a deep dive and get the full context, the full video, the full YouTube. So then eventually it had to be where he couldn't run anymore. It was like either all these other YouTube channels were all in on it. They were all secret flat earthers, all posting the same video with the same modifications to misquote Michio Kaku, or the flat earthers posted what he said correctly the first time. So that once he got there, he's like, yeah, okay, he did say that. Then he decided what he actually meant, and then he tried to sort of mansplain the concept. And I'm like, don't tell me, okay? I know what he said. It's plain English. He's a scientific communicator. Why don't you contact Michio Kaku and tell him why he's wrong? I go, spoiler, he's just going to block you. He doesn't give a shit what you have to say. No fucks given. These scientific communicators, they do not want to listen to anyone other than their own voice.
Exactly.
And that should be something. That should be a wake-up call. It should be like, hey, these scientific communicators, are they really about communication or are they about preaching? Should be a key. It should be a point of insight that they are not going to listen to you. Why the fuck are you listening to them? The reason why we use them as flat earthers is because it highlights that the globalists will deny the expert. We were told from the beginning that flat earthers, you deny the experts. So we're like, certainly, let's go look at what the experts say and parse it out. Now, who is denying the experts? Me or you? Because you'll be quick Just throw Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, Chris Hadfield, Scott Kelly. You'll throw all these people under the bus as soon as they say something you just slightly disagree with. You, the globalist, denies the expert, not me. I've embraced what they said because it's fucking hilarious. It's pure infotainment. They think
mate,
they're smart.
I have to be honest, and I'm not. Okay, thank you. I have to be honest, and I'm not afraid to say that, man, I mean, most of the time I just sit here since 2 weeks because 2 weeks ago I accidentally found the Helioskeptic channel on Rumble, and the Helioskeptic channel led me to this because it was written in the video in the bottom that the Helioskeptic channel has 24/7 stream. So I'm only 2 weeks here, since 2 weeks, and most of the time I listen because, as you recognize, I hesitate because I always fear that I will not be able to translate my ideas from one language to the English language because the English language is not my mother language. I speak actually German. Nevertheless, it slows me down. So that's why most of the time I let you guys do the work because you're doing great work. But most of the time I get frustrated, and I'm not afraid and not arrogant to say I get angry when I hear how patient you guys are and keep calm, even though it is clear that the other side, as you said, is not with good intentions here. Everyone can see that the globe is dead and destroyed. We see the horizon behind the habitat rig. It's finished, but they try to weasel themselves out of it, and most of the time they digress the discussion into how do you explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? How do you explain the cross star? I don't know how is it called in the South Pole. Yeah, do you mean then they claim that we claim there is a dome, and they refuse to understand, even when we know that they understand what we mean when we say, no, we don't claim there is any kind of dome, but it is, but a container is an antecedent for the air pressure. We live in air pressure, so it must be an enclosed. And so that I will put it in a short form, as I told Geordie Voyager, he lost every respect in my eyes. I told him he is disgusting, dishonest, and disingenuous person because I saw through him. It will not help anyway. Whatever empirical observations and evidence we will put forth for him, he does just not want to admit and concede. He will not, and this is all the globers are like that. There is no, how do you call it? I can't find the English words. There's no exception. They will not, because they don't want to concede that they cannot show the curve. Where is the curve? Where is the curve? He has to talk about the first law or the second law of Newton. What does the first law or the second law contribute to the question, what is the shape of the earth? But it would not help, because if I will direct the question now to Geordie, he will digress into another fantastical story. It's always bringing us away from the question, why do we see the horizon behind the habitat's rig oil, which is the habitat is dipping in the water at a distance of 9.4 miles, and we can see the horizon behind it with a camera which has the height of 1 feet. No, we will have to explain to him what the first law. I don't give a shit what the first law of Newton is. Great, that was nice. Go to the incel forum. The forum of incels who play with dolls. I didn't know that, Chris. Are you here, Chris?
The Newton lore is fucking hilarious. I mean, you look up that character and you're like, this can't be real. I mean, this is some sort of like character assassination.
Man, I didn't know that until today. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, when you look up some of these people, and you're like, huh. They try to explain it in a way that he's such a super genius that he just couldn't connect with women. You're like, okay, that makes sense, but why the fuck did he play with dolls then?
And Einstein, he was a pervert too, right? I think he had sex with his cousin, and he was married to another.
Yeah, Einstein's marriage was relative.
Yeah, like his theory of relativity. Oh man! And sometimes it's funny. Most of the time, it's frustrating, and it makes me angry because I can see through these guys that they are not coming with good intentions to accept the truth. But it's also funny. It's also funny because sometimes they make such a fool of themselves. It's unbelievable. People, Franco and Jordi Voyager, they are hoping in the chat box. People is muted.
Yeah, hey Berserker. Just want to say hey. I'm digging what you just said. Nice to meet you, brother. It is fairly frustrating. I think a lot of us in here have just been through this for so long. Yeah, we've been through this for so long now that actually it is frustrating, but we don't let it get to us anymore. You know, it's just not working.
I told Crit I've been flat earther since 2015 or 16. But as I explained, because I'm not that good I cannot cope in English, so I just prefer to listen and most of the time. But sometimes I like to jump and just express my frustration because this is, Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead. I have been talking all the time, so I would be happy to hear.
Oh no, I actually spoke up to encourage you and let you know that we are listening, and I'm enjoying listening to you. And I agree, it is frustrating. Yeah, but one thing I would say is, I'm beginning to think. I used to think the same as you. They're disingenuous. They know what they're doing, and they're trying to save face. But actually, now I'm starting to become convinced that what Tesla said was very relevant. That relativity is a mathematical garb, and it dazzles and blinds the educated man into thinking it is something of value when actually it's nothing. And that relativity argument allows them to suspend reality. So I think this is a belief in relativity, and once you have that, then you are able to sort of move the goalposts and hold two positions at once, and you're justified. So I think it's a belief in relativity. That's my personal thoughts.
Could be, yeah. I will not claim that I'm sure that they are disingenuous and dishonest, and I can only say that that was the perception that I had at that moment when I spoke. Because it is very frustrating, as you say. I mean, how could someone, a person who can think logically and who claims to be a man of science, if he studied science or he just educated himself in there, how could he explain away that we are not allowed to ask why the horizon is appearing behind the habitat rig oil just because of refraction? But I might be wrong. Maybe they are really misled. I can imagine. It's possible what you said. When someone accepts the theory of relativity, which means that it's the same if you say that the airplane flew to the airport, you can also say the airport came to the airplane.
Right. Yeah.
So then it is possible that this messes with their brain and with their logic, that they would be able then to suspend this empirical solid reality that sometimes the rock cannot fly into your hand. Rather, you are the one who bends himself and takes the rock in the hand.
Yeah, and then couple that with the fact that we do get arseholes. So you know, an arsehole comes in with this pre-assumption that relativity allows them to suspend reality, so it must be the most likely option. They then come in with an arsehole attitude, you know, a bit condescending, a bit arrogant, and it goes two ways. We either get pissed off with them, or we just find them absolutely hilarious, you know, because it is funny when you start seeing these patterns, you know. It's good fun sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Sometimes it's good fun. Maybe more times it's frustrating, but sometimes it's very funny. Yeah. And I have noticed that angered me too. There is a big percentage. I would not like to say a lot of them, but maybe 30% or 25%. They come with this unserious tone in their voice, giggling, gaggling, and then laughing, and then claiming that we flat earthers don't understand. And when one of the mods elaborates and puts a nice formulated question and they are not able to debunk or answer, and then they laugh and they say, I don't care. I mean, we know. Who are you? We know the scientists said so. So, guys, we have all these photos from space, and this kind of with laughter, and I mean, I thought they are coming with a serious, with serious.
But that laughter is nerves, though. That laughter is not confidence. Confidence comes with a bit of a quiet attitude. You know, somebody's just quiet, calm.
Exactly.
Says what you know. Speak very clearly in short sentences, and you know you don't get nervous. But I've noticed the more somebody is lying, or the more somebody is unsure of what they're saying, that's accompanied with all this ego and you know, an attitude, and I think that's a sign normally of insecurity. But you have to see it a few times to recognize it, you know.
Excuse me, I smoke a lot.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Yeah, please continue.
It's just a shame, isn't it? I just find it a shame because I just think these guys. I used to think that, you know, enough logic could wake anybody up. I don't know if I believe that now. I believe some people are logically, you know, logic is their kryptonite, because relativity. Because think about it, how can you base your worldview in logic if relativity is part of your worldview? Think about that deeply. There's going to be inconsistency in your, your ability to stay logical.
Yeah, that's why I said, actually, I mean, I don't want to mention this, but I would like to mention it as a compliment. I mean, that's why I told Jordi, look, I studied civil engineering according to the American specifications. And then I thought I could debunk the Flat Earthers 2015, and I saw that the Flat Earthers are more intelligent than me because they had the critical thinking. So where did we come from? You were talking about the relativity, yeah, and only then I started to think critically. I mean, when you think objectively, the whole relativity does not make sense. It's then when you realize that it is not making sense. So, what was the intention of Einstein? What didn't the other guys realize that this doesn't work? This does not make sense. You cannot say that the airport is coming to the. This is not reality. Then I have to say that now I realize it's a kind of mockery. I mean, sometimes you have to admit that they are coming with evil intentions and trying to mock us. If we fall for it, then, as they say, if you are so stupid to fall in it, then it's on you, right? I mean, it is a mockery, right? The relativity thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think what Tesla said was bang on, and I like to simplify it. I really think that's the problem with people. People think that they can basically that their senses is no longer trustworthy. The natural world is no longer.
I think you're cutting.
I'm cutting out a lot. But yeah, you get my drift. Like they're using it to go and debunk nature and what we find in reality, and I think that takes religion or belief. So
Yeah.
Religion, isn't it? Yeah.
You're right. They love this kind of don't believe your eyes. Your eyes are tricking you. Listen to us. You are not seeing the horizon behind it. It's just an illusion.
Yeah, the NPC robots are controlled by media, computer, television. You could say the Matrix also.
Yeah.
See, the problem is with a lot of this is like they don't even know they can't even define the horizon. So we can sit there and discuss with them and argue whether the horizon is behind the oil rig or not. But like, if they really knew the argument, or they'd understood, or they'd been in the argument, the conversation for long enough, then they would know that the horizon.
You're cutting again.
Sorry, brother. I don't know what. I need to restart my phone. But yeah, I was just going to say they can't define the horizon, and that's where I'm starting to get arguments that we could just debunk. They don't even know how to define the horizon, because once they do define the horizon, then the geometric curve's already debunked.
Yeah, that's why they shift the goal. They shift the goal then, and they claim there are three horizons. Yeah, I heard enough. You were cutting, but I tried to listen. I heard enough. Yeah, you talked about the horizon, and they are not even able to define the horizon. Yeah, and when they realize they cannot debunk it, then they shift the goal and then invent invent a lie that there are 3 horizons. What the hell?
It's like this 24/7 sun thing. Do you know what? I'm going to restart before I say anything else. Bear with me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Chris, are you here?
it's like this 24-hour sun. It's hilarious that people think they can go from flat Earth. Sorry, yeah, go from flat Earth to the heliocentric. That's an absolute joke. If you're making your decisions based on sky observations, you've missed the point.
Exactly.
Sorry, Crit, I interrupted you there, mate.
No, he just asked if I was here. I said yes.
No problem. Mate. But I have to be honest. I think you are still, your mic is still cutting. I assume you are using a Bluetooth headset, Roots.
Yeah, it's my wireless headphones. I think I need to restart Discord. Yep, I'll do that.
Don't you have a cable headset?
Yeah, I do, but I'm on my work laptop and I don't have Discord on the work laptop at the minute.
Oh, that's difficult. Yeah, I understand. I also use only Bluetooth headsets. I have a lot of them, 4, I think. But sometimes when things mess, I use a cable headset. But that would be difficult on a notebook, on a laptop.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, Crit, before. Yeah, Roots is here. Can you hear me, Roots?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm in Roots. Can you hear me, Roots?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hopefully, I don't.
Okay, mate. Before you go, I would just like to thank you for your compliment that you understand my frustration. It is still encouraging to hear words like this from you, that you also made through this phase where you were frustrated from them. So thanks for the.
Yeah, of course, brother. Yeah, I fully, we need to remind each other just how tough it is being going again.
Yeah.
Time frustrating, but it just comes with the part and parcel of being different, right? I don't even care anymore. No, we have no right to push our worldview just like they don't. So if somebody's not interested, not my problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about rights or having the right or not. It's about I cannot help you if you don't accept help and you don't realize that you need help, or if I would not realize that I need help, then you also would not be able to help me, even if you are willing and trying your best and not giving up. It will not work. So if I'm not accepting reality, you will not be able to change it. So I can see that if they don't want to accept reality and they just have their reasons, maybe at the beginning I will try to understand what their reasons are, why they are denying reality and geometry and science, and math and then projecting it to us or to anti-globalists. And then there comes the time when I realize, or you realize, yeah, that as much as we care, maybe there are people whom you cannot help. It's a fact. I should accept it.
Yeah, especially with it, because we're not dealing with logical people, we're dealing with belief. Now, remember, the flat earthers, we're the different, we're not the average person. So you're dealing with either very intelligent people or very inquisitive people, or pattern people who are good with pattern recognition. But somewhere down the line, the flat earther is not the average person. But the glober is the average person. And just imagine how dumb the average person really is. Do you know what I mean? And then half of them are dumber than that. So, as much as we keep hearing it's the flat earthers who are stupid, it's, in reality, the globers are very dumb, and they do come in and they say some ridiculous things, and that's why we get a lot of globers who hang around, and they're usually the more intelligent types who are like, yeah, these globers are embarrassing. We want to hang around just to sort of put them straight.
Exactly, embarrassing. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure you have noticed. I'm sure most of the flat earthers have noticed. For example, many of them come, some of them even with giggling and laughing, making fun. I have come here to make fun of you, flat earthers, for your cult belief. Okay? So they project to us that we believe in something. And in the same breath, within a minute or two, they use very often the word belief in gravity. Don't you believe in gravity? They even don't notice it, that they are confessing that it is a belief of them, either of gravity or of the spherical Earth.
Well, think about this way: they're really out in left field. Their goal is to mock someone or make fun of someone. They don't even know what flat Earth is. They're not even over the target yet. If they really wanted to have some of their mockery or jokes land, they would at least figure out what flat Earth is first.
I agree.
That way,
they don't care.
When they try to crack wise, at least they'd be over the target. They're out there in left field, thinking they're like in the right spot. It's like, dude, you're mocking your own version of flat Earth that no one cares about.
I agree with you 100%. They not only don't know what flat Earth is, they even don't know their own model. The flat earthers know the heliocentric model much better than the globers. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Sad
I'm sure
but
you
true.
know what I mean.
Yeah, it's sad but true. Yeah.
Okay,
We're all
now that I'm unmuted, I can finally talk. Thank you. Berserker, I think what you said, it's true.
Poor guy. Quit. Did you? That was quit.
Yeah, he fucked up already. He could always talk. He just couldn't talk here. I just got done explaining this exact concept to him, and he brain farted it. It went in one ear and out the other. You can talk. If you want to talk, you can't talk here.
Sorry for interrupting. I can see. I just like to tell you why I agree with you. I mean, I wouldn't have done it, but you're right. Now I notice. I mean, you have muted him several times, and still he comes, and he didn't realize. I would appreciate if he starts talking about the habitat, rig oil, and the horizon behind it. And yeah, now when I look back, what he was trying to say is that I perceive that you were right in muting him again. because he sounded like, again, he was trying to brainwash me that he's much more advanced human being as I am, than I am, or he's more, and that I am not understanding and perceiving and accepting reality because I'm flat earther. That was what he was trying to do.
Well, we could test this like right now. So let's see if he'll get the concept. Do you
he will
want
not get
to
it.
talk-
Yeah, you can unmute him and let's see if he will talk about the Black Swan. He will not talk
Okay,
about
so
it.
you want to talk to him if he'll talk about what you want to talk about.
No, I want to see what he will start with.
Yeah.
Let's see what he. I mean,
If he doesn't talk about what you want to talk about, do you want to talk to him?
Actually, no.
Okay. So now he'll know if nobody wants to talk to him, then why is he trying to talk? That's
What are we talking about?
Flat Earth.
People.
Oh, we're live on YouTube. I think you might not want to broadcast. And also, too, it limits the room to 25.
Oh.
All right, so there you go, Filippo. Are you going to address what Berserker said? Then he wants to talk to you. If you don't, and you go on some random tangent that has nothing to do with the channel or what he talked about, then he doesn't want to talk to you. He's the only person in the channel right now who wants to talk to you. He's all you got.
Oh, mi avete smutato un'altra volta, dai. Now I can talk again. Thank you. I was trying to say just a little thing that Berserker was right at a certain point because he said that some people that tries to debunk flat earths wants just to joke around them, but maybe there's someone that just want to get a conversation, a kind of debate, just like I'm trying to do. So basically, I was trying to say English only. I'm speaking English only. You best.
Yeah, the text chat. You flooded the text chat with stuff no one knows what it is.
It was Italian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It could have been all kinds of weird incel, mercury drinking, crazy crap.
No, it was my fault. Sorry, guys. It was my fault who started speaking Italian to the guys. So it's my. But we didn't say anything wrong.
Yeah, I know. I could have looked it up, but I didn't really care. So this isn't our rule. This is a rule of the server. This server has.
May I say something, Chris?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make clear. I didn't mean I like to talk with people in the way that I would enjoy talking. No, I meant that you can perceive his dishonesty because after muting him several times, you should have recognized that we want to talk about empirical observations or observations which have nothing to do with the movement of the celestial bodies. So that didn't mean that I enjoyed talking with him because as you see, he's going in circles again. So I'm not the one, because you mentioned that I'm the only one that is willing to talk to him because you meant none of the other flat earthers wants to talk with him. I just wanted to make clear that I made that description that he didn't realize it. I wanted to say that he is not even socially intelligent enough to realize I'm not conversing with these people about the subjects which interest them. I mean, if you are looking for a hot girl, I mean, you always try to invoke her interest by talking about things which she likes to talk. So you will have to try to understand how she thinks. You understand what I mean? I mean, even being so
Okay, that makes sense, but
low level.
talking if someone.
Okay, now he's telling me that I'm not making sense. Okay, you see, this is what I mean.
Ho detto makes sense, puttana Eva. Ascolta, no? Makes. It makes sense.
So great. Okay, before you
Yeah, he
mute
said,
him,
okay,
great.
be careful. You got
Okay,
Sometimes,
before
hold on.
you mute him, before
I'm not going
before
to
you
mute
mute
him.
him,
Listen,
I just want
I'm
to
not
say,
going to mute him.
look,
I'm not going to mute. Listen, you got like there's a communication barrier. He said it does make sense that you basically to paraphrase what he said. He wants to talk to you, and he's willing to talk about a topic that you also want to talk about. You misheard him. He didn't say.
I was saying it does make sense because if you talk to someone and expect that someone wants to talk to you, you have to talk to something that interests each other. But if we were talking about a topic and then I got muted and you talk about something else, I can't even relate or debate something. You were right.
okay, let's make it simple. People, Franco, I don't know how should I call you? Okay, Franco, I will just call you Franco. Mamma mia, let's make it simple and please explain to us, the less intelligent flat earthers, how is it possible to see the horizon? And please don't insult our intelligence by saying that refraction elevates the horizon. No, we are not that dumb.
Oh, okay. I don't have any way to answer you because that's the counter experiment that we can do. So that refraction makes the horizon longer in a certain way, so that you can see above and behind the horizon.
I think Crit would say, I would take that as a concession. You said you cannot explain it without refraction. And the explanation of the refraction is a lie. We know that because we are not.
I can't because I'm a high school student. I don't know anything more than that.
1 second, Pippo. Okay, so if you can see behind the horizon, how come we can't see anything behind the horizon in the observation that we presented? There's nothing behind the horizon.
Who is that anti-globalist, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. We can see behind the horizon. What's behind the horizon?
Look, that's what I'm trying to say.
Everything's in front of the horizon.
Look, anti-globalist, Crit, and people, listen to this. People is claiming that the horizon, which looks like behind the habitat rig oil, is actually in front of the habitat oil. I mean, does the horizon have AI integrated in itself and differentiates between shoving the horizon 10 miles backwards and leaving the habitat? Why doesn't the habitat? I think that is what anti-globalists meant. Why doesn't the habitat look behind the horizon? That's what I meant a couple of hours ago when I said, but we can see how the heat or the columns on which the habitat is standing is dipping in water, and we can see that water. So can you please, Franco, explain to us why don't we see anything behind the horizon?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Who's that?
It is Yapindos.
Okay,
Hello.
we were asking people because Crit unmuted him so that he can finally perceive his final chance.
Who are we looking for answers from?
People Franco.
Pippo, but like, look, in his defense, he already did admit that he doesn't have an explanation for it, but he assumes that someone else would. So he said that he would have to go and do extensive research to try to find that person is, what the reasoning is. Yeah.
Oh, so he has no idea what he's talking about.
No.
But anti-globalist, I have to apologize to you. I interrupted you because your question was very interesting, and I would like to hear the answer of Franco. Can you repeat your question? Why don't we see anything behind the horizon? Can you?
But I don't fully understand what you said. But I think what you're saying is that the horizon that we have behind us, in front of us, it's the real horizon of a flat Earth. If the Earth is flat.
Again, I apologize. I have to interrupt you because I want to make a point. Do you notice how often? Do you notice how often the globe believers use words without thinking about it? Words like "I think," "I believe," "I think," "I believe," and we flat earthers try our best to avoid words like "I think," "I believe," and use words like "I see," "I perceive," "I can recognize."
But
I just wanted to mention that.
Okay. That.
And I'm sure you will repeat it again within 20 seconds. Think and believe.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, if the horizon that we see in front of us is the horizon of the flat Earth, then why we can move towards the horizon and get another perspective or something that behind it, like it's a globe.
Horizon is just an apparent location, and it will move if you move. It will also appear to move as the weather conditions fluctuate.
I don't know if I understand correctly. You said that horizon is the actual horizon. At least that's what Berserker said.
Yeah, but the actual horizon is just, right? An actual horizon is just a straight line between convergence points due to perspective, and it's altered by the atmospheric conditions, which is why we call it the apparent location the sky and the ground meet. That's the official definition of what a horizon is.
Okay, and we agree, but he's saying if the Earth is flat, then the horizon that we see is the horizon of flat Earth.
No, we don't. Okay, so we have a problem because if you have a globe, then you must have a horizon that is geometric. Right? The horizon that the boats go over, geometric, physical, leading edge of a sphere Earth, ending on the height of the observer. If the observer doesn't change altitude, then the geometric horizon cannot move. Right? Sure, we have weather conditions that can alter the way we see things.
Okay.
There is no type.
We already said. But
yeah. This is the problem that you're left with, right?
If the
you
Earth
can see
flat,
too far. What about it?
If the Earth is flat, we can see all across the surface. Or
no, we cannot see. We cannot see to Italy. We cannot see to China. Look. Haven't you ever been in a long corridor in a hotel? Imagine you standing in a hotel in a long corridor, and then you have the first light above your head, and the second light is fixed to the same ceiling, but it looks lower. Does it mean that the ceiling is lower, 2 feet ahead of you? And then it converges, and if the corridor is too long, let's say 2 miles or 3 miles, then it could converge and look like as if it is vanishing, and it is in a closed corridor. But when you walk, then the point where you think the corridor is finished, it will zoom out and it will become bigger.
Okay. So
do you understand that? This is perspective. This is what he's trying to tell you. It is the line where the sky meets the land or earth or the sea. That is the horizon, and it is because of perspective.
Yes, because parallel lines meets.
You are Italian. Sorry, you are Italian, and you must have respect for Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci, right? And I also tried always to sketch and draw. I was good in drawing anime figures, but I was never good to be able to draw as good as a big artist. Picasso is not an artist. This is not real expression of the world. But you will always have to start with perspective when you like to draw like Michelangelo. That means you will draw a horizontal line, and in the middle you will draw a vertical line, and the point where these two points meet, not parallel. One horizontal line, and then in the middle one vertical line, and the point where they cross, you will start to draw rays, and this will produce the perspective lines for you. And then you will start to sketch the buildings, and if someone is closer to your eye in the image, you will draw him bigger, and the other guy behind him, you will draw him smaller. How would you know how small you would draw that guy? Where he is standing according to the lines which are converging in the middle of the paper. So if you have never drawn, then you would not know that. This is perspective. That does not mean that behind that converging line there is no world and no land. So you cannot see, even if you will have clear air and no moisture, you will not be able to see endlessly. If you cannot understand this, then we cannot force you to accept reality. This is
let him
actually
respond. Let him respond to all that, because I don't think let's see if any of that sunk in.
I don't think so.
I don't fully understand what you said, but
were you listening?
Yes, I was listening, but my English is not very good.
Okay, what parts didn't you understand?
I understand the part where he talked about the fact that if it's flat, then you don't see all over to the horizon, the true horizon. And okay, it's true because of perspective. And then he talked about a corridor with the lights.
Okay, where is the true horizon?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, what is this true horizon you speak of that you don't see to?
I don't know. You have to explain to me.
Oh, I don't. You brought it up.
I'm not a flat earther. You have to explain to me what the real horizon is.
You're the one using the term true horizon, bro.
I was.
Yeah, he's missed the point.
You don't see the true horizon. What does that mean?
The border of the flat earth.
No, that's not
law.
What works. Let me try to explain it one more time.
Yeah.
Okay, so a horizon line is a straight line between vanishing points, right?
Oh,
think of a... Huh?
I understand that. The point.
Yeah.
So it's not a physical location. Are you aware that the horizon is not a physical location?
Yes.
Completely optical.
We were talking about the true horizon. So
what's a true horizon? Is the true horizon a physical location?
So you think flat Earth is infinite?
No, don't answer my question with a question. I'm asking you, we've just established what the horizon is, a non-physical optical location. Then you go, yeah, I understand that, but I'm talking about the true horizon. So what's the true horizon? Is that a physical location?
I intended the true horizon as a physical location, not because of the definition, but because I was trying to explain it. The physical location, which is the border of flat Earth. So
No. Stop.
No.
We have just defined the horizon as a line where the sky. No, shut up. Shut up a second. You don't understand, so why are you talking? This is the problem with you Globers. You just want to talk and you don't understand things. We've already defined what the horizon is.
I told you I understand.
Pippo,
I'm trying to
Pippo, then
explain
listen before I have to mute you. Pippo, the horizon is not a physical location. Okay, so now you've invoked a new horizon called the true horizon, and now you are claiming that the horizon is a physical location. So, if you're claiming that the true horizon is a physical location, we're going to have to talk about how you've established or proven that there is a physical location where the Earth is curving behind it, because that's supposed to be at about 3 miles away for the average height of the average man. And we do not see a physical location on any day or any kind of physical block that stops us from seeing further than that 8 inch per mile squared. So you can't just say that I'm talking about the true horizon. You need to recognize that you don't have a true horizon. You have to prove that first.
Okay, I can explain now my point of view. I was trying to explain with words, simple words, because I'm bad at English. The true horizon, I intended to say the border of flat Earth. Because if the Earth is flat, it has to finish at some point.
Yeah, guys, I can help you. Franco, I can help you. Guys, didn't you realize what he thinks? He is saying, so this is his imagination, that on the flat Earth, the horizon could only be the so-called previously believed ice wall, right? People?
Oh no! This is what he's saying,
Yeah,
right?
this is what he's saying. No, he's saying the border. He is saying the border of the flat Earth. What do you mean with the border of the flat Earth, Franco?
What he's saying is that, please, I think I can help. What he's saying is, in the case that
Wait, let him answer. Let Franco answer. What did you mean with the border of the
Hold
flat
on a
Earth?
second, guys. I've had this exact conversation with Franco before. Okay, so what he's talking about is ridiculous. Okay, let me explain why it's ridiculous. Okay, so he's saying, like, okay, let's do a hypothetical, right? Let's say that we're on top of a cube, right? A square, and we're on top of it. He's saying the true horizon would be where the edge of the cube meets the sky, and that's what the true horizon would be. Absolutely ridiculous, right? I gave him the actual definition of what a horizon is.
No.
Right?
You
A horizon. Shut up. Shut up, or you're going back on mute. Shut up, or you're going back on mute. Right? A horizon is an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. I put the citation in the side chat. Even if there were a true horizon, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right? If it were infinite, which we're also not claiming, there would be no true horizon. Okay, but we're not claiming that. We're claiming we don't know the shape of the Earth. If there was an edge, right, which we're also not claiming, true horizon, so you're saying, right, something that doesn't even exist as a definition. There's no such thing as the true horizon, right? You would never be able to see it because the furthest you can see through the atmosphere, right, through the air is 200 miles, right? And well before that distance, you'll have a convergence point due to the optics that you're using, whether it be your eyes or a telescope. You'll have a point of convergence, which will be at the horizon, the apparent horizon. Definition of horizon matches that. Your argument's ridiculous and you need to move on to something else, or you're going to go on mute.
DJ, I literally just said that. You just steel banned me.
I can explain what I was saying. I'm not saying that the true horizon is the horizon that you gave us the definition before. I was referring to the fact that in what I think about flat earther think, I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. There's a limit of the Earth, so it's not infinite. Okay.
Oh, we never claimed that. Don't strawman us. We didn't claim to know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth, whether it is or isn't infinite. There's no point going down that path.
Sorry, I didn't know that. So let's take it that it's finite. We agree that if it's flat, you cannot still see at the end of it. Okay. Okay. So that's a kind of horizon on a flat Earth too. So what's the difference between a round Earth and a flat Earth? there's
Okay, so on a round Earth, on a round Earth, on a round Earth,
Let me
on a
finish.
round Earth. No, you just asked a question. I'm going to answer it.
Let's be.
I said, what's the difference between?
It's a rhetorical question. Let me
go ahead.
Then, because you can explain with science and refraction, the horizon, which you gave us the definition before, it's different from the geometrical. Okay, so it's not based on the math of a perfect sphere, but it's based on physics and what happens in reality, and it's based on the condition, weather, and refraction, and other stuff like that.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Franco. Alone, the invention of a term like the true horizon shows your deception. Ill will.
No. He just doesn't know he still doesn't understand what the horizon is. Even though he understands when we define it, he still has this imagination or this imaginary curve of the earth that has to exist. And because we were never taught this in school, how perspective works, only in art class, he's got cognitive dissonance. He just doesn't understand. That's all. He's not being dishonest. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't know what a horizon is. He still thinks you have to have a physical curve of the earth. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, can I help?
Even though you heard, I think you heard when I explained to him that even in drawings you will have to have a horizon. When you are making real drawings, like the drawings of Da Vinci.
On a flat surface, on a flat earth, you have horizons based on limitation. The horizon is only an optical position based on limitations of view. Okay, on a flat surface.
That's what we are saying.
But I think he thinks that on a flat surface you can't have a horizon.
Yeah, they say that too. They say it on a flat
That's what I think.
surface.
Is that right? Am I right, Pippo? Is that your argument?
No, I say the opposite. So that we have also on flat Earth and round Earth an horizon. Because of
Franco, you didn't let anti-globalist. He was about to tell you the difference because you said it is the same thing. There is a horizon in flat and globe. And anti-globalist wanted to mention, and I'm sure he wanted to tell you, no, on the ball it is different because the horizon, when you are standing, when the viewer is.
I know.
6 foot high. It can't be more than 3 miles or 1.3 miles. That is what he was trying.
1.3 miles. It's 2,000 times that he repeated that.
Yeah. Okay. Now you can make fun of us that we are too stupid to understand refraction. Thank you.
No. I'm not making fun of anything. I'm just saying that you repeat what you're saying indefinite times.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm repeating myself because I'm stupid. Okay.
Hey, Berserk.
Right, hold on a second, Pippo, 1 second. Right, look, can you try to this really quickly? Hey, what is your question?
My question.
What's your point that you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that with the horizon fact that you jerk off every time, it's not something...
Jerk off. Nice formulation. Very polite.
Just let him finish. You don't make comments because you're making it hard for the conversation.
Okay, sorry.
It's not something that proves that Earth is neither flat or rounded. Simply.
Okay, so you need to. Okay, so you're not understanding the necessity of a geometric horizon on a globe. Not understanding that.
Right. You know what I think? That I will go to eat something, and maybe it's not Earth that it's flat, but your brain. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. See, look. Now what's the problem is now you're starting to spiral, Franco. It's just not a good look for anyone listening on the live stream. You're just now, instead of attacking the argument, you're just attacking the person. I think this is the end of the conversation. So yeah, thanks for coming.
Pippo, you're done.
You didn't do a good job. You didn't do a good job of defending the globe,
I'm
and
trying
now
to
you're just
explain something.
now you're
and-
just being disrespectful. So you just have to go on mute. I think Robert Utah was trying to open his mic up. If you wanted to have something to say, Robert, go ahead.
Yes, Brother Berserker, I hear what you're saying, and this is very good. The reason why we have the horizon, the definition of the horizon, is where the sky appears to meet the ground. As scientists, we want to know why. That's what we're doing. So you can have a definition of the horizon as a descriptor of what your eyes see, but we want to know why your eyes see that. So we would go to a biologist, an ophthalmologist.
Go ask the artist, Robert.
No. Don't go to biologists, okay? Robert, I've been listening to you, and I'm not very talkative. You can ask the mods, okay? I'm just trying to strengthen my English language because I haven't talked English since 25 years. Okay, I've been hearing to what you are saying. You are the one who said that we are less advanced human beings. Okay, and Crit defended you and meant you didn't have any will ill, and you didn't mean that like looking down to us. Another thing, you made a double speech. You used double language, which anti-globalists could elaborate it better than me. I was listening to you and him. I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, and you told him that these photos and images and footages of videos from the habitats rig oil at a distance of 9.4 miles with the horizon behind it must be fake because this is impossible on a globe. And then he told you, okay, what if we would prove to you that these footages are not fake? Would that be a problem for the globe? Then you said no. Although 10 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago, you yourself, without globalists pressing it out of you, you yourself said that these footages and videos must be fake because this is not possible on the globe Earth. And 15 seconds later, you said if these footages were real and not fake, they would present no problem for the globe. So this is called double language, as anti-globalists described it. And for me, it would be the end of having a conversation with you. As I said, this is the same thing which I said to Jordi, because you lose every respect of honesty in my eyes, and you are not trustworthy to me that I could be sure, or I could at least assume and delude myself that you are not trolling me and the flat earthers and trying to make fun of us or make us angry maybe. So I think what I said is was so concise and easy to understand that I don't feel well when I talk with you, because you proved to me, you gave me the impression that you are not honest with me because you were not honest with anti-globalists and Crit and all the other flat earthers. I hope you understand that. Because you know what? This is your tactic. You somehow weasel yourself out of empirical evidence like the black swan, and you say things which I, as a logical thinking person, cannot believe that if you would be a logical person, you would not be curious to ask the question how it is possible to see the horizon behind it. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't feel good talking to you because I get the feeling you are trolling me and making fun of me and the other flat earthers. So you can talk to the other flat earthers. Maybe you can talk to me. Yeah. Maybe you could prove me wrong. I would be very happy if you would prove me wrong.
Well,
You can go ahead.
Well, remember, we, as globe folks, as you guys put it, we don't get a long time to explain what we're seeing. There's a lot of interruptions, right? Because you guys own the space, right? If you guys hear a word or a phrase that we say that you disagree with, in the middle of our sentence, you interrupt. And it's your prerogative, it's your space. If I had a space, right, I have a space on Clubhouse, I do the same thing. I'm being honest with you, right? So if you guys give us the space to really talk.
Now I have the right. Okay. Now I have the right to interrupt you because every time you make a claim that we interrupt you and don't give you enough space, you ask the question right. That's why I have the right to interrupt you and tell you, no, that's not right. I told you I'm not a talkative person. Everyone can give a witness of it. Because I hesitated, because I haven't spoken English, which is not my mother language. That's why I was not sure if I would be able to cope. But that's why I have listened in the last 2 weeks a lot, without talking, and participating. And most of the time, I get frustrated and angry how much patience the mods here have with you, and they keep calm. The first time when I tried to tell someone that he's dishonest, someone from the Globers, that the other one of the flat earthers told me, "Bro, you are cooking. Just calm down." And it was not because I was cooking; it was because I had to translate in English in my mind, and then when I noticed that I'm going in the speed of a turtle. But let's come back to the point. First, I have the right to interrupt you because every time you make a claim that the flat earthers are not giving you enough space, enough time, you are making a question by saying right. And if I would not say no, it's wrong, then you have the confirmation that I agree with you. No, I don't agree with you. Most of the time, you have not only enough time, the Globers have not only enough time, but the Globers come with a tone. 30% of them, they come with this tone of ridiculing flat earthers. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I wanted to hear what you flat earthers really believe in.
You know what I like about what Robert said, though? I do like about what Robert said, right? He didn't try to ignorantly just say the word refraction like a lot of these globe earthers do. They have no idea about refraction. They just learn how to make that noise with their mouth and they think it's a rebuttal. At least Robert didn't pull that nonsense brain rot argument of just saying refraction when they don't know what they're talking about. At least Robert said, right, that wouldn't be possible on a globe. Right, you wouldn't be able to see 10 times.
Then he made the double speech
hold on a
that
second.
it would not be. Sorry,
I know. I'm getting to it. Right. At least he admitted that it would be impossible on a globe to be able to see 10 or 20 times further than you should be able to see, because I think Robert knows that there is no type of refraction that allows you to do that. Right. So when these globe earthers
I respect that too.
This week, so at least he can't prove that it was fake. At least he didn't try to pull some really, really bad argument just by saying the noise refraction. I respect that.
You're right. I have to admit that. I remember now. I was actually happy. I thought, I have never heard a globe earther who admits like that this is impossible. But it was so quick when he said, because as I told you, I was listening when you proved his double speech. It didn't take him more than 15 seconds that when he said, no, this would be no problem. But I hope you understand what I meant. I mean, what I wanted to make clear that I can see through if I will try to look at people very objectively and leave feelings out, I can see very quick through. I mean, I was right when I said that every time he's making a claim, for example, the claim that flat earthers are not giving him enough time and space to elaborate, so that the globers would elaborate themselves, then he's using this method of confirmation by asking, right? So I had the right to interrupt him, to tell him, no, wrong. This is wrong, because if I would not say wrong and let him continue talking and make another claim that we flat earthers, for example, just don't understand because we have not studied physics as he has credentials that he's a scientist working for some, I don't know, rocket writing a code, he said, right? Then, I mean, if I would let him continue, you flat earthers are not understanding because you're not writing a code like I am, a scientist man, right? Then if we will not refute him or tell him, no, that's not true, that's not right, that's wrong, then we will give the confirmation for him. This is what he's trying to achieve. So it is kind of a deceptive way of, you know what I mean.
I'm not being deceptive. What I'm just trying to say is the facts and what we have studied, right? That's it. There is no deception, no tricks on this side at all. I'm not trying to twist words. No. The horizon appears to meet the sky because the ground has curved away from you and has opened a more direct line of sight to the sky. Those are the facts. Now, you guys can argue it. No problem. And I'm not going to ridicule you for arguing it. I would never do that. I don't speak in those negative, condescending kind of tone as much as possible. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes it may occur because I may know something that you don't know. So sometimes the condescension might come out. And we apologize for that.
That's such an arrogant statement. That's such an arrogant statement, Robert. And when you came in here, you were condescending all the time. It was really, that's why I banned you a few times, just for being such an arrogant prick, right? You have changed a bit over time. You have changed a bit over time, but you're not open to the option that maybe we know some things that you don't know about this particular subject matter, right? Some of us have been looking into this for 8 years, 10 years, studying refraction, studying different types of effects, and actually going against the claims of the globe model, right? So you have a lot of very knowledgeable people in here, right? So it's very arrogant for you to say that there's not a chance that you could be corrected on something. Right, because I would happily debate you. I would happily debate you on what you just made. You just made a positive claim about what a horizon is. Right now, we could go over that in detail. We could go over definitions, citations, practical demonstrations. Right, and I guarantee that your evidence would not trump my evidence. You wouldn't be able to win because I know that I have the truth on my side, and I've done the research, and I have the evidence to back my claims up. Right. I don't think that you have something.
Globalist, I would like to thank you before Robert answers. Robert, you can answer immediately. I just want to say one thing. I would like to point to the anti-globalist. Did you notice he still has this disrespectful way of looking at us when he said he talked about facts? So does he mean we are not talking about facts? He admitted that it is a fact that the horizon on a globe cannot be seen behind the rig oil. I mean, he is the one who is not accepting the fact, even though he accepted it, and it is on record. The stream is recorded. You could clip it and show it. But I wanted to point, it is still in his mind that he is much more educated than we flat earthers, and that's why he described himself as the one who is coming with the facts, and he forgot to mention that we also come with the facts, and we can argue about it. No, he didn't mention that we are coming with the facts, so he doesn't have that. He still doesn't have that respect that we are talking about facts. But in reality, we are the ones who are talking about empirical observations.
Exactly.
And don't want to talk. Yeah, and don't want to talk about why the sun is doing crazy things and the stars are doing crazy things. But still, he has this kind. Okay, I think I said enough. That was more actually more as a question. So, did you notice that? Did you hear that, anti-globalist, when he said that he's just coming with the fact?
Yeah, that's why I said what I said. Yeah, definitely. But
yeah, that's why. That's why I said you.
Some people are arrogant, right? Some people have a false sense of confidence. It's fine. I admit that. I mean, I admit that some people are like that. It's very obvious, right? Some people have a big ego. Robert Utah is one of them. Right? And one thing that he did say, right? Well, this is what made me lose respect for you a little bit, Rob. Right? Was you said it's impossible on a globe. You said it's not possible, so it has to be faked. And I said, if it wasn't faked, would it be a problem for the globe? And you instantly answered, no, it wouldn't be a problem for the globe. If you can't see that that's doublespeak or, lying, then I don't think you're being honest or...
No, again, as scientists, we speak in the terms of evidence.
We scientists.
So
we are stupid guys.
Why are
I will meet myself. Okay.
Right. We say evidence. You understand me? So the thing is that if you are seeing distant objects like that, you now have a strong evidence that the Earth is not curved, right? You have a model. Until you show us the entire Earth, that is when you will have empirical knowledge that the Earth is flat. That's what we did as scientists.
Okay, show us the entire universe.
So, no, Earth, not universe, Earth.
No, universe. Show us the entire universe.
So, Earth. Let's stay focused on Earth.
No, I'm focused on. I'm focusing on you showing me the entire universe. How else could you be so sure of it if you haven't seen it in its entirety?
Okay, so do you want me to address universe or?
No. I want you to listen to what you just said. Right? You said we would have to see the entire Earth to be able to claim that it's not a globe. Right? That's incorrect. Right? There are certain characteristics that you must have on a globe, right? Such as drop over distance. Right? So if we can repeat these observations and tests, laser tests in different locations, different weather conditions, get consistent results in countless different locations, you guys can't present any evidence, right, to there actually being a geometric horizon or drop over distance, then you guys have some problems. Right? We don't need to be able to see the entirety because we're not claiming to even know the entirety. What if it was infinite? We're not even claiming that, right? But what if it was somehow an infinite plane? It would be impossible for us to see the entire that way. Right? We don't know how big this place is. We don't even claim it, right? So don't tell me that we can't debunk your globe, right? You have to have that curvature. You have to have that geometric horizon, right?
Well, that's interesting that you just said that. You made a claim. If it's infinite, it's impossible. That's a claim. In infinite.
No. I said we don't claim it's infinite. I said hypothetically, if it was infinite,
right? Exactly.
You wouldn't be able to see the entirety of it.
But still, infinite does not preclude impossibility, right? I'm just letting you know that. And so you would still have a model, no matter what. As scientists, that what we did with Eratosthenes, when he was done, we still only had a model. All the way up until the 1940s, it was still a model, right? Everything was working nice. We could do all these calculations, but still a model until the V2 rocket went up into orbit and saw the curvature. That is when it no longer was a model. It was an empirical observation.
Eratosthenes made assumptions in his calculations, right? So it's calculations based off assumptions, right? There are many inconsistencies and problems with the story of Eratosthenes, including being able to prove the guy existed in the first place, right? But let's grant you that he existed, right? He assumed parallel sun rays. He assumed the distances, right? he assumed the distance of 5,000 stadia. Okay, so he didn't actually directly measure that either. Okay, so the length of a stadia is unclear, right? People estimate it ranged from like around 150 to about 200 meters, right? So we're not sure exactly what a stadia is, right? Because there are conflicting accounts. Okay, so he didn't have precise measuring equipment back then, right? He said that he measured a 7.2 degree shadow. There could be some inconsistencies in that as well. Okay, so he presumed the Earth was a globe. Okay, so he required the stick in Alexandria to be vertical, perfectly vertical. Okay, once again, lacking the correct tools. Right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who you said you watch every day, he also said because of the assumptions, it doesn't validate that the Earth is a globe, because you could do the exact same formula, work out the sphericity of a flat surface, right? Which is ridiculous. You could do the same experiment in a room in your house with a local light source on a flat surface. If you assume that the floor is curved and that this light rays are parallel, then you'll be able to calculate the circumference of your flat floor. It's flawed, right? That's what I mean. Like when you guys present your evidence, it's like assumptions, calculations based off assumption. It's never a practical demonstration actually measuring the Earth, actually observing curvature, anything like that. It's just bullshit, basically.
Well, we you see, perspective. We know we're too small to see 8 inches of curvature per mile. That's just a fact. You can go to any ophthalmologist, any biologist. They will tell you your eyes cannot perceive that, right? The only way you're going to see the Earth's curvature as a person or as somebody with your natural ability, you need to be the size of the Earth. You need to be or larger. That's just the knowledge. So what I'm saying to you, let me finish here real quick. I'll be done.
Yeah.
So if you stay on the ground, and you keep on measuring, you keep on walking distances and drawing, using rulers or looking at objects distance, you're still cannot be 100% certain that it is flat because you're too small. That's just a fact of the matter.
Yeah. We're not saying that you should be able to see the curvature from ground level, right? We're saying that you would have to have drop over distance. You would have to have a geometric horizon, right? So you can test for that to see if it's a globe, right? You would have to validate that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon and drop over distance, because it's not that big, right? You have 66 foot of drop over 10 miles, right? You have hundreds of feet of drop over 20 miles. Okay, so we can only get up so high. Right? We can only go up in planes. You still wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your boy, right? He said you can't even see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet, height of the Virgin Galactic, right? And we had the Blue Origin, 350,000 feet, trained astronaut, said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough. Neil deGrasse Tyson once again came out and said he did the calculations. You wouldn't be able to see it from that height. Now we're left having blind faith, known liars like the government, like Elon Musk, NASA, right? So it's not something that we can validate. It's something that we're going to have to choose whether we believe or not.
No. Well, the lady who said she didn't get to see the curvature, you don't know what she was doing at the time. Was she really definitely trying to see the curvature? You don't know. You know, her orientation.
Neil said Neil said that he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see it from that height.
No, he has not done any calculation that says you can't see from that high. I guarantee it. He was speaking.
Okay, so I'm going to put the clip into the side chat right now. And can you watch it?
Is that the one when the Baumgarten stuff?
No.
Oh, okay. Put the clip on. I'll watch it because I'm not aware of him measuring and doing these curvature calculations.
Two times he said on different interviews that yeah, basically that he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. There's one of the clips in the side chat there.
Okay, let's take a look.
Okay.
There you go. That's the key, and that's let me say this. I've always said this to folks. When I'm talking to young people and stuff, I say, listen, what he's referencing is the ability to see this wonderful curved Earth. That's what he's talking about, right? So, and he just said it in this video, right? You can see slight curvatures at that height, but it won't be impressive. Like what I saw when I was at 40,000 feet. At 40,000 feet, clear view of the horizon, I saw a declination on the X. Right? It's not impressive. It's not something.
So, Robert, well, hold on a second. Yeah, look, you can see the same. Like, if you have a long field of view, right, left to right, wide field of view, sorry, see the same distance in all directions, right? If you have a presupposition that you live on a globe, you might mistake that circular vision, based circular perspective that you're seeing in as the curvature of the Earth, right? You would have to be calling out Neil deGrasse Tyson as a liar when he says at 4 times that height, or 3 times that height, that you wouldn't be able to see the curve in the Red Bull jump. He didn't say what you said in the interviews. He didn't say you can see the curvature of the Earth, but it's just a small amount. He said he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth at that height. I don't know how you've managed to warp what he said into something else. He did say it in another interview as well. Like, he didn't say what you said he said. He said what I said he said, and he said what he said.
No, listen to the very end of the interview, what he said. You won't see it in this grandiose kind of vibe. Go listen to it. And he's right. If you're looking for the curvature at 40,000 feet, or if you're looking for the curvature at 100,000 feet, sorry, disappointing. It's going to be slight little thing off to the side. You're going to have the right field of view and no interference from the atmosphere. So please, you need to get to heights like 250 miles. Right? Where you can see the Earth from, you will be able to see some real 5% declination.
Okay, so don't make me pull up the Chinese ISS footage, right, that shows a flat horizon from 350,000 feet. I mean, 350 miles.
DJ, what about the
180 miles? Yep.
Sorry, DJ. What about the X-15 aircraft that went up to 67 miles high? I think it was 300 and something thousand miles. And there was a camera on the cockpit, and it showed a flat horizon.
I think that camera does have some distortion in the lens. When you see some of the images, they look like a little bit convex and then a little bit concave. So I think that we are dealing with some barrel distortion in that, so it's inconclusive.
I'm just curious, why do you think all science people and everything is lying? What's the reason behind it? I'm just wondering.
We don't think that.
I mean, you're trying to get empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere, right? Observational evidence. Let me say that, because empirical also involves experience, right? So you want to get observational evidence. So you have to get off of it.
You just told us that it was empirical when you saw Bond on the TV. You said that was empirical 10 minutes ago.
It was not me. It was not me. But please, the question is, because they show us in TV images from the moon and from the International Space Station, and they try to convince us that the Earth is wrong. I'm asking, why do you think they are trying to do that? I would like to know the reason.
Again, no, they're just trying to study the Earth in its entirety. That's all they're trying to do.
He's not asking. He's not asking you, Robert.
Robert, you are one confused mofo.
I apologize.
He's a Globe Earther. He's one of your crew. Right. Yeah. So I don't think most people are lying, but yeah, NASA's absolutely lying about that. I mean, what lens are they using when they're showing you this curvature, right? Because it directly contradicts the footage that you see from the Chinese space station. It shows a flat horizon from their footage, right? So you can't have both, right? But the problem is, you can ask them why they lie. Why would they lie? We can't prove to you why they would lie. Well, just let me finish. Almost done. Okay, so we have countless amounts of evidence that they fake it, right? From zero-G flights to green screens to harnesses to air spray, right? All sorts of different things they've been caught doing that would lead someone to not trust the footage. Right? I can show you an example right now, right, where it's Chris Hadfield on the space station. He's trying to show people this is how we brush our teeth. Every time he puts the toothbrush in his mouth, he fast forward the footage and it comes up on the screen, fast forward. You see him moving really fast. Okay? And then every time he takes the toothbrush out of his mouth, it goes back to normal speed so he can speak again. Right? But what they forgot to do is speed up the things floating in the background, right? So when they fast forward him, he goes turbo speed, and the things in the background continue moving at the same slow rate, right? And then we've got clear. Huh?
So the question is, you don't know why
it's so funny. It's so funny. He says, why would they lie? You point to him these ways that they are lying, and he starts giggling.
No, the thing is that
weird.
It wasn't being fast forwarded, guys. You listen. Remember, in microgravity, when you're moving, you can move extremely quickly when you engage
Robert
your muscles.
dude.
Right? When you're
why do you think they're lying?
Look, I don't care. I don't know why liars. Like, go ask liars why they lie. Yeah, we can't prove to you why someone else lies.
Yeah,
Jordan, let me show this. I just want to present this. I want to present this Chris Hadfield one that I just spoke about. So Robert just said that they don't fast forward the footage. Okay, so why are they telling us they're fast forwarding the footage? It's obvious that they're fast forwarding. Just play it, Robert. Have a look at the clip.
I've seen it before, but let's watch it again together.
You think that look how much faster he's moving. As soon as they put fast forward on the screen, he's moving like lightning.
Oh God!
You guys remembered when Sonny and Butch got up to the off of the Boeing? You see how fast and crazy they were moving. Whenever you engage your muscles in zero gravity,
Robert, you are truly lost, sir.
Unbelievable!
You have lost.
Okay. When you engage your muscles in zero gravity,
I hope you know how absurd your excuses sound, bro.
No, guys, it's just a fact.
So this is what you're claiming, Robert. Hold on a second, dude. Right, this is what you're claiming. You're claiming that NASA lies about fast forwarding the footage. They just put that up there for fun. Really, what he's doing is he's brushing his teeth normal speed, and then all of a sudden he just starts turbo brushing, right? Just so they can put fast forward on the screen, right? Why does he as soon as they fast forward on the screen, he goes turbo speed? You think that was rehearsed and he just decides to start going turbo all of a sudden?
Mate. Look, anti-globalist. He told you. He tried to explain this away by saying, in microgravity, the muscles, they are much stronger. So he means that because muscles are used for stronger gravity, so he means that the muscle could brush much quicker.
Exactly.
Look, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Look,
guys,
he said it. He said it exactly. He said it. So I explained it in the right way. Can you see now, anti-globalist, why I told him that I have seen through him that he is this honest person? It would we will not.
I'm pointing.
Yeah.
Again, if you look,
Okay, yeah, I will mute myself. Okay, go ahead.
if they were fast forwarding, when he was holding the mic, you see the mic in front of him that he's holding it. It's still at normal speed. No, you understand me? He's still because he's holding because he's trying to hold it steady.
Good catch, Robert. Yeah, good catch. We'll have to mark that down for another blooper.
Absolutely. Go ahead and mark it down. In other words, he's holding the microphone and that is moving calmly. But the way he's moving his hands and his head.
Not holding the microphone.
Yes. Yes,
Not
it is.
holding the microphone.
Yes, it is. Go. Okay, watch it again.
Just the layer. He's not holding it. So when he lets go, it's
Bradwin,
on the regular layer.
He's dishonest. He's dishonest. He's dishonest.
That's the claim. That's the claim. That's the claim you're making. He's holding the microphone, and the other hand, he's using to brush his teeth really, really fast. You understand me? You guys, when you're in microgravity, you do not have gravity that is pulling you down, that's slowing you down, right? So you guys, come on, guys.
Prove it.
Robert, stop treating us as if we were retarded, okay?
What?
That is the moment. That is the moment. That is the moment. I would have to tell you that you're an asshole. Okay, we are not that retarded. I don't believe for a moment that you are that stupid.
Come on.
Can you get it? Okay, I will mute myself.
I did not use those words. Stop that. I did not say that is inflammatory. Those are your words. Those are inflammatory language.
I heard you feeling, you fifi. Yeah.
Oh Lord. Listen. Again, I'm from a Christian family. We don't curse, right? We grew up. Those are forbidden, and I carry that on, and I give that to my children. They don't curse. They don't disrespect people in these.
Yeah, but you bullshit in this.
Yeah, but Jesus cursed too.
People.
Look, don't preach to us, okay?
Okay, don't preach. Okay,
Jesus cursed too. He said a perverted generation. This generation is a generation of perverts, sons of witches. And you know, if you really are Christian, and if you have read the Greek New Testament, do you know how the Greek describe marriage? They don't say, when Jesus said, in heaven there will be like angels. He didn't say they will not marry and will be given to marry. In the Greek language, they describe marriage as the act of fucking. So in Greek, if it was translated literally to English, it would mean in heaven they would not fuck and get fucked. So don't start to preach to us, and don't bring God in an empirical observation of the black swan of the rig oil at a distance of 9 miles. This has nothing to do with cursing or God or Jesus or any other religion, okay?
Just saying a bad word is not cursing, by the way.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should speak, because he's getting very upset. I'm trying my best to just have the conversation.
Look, Robert, this is the fact. You are not stoned. You are not stoned. I worked like a heroin injection in your blood. Because this is the fact. And you can go and add any Greek. The word marriage in Greek is nothing else than the word to fuck. Ramos. That is the word in Greek.
Yeah. Also, you can ask, you can ask, but many words have primary and secondary meanings. So I apologize. When I get married, I'm marrying for the secondary meaning of the word, which means to you have a union with someone
Again,
else.
mentioning that you are a Christian has nothing to do with it. You know why? Because I am a Christian by myself, but I am ashamed of people who preach downwards and make actually Christianity look funny and stupid.
Robert has this amazing way to derail conversations, and you guys just allow it and derail yourself.
Yeah, I'm telling you, don't mention that. Don't mention that.
Just keep derailing the conversation. You're doing it with him. It's like you're pointing it out, but you're doing it with him. You're allowing it to happen.
Yeah, that's why I muted myself more than once. Yeah. That's why I told him just speak about the black swan. It has nothing to do with the religion.
Well, remember there was a lot of questions that were asked, and I was answering them. Right? If you would like to get back to the black swan, let's do it. You have to talk to the other folks that are engaging with me and say, yo, Robert, we're going to get back to the black swan, and I'm happy to get back to it, brother. I promise you. Okay.
All right, Robert, what do you think about this next one here? Right. Clearly, women on the ISS are using hairspray. Yeah. And they have their hair up like a troll doll, basically, right? So in this one, the interviewer conveniently asks her, what lady on the left, how do we really know you're in space? That's an odd question to ask, isn't it? But then she has like a little smug smile on her face. She points to her hairsprayed hair. On the right, we have a demonstration of what it actually looks like in a zero-G environment, right, on a parabolic flight. Right? So you can look at any of these comparisons. It's very obvious that the NASA ladies are wearing hairspray, as all of the parabolic flight hair footage, right, it looks natural. It looks exactly how it would flow. Would you admit that they're wearing hairspray, or do you have some kind of use for that?
No, they are not wearing hairspray in the way that you're saying. All right. So again, the footage on the right is not microgravity the way you are in the ISS. Right. You're closer to the Earth in those hyperbolic flights. So basically, you're experiencing a lot more gravity than if you're 250 miles up. You understand me? So that explains that for you.
No, that doesn't explain why the hair would act like hairsprayed hair. Why would it act like hairsprayed hair?
It's acting like hairsprayed here because it's floating, right? Remember.
That's not what floating hair does.
Yes, that's exactly what it does, brother.
It's the same thing. It's simulating zero gravity, right? It's simulating it. They say that that's why it happens on the ISS as well. It's because they're falling constantly.
Right, but they're still getting a larger percentage of gravity on those parabolic flights. As you can see, whenever they float up, they go to the ground. Right? You see that? They're still experiencing a lot, and they flash their hair up, but the hair comes back down eventually. It's nice and slowly. Why?
They don't have a downward bias during the parabolic flights. They float.
Oh yeah, you are getting, there's no down anyways, but you're getting a lot of gravity that is pulling you down. That's why they eventually hit the ground in those parabolic flights, right? But in microgravity, microgravity, like up in the 250 miles up, there is not a lot of that, brother. Almost.
So it makes your hair just stick up in the air.
Yes.
Look like it's hairsprayed.
You will
stick. Why would the hair have it? Why would the hair all be sticking up? Why doesn't it flow?
Because
why doesn't it flow like normal hair?
Remember, things just stay the way they are. So if they're moving through the ISS and they say go down, like dip down, the hair is just going to go up and stay there. Right?
Okay, hold on. No, I hear you. Okay, so what if they run their hand through their hair and they manipulate their hair? Will their hair then move around?
So it will definitely move around now. That's right.
Okay, so have a look at this next one, right? When she touches her hair, it just springs back up as if it's hairspray. She runs her hand through her hair, it doesn't flow around, it just springs back right up where it came. It's like hairspray would.
She's moving her hair back up. Didn't you see that? She moves her hair back up, and by the way, they want that. They want the hair to not be in their face, so they push it up.
As soon as they're moving their bodies around, their hair's going to flow around. It's not just going to have this like springy upward effect like that. Crazy claim, like really. I feel like your excuses aren't really good for this.
What?
Are you serious right now, or?
What are you saying here? I mean, you saw it. She moved her hair back up.
All right, Robert. All right. Got the 2002 Blue Marble. You think, right? Okay, so they said they used 3 months data to create that image, right?
The 2002 Blue Marble. Oh yeah, okay, that's right. Composite photos. Those are great. I've done composite photography.
Okay, do you think that any of the photos that they used to stitch together to make that composite would show any curvature of the Earth?
Absolutely will. I mean, you got the sides. You have to bring that in, right? Yeah.
Okay, so what if none of those photos that they used show any curvature at all?
Well, that would be impossible.
Okay, so how about now I'll present all of the images that they used to stitch that together. You can point out where the curvature is.
Remember, they stitch together bands of photo, right? So they have the sides.
I said
curving.
Okay, so I asked you if any of the photos would show any curvature. You said yes, they would have to.
Yes, they would have to. Now, if they're taking like really little spots, maybe not, but I don't think that's what they did. I'm sure they have a good piece of art that they're working with to stitch those pictures together. Because if you're doing with spot, well, they have the polar orbiting satellites. Those are mapping every single centimeter of the ground. So each of those are little dots, right? So those are good images. The NOAA satellites have the best images of the globe. Extremely expensive satellites that are polar orbiting satellites. Unlike geostationary, because those are just going around the equator per se, but polar orbiting satellites are going around the poles. So they're mapping every single centimeter as they come around, as the Earth turns.
You know which satellite was used to get those images?
The Blue Marble, no. I used to know. To be honest with you, I think I did research it one time. I forgot.
Okay, so the satellites claim to be around 700 kilometers up in the air.
Yeah, that's good. 350 miles up. Yep, like that.
Right. Yep. Okay, so you would think that there would be some curvature visible, some of those.
Absolutely, curvature is visible. Absolutely. You will see at that height you're seeing at least a 10% declination. Well, I wouldn't say at least.
All right. So now I'm going to present all of the images they used, and you can maybe try to point out which one shows curvature.
All right, let's take a look.
Here's the link.
Yeah, I can't see it on my phone, so I have to upload it. See.
Yeah, look, I can just save you the time. Like, okay, none of them show any curvature whatsoever. It's strange because I'm opening it now. It says no image available in the little slots where there's usually the images posted, but luckily I took screenshots of them. Yeah, none of them show any curvature whatsoever from 700 kilometers height, they say. Zero curvature.
Man, that sucks.
Remember, they don't have to if they are polar orbiting satellites. You can get data points and map the planet that way. So just remember that, right?
No, you can't.
Not really photos then, are they? They're not photos.
Can you see the mental gymnastic? The mental gymnastic, yeah.
If you're going,
they're not photos.
Robert, I want you to define what a data point is that you're talking about.
A data point. You and I are data points.
Oh, you said something about satellites and data points. I want you to define what the fuck you are talking about.
Those images are electronic images, right? Those are data. Like they're literally bytes, right? Zeros and ones, right? When you take with these.
You talk to me like I'm a little kid, I'm going to ban you from this room. I want you to tell me what the data point is you're talking about.
Okay. All right, I'm going to upload it and look at it in the camera. Thank you.
You got to make threats with this guy, or he'll just talk like he's talking to third graders. Robert, do satellites know where they're at when they're orbiting?
You left.
Of course. Anyway, there's no way to their whole delusion of satellites know where they're at and they can get data points from things. That's all just hokey pokey because Amish and I will burn them up on satellites in here.
Mate, I told you, they are dishonest and there's always this kind of looking downwards to us flat earthers as if we were stupid. And this guy, Robert, is doing it another way by playing the stupid one. And as we were so stupid not to see through him that he's trying to mock us. but pretending to be stupid. This is, I don't know. I'm just.
No, he is just stupid. He said he goes to NASA all the time.
Can you say that again? What did he say?
He goes to NASA all the time.
Really? He's lying. You know that, right?
I can go to NASA right now if I want to. It's down the street from me. Pull in the parking lot. Yeah, I want to go in the visitor center. They'll say, it's over there. Okay, thank you.
That is still lying because he is going as a visitor, not as an insider.
It's not lying saying you go to NASA to go to look at stuff. That's what you do there. You look at stuff. It's a museum.
Yeah, you look at the fakery, right?
My dad worked there. He didn't make fake parts.
Yeah.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I gotta do it. Like kind of free, I want everyone to chant Trump. You guys can all unmute your mics now. Come on.
One.
This is one of the great things, one of the traditions of this transfer of power for the president to be able to be held by the new president.
He's already spiraling out of control. Poor guys.
That is only two genders. Oh shit.
Won't be seeing Brenda around here anymore.
Oh, not Brenda. Anti-globalist. I love this footage with the camera panning out.
Yeah, and all the colorful sparkles. Yeah.
Yeah, all the color.
How could anyone doubt this footage? I mean, I'm surprised that it's always flat earthers posting this footage. Like globe earthers, when we say that we, prove space, they don't pull out this footage. I wonder why. It looks so good. Yeah, I have a really funny one. Check out this next one. It'll take a minute to upload because it's a big file, but this one's classic.
Just imagine the camera guy. Hey guys, you forgot me. I'm still here.
Check out that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. Stop treating us that we are so stupid that we cannot recognize that this is fakery. Come on. You serious? I don't know if I could phrase it in English in the right way, but can you understand what I mean when I say you recognize that it's fake and it's a miniature because the way the Moonlander is shaking, it's shaking too fast, which shows that it is a miniature and not a real time.
Yeah, it's so obvious that it's faked that I don't understand how anyone could possibly defend it. I don't get it. It's ridiculous, right? They don't have to give up their globe just to admit that they faked this. They're just making themselves look crazy. Not even stupid, crazy, delusional. When they're trying to defend this kind of footage.
Mate, this is what I mean. I mean, the guys who made this footage, this is what I mean. They are dishonest and disingenuous and disgusting because I'm sure, I can tell you, they are thinking, you know what? We are not ashamed of making such unbelievable and stupid footages. And if one day they would be able to find out and recognize and realize that that was a fake, then yeah, we will laugh at them because they believed it for a long time. That's what I meant when I said to Robert, stop treating us as we were so stupid that we cannot see through you, that you're trying to, make fun of us. You cannot really believe that he's that stupid, right? I mean, I heard for a moment when I was muted, I heard you told him, "Are you serious?" For the answer which he gave to you. I don't remember what it was. And yeah, you laughed.
Oh, the hairspray, the hairspray thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moved it back up. That's why it went back up like spray. Troll doll hair. It's crazy. It's because there's more gravity up on the ISS than in zero-G flights. Actually, wouldn't it be less gravity?
Bro,
no, he was saying more gravity down low. He was saying that. It's the dumbest excuse. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Mate, thanks for this footage. I have never noticed this when he was brushing his teeth. And they speed the... Oh, God. And he
There's some globies, right?
And he tried to weasel himself out of it by saying that he's actually brushing his teeth in real time, but it looks too fast because in gravity, the muscles can work faster.
Yeah, so he was brushing them normal speed, and then they decided to just put fast forward on the screen in text, and then all of a sudden, he just started rapidly brushing his teeth because he can, right? But they decided to lie and write fast forward on the screen, but really it's not fast forwarding. It's just moving faster all of a sudden. It's just crazy level of code.
Did they write on the screen fast forwarding?
He wrote fast forwarding on the screen. Yep, it says fast forward, and as soon as fast forward pops up on the screen, you see him moving turbo speed. And then we had one of the Globers, Ita, in the side chat there saying they didn't fast forward it. Right? They did not fast forward
that's
it.
what I mean.
And then,
Sorry for interrupting
5
you.
minutes later, 5 minutes later, he said, "Oh, really? Oh, actually, they did fast forward it, but the item in the background that didn't fast forward really did fast forward, but it just kind of didn't fast forward." It's just they're all over the place trying to scramble.
Yeah, bro, that is what I mean. That is what I'm saying. They could not have missed this in NASA. Do you think that if they wanted to make no mistakes, don't you think that they have some stages like firewall, like you make the footage and then there is another stage where they only control the footage if there are flaws in it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is intentional. They are leaving hints for people like us to find out. And it is not because they want us to find out. No, it is like mocking us because it's like a thief who is stealing in front of your eye because he feels himself so empowered that you can do nothing about it, and he feels like he's mocking you, he's degrading you psychologically. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, completely.
Because you have to agree with me. I mean, NASA is not an organization. It's an association, no, agency, right? After all, they are military agencies. So it's not possible that they have missed this glitch or this flaw. It was left intentionally.
Yeah, most definitely. Just wanted to address what Hot Chocolate was saying in the side chat, right? He's saying that Nathan Oakley lied about there being about saying that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? He didn't say that. He said that somebody that said that they were there for 18 months told him in an interview, right? People can look up the interview, right? He gets told that there isn't a 24-hour sun by someone that was
saying that
there.
in this chat box? Who is saying that?
Oh, this hot chocolate guy.
Don't we have someone on the FED on Nathan Oakley's FED? The one who is called Hot Chocolate?
Oh no, that's a different guy.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm done.
I know. Nathan Oakley didn't say that actually.
Yeah, they're respawning their copes now. That's wild.
I remember Nathan Oakley only interviewed the plumber. That was in old times when Antonius Huberat were part of the channel. You remember the plumber who was in Antarctica? And Nathan Oakley just asked him. So Nathan Oakley didn't claim that. And afterwards, I know someone mentioned this a couple of days ago, that Nathan Oakley, he sounded like saying that, but then he corrected himself a couple of weeks ago, I think, or a couple of weeks ago before they went to Antarctica. But anyway, even though it means nothing, because we don't like to subscribe to any, but still, I don't believe that there were in Antarctica, because They did not present any empirical and solid evidence. I mean, which proves that they were not somewhere else or faking it, because they have the capability of faking very real footages. The Michoud assembly facility, I think it's as big as 15 or 20 American football stadiums. They don't only assemble rockets there, they don't only have the space station in a pool there, they also have studios with green screen and contributed to one of the, I think, what is this Marvel's movie? Deadpool. They made some scenes on big green screen for the movie Deadpool.
Yeah, as the weeks go by and the months go by and the years go by, this whole thing about the 24-hour sun, this trip, and any other involving this supposed 24-hour sun, it'll just fade off into oblivion. No one will even remember it or care because it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything about the surface of Earth. It doesn't correlate to anything at all about the surface.
Yep.
So it'll just go away like a lot of other, the Glovers went down there. So what? Like, they'll just be passed off into oblivion. No one will even remember or care. Like I said, same thing with the flat earthers. If they went, good for them. Like, I don't really care if they went or if they didn't go. Like, it doesn't matter to me at all. It doesn't change my point of view about Earth. It doesn't have any weight or depth to it as far as what we talk about here. So it's just going to go away. Yep, it'll go away it was just like a fad. You know how fads come and go. Like, they're popular for a while and then they just disappear. No one's going to care.
Actually, a couple of hours ago, I agree with that because it's some kind of a psyop. That's why I explained to Crit, actually, and I said it also a couple of days ago. I mean, there was a talk about honesty, and I said that we go over because he mentioned that he is honest and he's trying to argue. I said, I am honest too, and I will show you honesty. For example, I still think that the AE map, at least, is much better than the globe model. And for example, if you remember, there was this Earth Null School website. Do you remember? Where Jaren, in his good days, he showed that all the data were projected on a graphic presentation, and the data of current temperature, current wind, current pressure, current rain. They were projected on all kinds of maps, and only on the AE map it made so much sense. It was symmetrical and it was going in circles. And suddenly they dropped the AE map. And suddenly they dropped the AE map. And Jaren wrote to them, "Why did you drop it?" They said, this was only a glitch. In 1 week it would be back. And then they said no. 1 week later they said no, it will be dropped. So I also remember when Flat Earth Asshole started to mention that we flat earthers should look at the rising sun in Australia, which is coming sometimes, I think, in summer from the southeast and not northeast. and setting in the southwest, which means that it is coming from beyond the so-called Antarctic rings, which shows to us that the AE map is not working. Yeah, but the problem is, that's what I mean. I mean, why should I throw a map which works much better under the bus just because such uh, such a person like Willie Duff, which is Will Duffy, which one could very easily see how dishonest he is. The smile on his face. Why should I believe him when he just makes a video? We know how easy for NASA would be to make a video, just like the movie Gravity.
Yeah, well, here's
Why
the
should I?
thing. It's my
But
understanding.
I know. Sorry for interrupting you. Just
No,
I want just to finish it. But I have agreed. I came to the conclusion that I understood why the flat earthers here and the mods, why they would prefer to say we don't have a model because of the flaws. Because even the AE map has flaws and failures and things which we could not explain, and this could be a risk of being like holes where the globers could come and digress from things which are empirical, like the black swan, and then we would have to talk needlessly about something which is not important. It would not help if we would say it is not important what the sun is doing or the stars, because this has nothing to do with the earth. We cannot measure the earth by looking at the stars. That's why I think, okay, it's the best strategy by not subscribing to MF, which could have holes which I cannot perfectly defend.
Yeah,
That's why it's better.
I gotta go in a few minutes. I appreciate what you're saying, but it's my understanding that the AE map is actually a globe projection. It's basically a globe that's been flattened out. So the problem with the AE is that it's not an accurate depiction of what Earth actually is as far as distances and things like this. I think it's, like you said, it's flawed because it's basically using what they've got on the globe and just flattening it out. So that's a good reason not to align ourselves with it. That's one good reason. I mean, in some ways it makes a lot of sense, but that doesn't mean it's the end all, the be all and end all. It's not the alpha and omega of a map for what Earth actually is. So there's big problems with that whole thing. So, yeah.
Thanks for mentioning that. But as I told you, Sonny, I am being honest, and I have to tell you, I have been here. I have been a flat earther since 2015. So I would like to say I remember very well until very short time, so until the talk started about the final experiment. So we flat earthers were always saying that the globe actually is a projection of the AE map. So this is for me strange that now flat earthers say that, because I have been watching flat Earth videos and forums, flat Earth debate all the time, Quantum Eraser, and I have been here from the beginning. So, and most of the time, the flight routes is very strange. Where there was a report that a woman had an emergency, and they had to land. They had to make an emergency landing in Alaska, and on the AE map, it looked exactly on the straight route of the flight. So, 2 years ago until 3 years ago, we flat earthers were all saying that actually the globe is a projection of the AE map. And now suddenly most of the flat earthers say, why should I fear just because of deceiver claimed that he went to Antarctica? I don't believe that he went there. I mean, you saw the glitches, you saw the flaws in the video, the footsteps which were not there. And then one flat earther said, yeah, maybe because it is ice and not snow. That means very solid ice. And then I told him, then how there have been footsteps on which he stepped if it was such a hard ice and not a snow? So how did the others make footsteps? And then the other flat earther said, yeah, that's right. That's strange. And then they played this thing that it looked like it is a green screen, where one of them had a badge on her jacket. The whole thing looked unreal. And the vibe gate, where Wixit vibed, said, "Here you have your breath." Anyhow, but I can see the best way is yeah, not to subscribe to a model which one cannot defend. But still, the globe heads, they always try to evade from the globe killer, the horizon behind the second Drake oil, the habitat, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles, and we still see the horizon behind it. They still try to evade that, and like the guy Jordi today, he told us all the time he wants to talk about first law of Newton instead of talking about the black swan. I told him, why don't you talk about the black swan? And yeah, that's why Chris muted him. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not sure if you're still here.
Any flat earther here familiar with the topic of slash navigation that would like to get into it?
Topic of what, sorry?
Slash navigation.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Wait a second.
You say it slow. Say it slower for me.
Okay, celestial navigation.
Ah, yeah, I'm not super. Is this bacon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not super familiar with it. I really looking forward to learning more about it.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully soon we can have information about it.
Anti-globalist? Are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what is Hot Chocolate talking about? He's mentioning these guys live for billions of years. They overcome death with their will. Is he talking
Oh,
about?
in the side chat, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I
Is he
wasn't
talking about
watching.
PC game or reality?
I have no idea. I saw the conversation took a
With all doors
into crazy topics.
Tell us more about Newton being an incel, having dolls, playing with dolls. I didn't know that until Crit mentioned it.
What's up, guys? Anybody here? Crit, are you here? Anybody here? Hey, that same guy in the text channel, he's in the voice channel. Why doesn't he just tell you verbally what he's saying? I don't get it. Why, he doesn't have a mic or what? Yeah, but what is your position? You think the Earth's a globe? They don't look. I don't know. I'm not getting that vibe. Not unless you are, and I'm missing something here. Mick, are you in the chat? What's up, Amish?
Hey, you can't really chat.
All right, busy at work, huh? All right. Just waiting on the globe heads to come in here. Looks like, I'm not sure. He didn't say it, but they're arguing in the text channel. Looks like Faithless was a glober, but I'm not sure if he is or not. He never stated. He could be. I think maybe just him and anti-globalists are disputing on something else. I don't know.
Well, they should probably bring it in here, so we can document it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But Faithless says that he just
Yeah, sup, guys?
sun down for a nap.
Sup Amish? Yeah, he won't come in the VC.
Does he ever though?
Because we might recognize him.
I haven't seen him in here before.
But he is a glober, yeah? Or no?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, he is. Okay. Is it Peter with a voice changer like the other day? That was so funny. I don't even know how that ended because I had to leave. Like,
Peter?
Yeah, he was just like, "No, it's not me. It's not Peter." Like, dude, chill, bro. Like, I know it's you. They, it's like trying to get in line again, but you just put like a fake mustache, and everybody knows who you are. You're just like, think you're not fooling anyone. And then he tries to act like a whole new person to kind of get like this, like so that we don't like put him to the side right away because he hates that. That's what happens when you're up against truth, man. You can't win.
Not sure if you guys were listening earlier. We had Robert Utah. Alpha, have you spoken to Robert before?
Yeah, I have a sound clip. Auntie, do you have me on Twitter? There's a clip that I have of him that provides.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what he thinks empirical evidence is. It's on my profile. All you gotta do. It's like a.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
It's like a minute.
Follow
clip or something.
your ex.
Yeah, it's on my profile.
Yeah, I need to clip some of the conversations we've had with him in here as well. And home server, he said some funny things that would make great clips.
The homie Clipcord usually keeps me up on like all the clips that he provides in my DMs. He's always hitting me up. I got a lot of people that hit me up in the DMs, but him mainly. And he'll send me a few clips of like things that are taken out of context from these Globers. And they're really cool. I haven't the clip that I wanted was the one that India was saying that he had touched the Saturn V rocket and knew that it went to space or some other baloney. Which
oh yeah, he's
if you touch the Saturn V, your sickness will be healed, right?
Dude, it's like he treats it like a relic, dude. Like,
yeah.
Brothers and sisters,
He's probably kneeling down,
rocket. And let me tell you
crying.
something. I felt an experience unlike I've never felt before. And I gotta say, folks, that Saturn V rocket, it went to the moon. Now I need you to hear me out here.
Oh,
I could do the whole because it's the corny the preacher that's is trying to rile everybody up, but he's doing it wrong. He's just trying to. It's all about hype, and it's not like I don't know. It should be more built on substantial evidence, and that's what these guys
Alpha.
are just all about. Oh, what's up, Brittany?
Ask you a question.
Or Brittany, what are you going by these days? Romulan?
Yeah. I just want to you saw the inauguration just now, right?
Yeah, I was watching it. Yeah.
What do you make of Trump saying that the U.S. will plant an American flag on Mars?
Oh, I didn't catch that. What was he saying? I was catching the second half because I didn't.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. I mean, it's a long-winded speech, but yeah, it's 42 seconds worth of him saying that America's going to plant a flag on Mars. So interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more interesting that every other president that was before him said kind of similar things. So
do you think it'll happen?
For me, it's called "Kick the Can Down the Road," Romulan. I don't want to keep calling. Is this Romulan, dude? Can we settle on a name, bro?
Yeah, just call me Britnett or Yui or whatever you know me as.
Yeah, Britnett, because I know you as that. So it's called "Kick the Can Down the Road," and I mean, I could clip all the presidents, before him that said things about Mars and the moon, and dude, it was throughout my lifetime I've heard presidents say this, and I had of course, at the time, I was, I really, it didn't matter to me, but yeah, they would say things like that, and I would be like, that's cool, I mean, they're gonna do what they say they're gonna do. But what happens though, Britt, is that over time, people forget things, right? People forget they said that one thing that one time, and they don't hold them to it. Like, okay, he said that. How many people in like 2 months from now are going to hold him to that very thing that he said? Except for those who really crave space to be like an actual thing. Other than that, even people might come back to him and say like, hey, remember you said you're going to put a flag on Mars? He's going to be like, oh, I'm just joshing. Like,
well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, because obviously I know, people have been saying the Mars mission's any year now, the Moon mission's any year now, but I don't know if I can recall a time, you've had a president and someone like Elon Musk who has his own private space industry, at the same time, so what I'm basically asking is, I know you don't think that they'll actually go to Mars, but do you think there'll be an event which they call the Mars landing, which will be televised in the next 4 years?
Yeah. Oh, why not? I would say it like this, man. They've already sent images from a robot, that looks akin to Short Circuit. Have you ever seen that movie? You grew up watching this movie, Short Circuit. It's a robot that looks like Johnny Five, and so the Mars rover has been doing this already, sending us images and whatever it did.
That's why I'm confused, because they said they'll plant a flag on Mars, but that's different from saying they'll put man on Mars, right? I don't know if they.
Yeah, see, you can't even decipher whether or not they actually meant a robot or a human.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing too, man. There's a lot of things you either read between the lines, or it leaves you wondering whether or not they say what you thought you heard what they said, or is it something different? To me, it's more akin to yeah, okay, that's great, do it. Don't fucking say it. Put your fucking big boy pants on and get the shit done. I'm a man of action. Don't tell me shit that you're gonna do. Fucking do it, dude.
We're not a hype economy right now, though, right? So they would rather just build hype endlessly forever.
Well,
because that obviously generates more money.
Well, we got the wall to consider. Did you hear the wall speech after the inauguration speech and such? The one he did. That's the one I watched. Well, Governor Greg Abbott was there. He didn't know he was there, but he was like, "Oh, so that you're here, let me just say, we're gonna build that wall faster than you ever thought possible," or whatever. Went on to say about that. But there's top priorities that he has that he's gonna do that I would say before that, what you mentioned, Britt, he would do. Because his policies, he's got a stack of people just waiting they're chomping at the bit to get to their thing,
Yeah.
So I think that was more of a kind of a, it's what if you were to be there, Brittnat, and you could be in that crowd, and you could be able to talk to him, just for half a second after that, and you just, not whisper it, but just sir, did you mean that you were gonna actually? He'd be like, presidents say things like that. He'd probably tell you that.
Yeah.
Dude.
I do think.
Anyway.
I don't know. It wouldn't be impressive, right? To talk, I'm thinking, not in terms of Trump's mind, but Elon Musk, right? Mm-hmm. To say you've taken the American flag by a robot and put it on Mars, right? Because people will be like, "Oh, that's neat," but people would forget about it within a week, right? So I'm going to assume when he says that, he's saying man will put a flag on Mars, right? And if that's the case, that'll be, honestly, look, I don't know if I'll be around consistently for the next 4 years, because I've done about a year and a bit now, and I don't really feel like there's much new going on. But if that did happen, oh boy, that would be fun. That would be fun to come in here and say, look what happened.
Yeah, until then, you just have the Matt Damon film is good enough for you to have your hopes alive now.
I have a question though, man.
Growing potatoes on Mars.
Aren't you rubbing shoulders with these guys? To some effect?
No.
Well,
I don't know Elon Musk. I don't know President Trump. I don't know anyone like that.
But you're a few degrees away from those individuals, right? From what I heard.
Wait, nowhere near those.
Or you were 100 degrees?
I wish I was. Maybe one day. Give me
the way you made it sound is you're talking to, these diplomats.
Give me 10 years, and maybe we'll see where I am.
He reminds me of someone who would be polishing the Queen's silverware, or the King now. This is the kind of chatter I would expect.
But and that's just my take, because of the fact that we've had history with presidents already saying things like this, but even more so with the ones that, because in their time they were the ones that sent the Mars rover to Mars, so their stuff was a little bit more tangible. So I don't know, Elon or Trump saying that about what they're gonna do, it's just what presidents say. It gets the people from the Space Boys. They're like, "Oh, guys, it's happening. It's really happening," and they're like, "All right, now call me whenever it happens." Me, because you know, and when it does, you know, what kind of production value are we going to get out of this thing? I mean, because if it's anything like what they've been doing in the past, I mean, God forbid, but I mean, they gotta step their game up, man. I mean, if they're gonna do something, because one of the things that we complain about in here in this group is that whenever they show like any space footage, they do like, okay, the rocket's leaving the base and it's going into the atmosphere. It's got the parabolic arc. It's got all that stuff, and people can see something happening, right? Then you get to a level where they do this cut into an animation, and you're like, okay, what's this? And then you just see like this animation. Well, we don't have the equipment to view this, but this is what we'd be seeing. It's like, all right, yeah, I get it.
I don't know if like I don't know much about the physics of this, right? But I don't know if they'd be able to maybe do a live stream. I mean, I don't know how far they'd be able to go away from Earth before.
Yeah, because that's the problem, isn't it? We have the ISS where it has, because one of the things we were doing one day, we had Platypus, which is like the guy is a hardcore space fan, right? Like everything about space. So I think one of the rockets were going to dock with the ISS. But prior to that, we were talking about the ISS and it's how it makes this revolution around the Earth every 90 minutes. And there's moments where it actually goes dark, where it doesn't have transmission that connects to like any live feed. So it has to, because there's, no way to, have that transmission be transferred and people see it all the time, live, nonstop, like throughout its, revolution. So they got their little explanations as to why it doesn't happen. So, it's kind of like you see the ISS do what it does, and then there's, obviously cuts in their live feed. And this is coming from their source, NASA. If you go there, because you got, dude, I'm on a tangent. You got, YouTube, they do their live feeds, and then you got NASA that does their live feed. So if you compare what NASA and what YouTube are showing, they're two very different videos, but they both say that they're live, and they're not congruent with each other. So there's no way that you're going to be able to say, okay, NASA and YouTube are both in unison. They're both streaming the same thing. It doesn't happen like that. And so you get the mismatch, and where people are saying, no, but YouTube is live, bro. What do you mean? It says live right there on the video. And so we have to argue with it. Dude, it's not like NASA footage. If you really want to look at what NASA's doing, go to their website. They have where the ISS is showing live exactly what the ISS should be showing according to the most updated live feed. And their live feed isn't that updated either. It's got time delay. And on top of that, they have transmission downtime. So there's a lot to contend with when people are actually challenging the fact that something's live. So it's, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, the president said some things, and I mean, we'll see.
We've got four years to see what happens.
Let's go. Let's freaking go. I mean, all right. I'm optimistic, man. Let's see. But for me, it's more like put your money where your mouth is, right? Don't just, okay, man, we heard presidents before you saying this. Do it. And then when you do it, let's see what you got, right? What are you going to show us? How are you going to, don't put no Dollar General cameras on the thing. And I mean, let's get some, I mean, okay, you as a Glober, you don't think that you would, want some high quality, I mean, just as somebody who's like, dude, we can do better. We got the best technology, the best cameras. Let's put some of that technology on the shit that's going up there, because it will help increase the ability for people to not say that it's, it's all fake and look at the grainy footage or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you think about that, but
well, I think before Mars happens, I do think recently there was a rocket that is going to the moon now to drop off some supplies for a future manned mission. So that might happen in the next 4 years. We'll see. Maybe the footage will be
2058 is the next date. 2058. Write that down in your calendars.
Yeah, when it does happen, though, Britt, you got to come in here with bells on, man. Oh,
I will.
Boy.
I will. I'll be like, now we're talking. Let's go.
Have we have a day to discuss some things? I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm never afraid of a discussion because it's always going to lead us to whether or not someone can obtain truth from it or not. So, and that's what it should be, right? I don't fear
Yes.
investigation, dude. Truth is on my side at all times. So for me, it's like, bring it on, cacheton. You know, like if you say you got what you got, lay it on the table. Let's see what you got. I mean, why would be? Nah, man, we don't want to talk about that. It's NASA. Talk about it. You think it shows something? It proves something? Go for it. I want your A game. I don't want your C game or whatever else. Like, I don't know. I guess over the years, dude. I'm just tired. I'm just like, if you got something, prove it and show it. If not, go to the back, man. Sit back there and wait till another one of your champions comes up here and is able to do a better job than you. That's just me. Yeah. But presidents before him said those very same words. There was a compilation of video kind of put together, stitched together by somebody back when I was first newly into like flat Earth, and it was showing like all the presidents like in succession, like from like a timeline, and they were all talking about space, like what they were gonna do, and all the, it's like a couple that's just joined together, and they're saying all these promises, and it's gonna be great. We're gonna do this and that, and base is gonna be amazing, and yeah, those are words. Actions speak louder than words. So, and then when those actions occur, let's investigate that, because people, they're not just gonna be like, oh, okay, now that happened, that's great. We put a rover on Mars, like, okay, as if it were no problem whatsoever. But I'm more like, if you got something, show it. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but there's nobody talking anyway, so. We got Arian to just join. Welcome. We got a few people to join our chat. What's going on? Is you ain't a flat earther?
I studied physics at university, so.
Oh, dude, it sounds like you're talking from the mothership right now.
I fully got brainwashed at university.
Oh, you are talking from the mothership, dude.
I told you.
Maybe you want to charge up your headphones.
Or does it sound bad?
Yeah, listen to yourself in the live stream.
Yeah, it sounds like you need to charge your headphones.
Okay, just give me a sec.
Yep. So, yeah, Robert said he was a scientist. We got him on record saying that.
Yeah, he said he's a physicist.
Physicist. Excellent.
Yeah, he says many times that he's a scientist.
I've ripped his degree away from him, and he hasn't been able to reclaim it.
We should, pin it on his chest, because when he goes down in flames, we want that to be him wearing that. Like, for me, it's like, yes, let them say they're PhDs. Let them say they're scientists. Don't ever say that you discredit that, because it makes it even that much more sweeter whenever they aren't able to produce the evidence. So let them say that. Yeah, if you say that, well, it's the internet. I'm not going to be able to prove it anyway. But if you say that's what you are, then okay. That's just you're going to be in the pile with the rest of the ones that we've taken down. So it's just going to be, it's a better look for us to say, yeah, that's what you say you are. Okay, take you for your word. Even though I can't prove it, but what you're saying. He just sounds like, I don't know. He's trying too hard. But
Yeah, he's trying way too hard.
Right, as it is with many of them that come in here, they do it for, I want to say, if it's any, like if they really dug in, they'll be here for forever. But a good solid week is what I give them. After that, they're just like, shit, yeah, whatever. You know. So I don't see him in here today, or was he in here yesterday? He might
Oh,
have been.
yeah, he was in here just a few hours ago. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
was
in
he?
here
Okay.
all the time. And even when he gets banned, he'll just beg to get unbanned. The second he's unbanned, he's back again. He's yes, yeah.
I like it in a way.
Today we were going.
Yeah.
Well, today we were going over lots of clips, NASA clips, with him, and some of the excuses that he was coming up with, right, for the hairspray, or for some of the other clips, were absolutely hilarious. And another thing he's been saying is, right, all of our observations that we show him, right, all of the different black swan observations, right, from different observer heights and other observations, they're all CGI. We faked them all. We've added in the horizon. What was interesting about what he said was that the observations would be impossible on a globe, so they would have to have been faked. Right? So I questioned him about it, and I said, look, if it turns out that they weren't faked, would that be a problem for the globe? And he said, no, it wouldn't be a problem. Double speaking. Right? And we even had Matthew in here, Matthew Weathers, or Matthew Learns at the time. And Matthew said, look, he went to the location where the Black Swan was done. He confirmed it, right? He said, yeah, it's not fake. I went there. Sent the Robert the pictures from Matthew, right, through his telescope, which are also great Black Swan. But yeah, he still claims that they're all faked. They have to be.
Yeah, sounds like he's gonna be a Duggan. He's a broken toy now.
Oh, yeah.
I have him here for content. I'll expose him every time he's in here.
Yeah, he makes great content for us, right? And he keeps trying to brag about his degree, right? So when people hear someone that claims to be a physicist, right? And then he does so poorly in these debates or arguments or conversations, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, people can see that, right? I've even had some globe earthers messaging me in DMs saying, "What is this guy serious?" Right? He's not making any sense. Right? People that are on the fence.
Yeah, and it's just more of these academic types that come in here that think they got all the answers, and they're thumbing their nose up at this group because it's like, oh, how beneath me this conversation is. And I'm like, good. I want you to actually feel that way, because when you are knocked off your high horse, it's gonna feel that much more greater of a victory for us. And it's what happens. But if you were to if you take your pride and put it on the shelf for a moment and you have a conversation with us, then you realize, hey, you know what? I didn't know that. I never seen that perspective. But if you come up here and making it sound like, oh, what education what formal education do you have? Huh. You can't beat me, I've studied at Harvard. Come on, dude. Get off the bullshit. Like, if you're able to provide evidence of the thing you're saying, it should be self-evident. Don't care who you are. Truth is the truth. Anyway, we got somebody new in the chat. KGG, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. Your voice sounds familiar. You been here before?
Really?
No?
No.
Oh. So what do you
This
think about
chat?
What's that?
This voice?
Yeah. What do you think about
No.
the topic of the room?
Flat Earth? I don't believe that it's flat, but I'm here to listen. Yeah.
So, why do you think it's a globe? May I be presumptuous to say that you think it's a globe? Because people that come in
It's
here, Brandon,
because what we've
Go ahead.
seen as since we grew up, images from the satellite, images, and also I don't know, physics usually have evidence of that it's not flat. Simple, normal. Didn't get into it a lot.
Okay. But there's no real way they told you how to investigate the knowledge, the claim, or the understanding that the Earth is a globe. So, if I was to tell you How can you verify the Earth is what they're saying it is? You know, a giant oblate spheroid. What would you
I
do
trust
to
in
find out?
physics,
Oh, trust.
and yeah, and usually physics have taught us that it is round or not round, oval. Let's say.
Yeah, oblate. So if
Yeah.
you were to if you were to say I trust physics, do you think that's a great way to investigate a claim by saying I trust something? Because
No.
if you were to put your detective hat on, right, and you were to find out whether or not you know something to be true, and you say, "Well, I just trust someone," doesn't that mean that you've given all of your ability to critically think about the topic over to somebody just because you trust the information that they're giving you to be the truth? And you're not. It's almost like it takes away the ability for you
Kinda,
to investigate.
but how do we know it's flat? So you think it's flat, right?
No, I know
How
it's
do you
flat.
came to the? You don't think so?
No, I know it's flat. It's not. I don't think. I don't
Oh,
believe. Yeah, it's not a belief system. So the globe is. So remember when you told me you trust somebody else? That's a belief.
yeah.
When you trust someone or you have faith in the thing, like the individual who's saying that the Earth is a globe because maybe you're not a scientist and they are, what's happening is you're giving over the ability to be able to understand or critically, look through how the information has been given to you that the Earth is a globe. So you don't know it's a globe. You trust someone else that it is. And that's the problem right now. You're not able to understand or know that it's a globe. So you're trusting someone. Does that make sense? I'm just kind of going through like the reason why. And
I understand your point. It's yeah, but not all of us can be scientists, you know.
yeah, I get
So
it. I get it.
some of
But,
us can be trusting the science, or we can decide not to trust science.
well, it's not about not trusting science. What it is the claim that's being presented to you. Is there anything that we as people can do to verify we're standing on a giant ball? Because I mean, you're standing on the thing.
We have to do our own research if we want to like
Yeah.
disprove the claim.
Well, it's not a. It's to see if the claim has any validity within the physical natural world. So let's just say you want to validate what they've been saying all along, like the Earth being an oblate spheroid. How could we do that? What method do you think we can identify that the Earth is a giant oblate spheroid?
I think by starting going to a good school of physics and then do our own research based on the available tools that we have.
Okay, but yeah, you can go to a good school, but what in the school would they be able to show you that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Like, what would they say? When you take a class, like, okay, we're going to talk about the Earth as an oblate spheroid. This is how we know. This is the method in which we could determine that the Earth's surface is curving in such a way that it's a giant oblate spheroid. What method do you think that would be?
I'm not sure. I'm not a scientist, but I'm sure that they have their own methods, like calculations and their own equations.
Hey, go ahead, Amish.
I was just gonna say it's like people are too afraid to say measurement.
Right. So if they've measured the Earth to be a giant oblate spheroid, do you think that would give you a better understanding that it has been measured, or is just a calculation? Like something done in math where you can.
If you have doubts on it, you can take the same measures and go and try to do it yourself. And if you came up with a different result, that means it's false.
Exactly my point. Thank you for that. And so you start to realize right now within the conversation that if you have any doubts, let's measure it, right? That would be a great way to find out whether or not something is or is not what they're saying it is. We would verify within the physical natural world if the Earth is curving at a specific geometric rate. And that means that on the surface from point A to point B, there would be such a thing as an arc between 2 points. Would you agree or disagree with that?
No, I agree.
Okay. What if I told you that these measurements over long distances can be done? Like you can measure from point A to point B a distance and whether or not the distance can provide the evidence that the Earth is or is not curving. What would you say to that?
That makes sense. Normal physics.
Right. So over the years that we've been doing this, those many tests have been done in numerous amounts of ways. Now, line of sight is always important, right? Because you have to have a direct line between point A and point B. So if you were to say the Earth is curving from point A to point B, it would be known as something that would obstruct the viewer from observation at point A to the target distance at point B. I'm just giving you something to think about. You don't really have to do anything right now. I'm just listen to the logic behind what I'm saying, right? So point A to point B. An observer at point A is looking off to target distance in point B. Now, if the target distance is great enough to where the curvature would be obstructing the viewer from seeing the target at point B, that would definitely mean that there's something to consider in the way of curvature. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, for example, when you look at the sea, right? And the sea you cannot see the other side of the sea because it's oval. That's usually what they say. Point A and point B can be on the other side of the sea, and because it's oval, you cannot see the other side of the sea, only if you can travel or by, let's say, airplane.
Right. So we made such observations within the group of people that are in here, and you as well, I would say. Although unbeknownst to you, you've always been making long distance observations. I have, everybody in this room has, but we've never thought about why we see something at the far distance that we see it at. Like people would ask me, what have you done? What has been done by you or anybody that we can actually test to see if we can verify any observations being made to see if the Earth would be getting in the way of such a thing as, your target distance? Well, I would tell you that our target distance that we could see is much further than the geometric consequent of the surface being curved. Now, if you can recall in your mind, any time that you've ever seen something in a target distance that's at a great distance away from you, let's say in and above, I don't know, you might use kilometers, but I would say in miles for me, right? Like 15, 20 miles away, you could see something on the ground. Like you're on the ground, you look at, horizontally across the Earth, and you see something at a very far distance that you probably think in your mind, I shouldn't be seeing this if the Earth is curved. Have you ever made an observation like that?
Maybe when I was driving the car, I've seen like long distance, but not that far because I've never had like a flat area. It's usually like, full of mountains and stuff, so you can't really see that far. Usually it's, yeah.
No, I'm saying it's excellent because I think just testing this, right? Going to a place that you could see, I don't know, I'd say kind of like a body of water, a lake or an ocean, perhaps. If you would get somewhere and you could see.
You can, lakes, usually you can see the other side, but not the sea. Usually on the sea is much harder to see the other side.
Mm-hmm. So what was the distance? Have you ever seen over a lake at a very far distance? Because we have observations that can match a long distance observation. I have one in mind, but I'll wait to see if you've ever seen something like this.
Something like what? Like seeing the lake from the distance?
Yeah, like, if you're standing on one shore, you could look across the lake and see a target distance at something that would exceed the amount of curvature that should block your view from the thing that you see in the target distance. So, I don't know, I put it at like above like 10 or 15 miles away.
Yeah, I've been on lakes. I can see the other side of the lake usually.
And is the distance greater than 10 or 15 miles?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay. So if you...
One of the lakes, maybe.
Excellent. If you think about it, long distance observations, and this is what I've always been saying to people, because everybody's like, well, what did you do, flat earther, to find out if the Earth is flat? This is what we call testing, right? To see if the geometric shape of the Earth would be such that obstruction from the Earth's curvature would cause
Does science tell us that we should not see the other side of the lake if it's more than 10 miles away?
Yeah. Well, I'm about to give you some information here. If you type in to Google, I don't know if you have that at the ready. Whenever you get a chance, though, type in there Earth.
I have ChatGPT. Don't worry. Go ahead.
You could type in Earth curve calculator. There's a few of them that'll pop up, and I assure you, it's not something flat earthers made up. This isn't by us, by the way. There's a few. I think one's by Walter Bislin. I think it's the most popular one that's been tossed around here. But they're not flat earthers, right? There's people who are trying to validate that the Earth is a globe via these observations. Now, what's going to happen is these Earth curve calculators are going to factor in the distance and your eye height and a few other factors. You can punch in some of the values in there. You got to insert, I do believe, the size of the Earth's radius, which is 3959. You could convert that into kilometers and also the circumference as well. So what you do is you put all the information into that calculator, and then you say, okay, my distance was, I don't guess here, your distance from where you were making your observation on the shore to the other shore was like, 10 to 15 miles or however long. It might be more or less. I don't really know, but whatever you think that distance is based on your geographic location, then you can say, okay, I can establish that from where I was, the elevation from eye height was this. Hold on, I got a call. So do you understand the test, what I'm saying so far? Okay, so did you look up the Earth curve calculator? There's a few of them. So
Yeah, it's H equals R minus, yeah.
Yes. So you insert some values there, and you could get the Earth's radius simply looking that up. What is the Earth's radius? And it'll tell you in miles or kilometers. I guess if you want to go any way you want to go. And then you put in your target distance, what distance that was, your eye height, all that good stuff. Put all that stuff there, and it's going to kind of put out some information as to what you would be seeing or not seeing based on some obstruction due to the fact that the Earth's an oblate spheroid. Now, I think they also, if I'm not mistaken, they also account for refraction. So you might want to look all that information up, put it in there, and then see what.
So why do you think the world doesn't go with this? Like why they're going with the oval theory? Well, okay, let's say that we prove that the Earth we can see a distance miles away, even though the science have proven to us in theory or on the ground that it shouldn't be happening and we shouldn't be seeing with our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we did that, and it proves that, okay, the world is not oval as we calculated everything, but the world still wants to tell us like it's oval. Why?
Well, I mean, it supports a lot of narratives. So having that specific paradigm it's kind of like if you would say a foundation, right? It's a foundation for other supporting narratives. So the other supporting narratives could be like, I don't know, talking about how a planet is dying and it's got, we got to change the climate or something, help support climate change, or, we're overpopulating.
Oh, fuck that shit. That's bullshit. Well, yeah. I hate climate change.
They're supportive. Well, it's good that you feel that way, because then you now know that it's one of the things you can discard if it's not, it doesn't have the validity that it should based on the supporting foundation. So it has to be, okay, so all these other narratives, they're derivative narratives, right? They're supporting narratives to the base.
You know why I hate climate change is because, literally, the hurricanes and wildfires give more pollution to the air than anything else.
Yeah, I mean,
and nobody talks about it.
You get what I'm saying? Because so there's a narrative, right? But its foundation is that there's a giant ball in the vacuum of space. So because of that, it's called it's considered a planet. And this planet that you're standing on has to deal with a lot of things, you know, that there's limited, and I was going on to tell you the others, there's limited resources. We're overpopulating this planet. You know, it's a lot of scarcity. Scarcity would mean that, you know, like the resources that we have on this earth are diminishing, and we have very little time to make amends to, like, with, you know, what we have. So we have to kind of, like, you know, share the stuff because we're running out. So all this, you know, like, we got killer asteroids coming to destroy us, and just many different other fear tactics, right? So the foundation of all the other derivative.
The ozone is getting destroyed day by day.
Exactly. But what is true, right? What is true is the things that can be understood in the physical or natural. Like, there has to be not just like these narratives that you hear about, like climate change. They have to have some validity within, like, you know, some type of research that is actually real research, not just like bought and paid for, you know, by some people that they have special interest in certain, you know, sectors of, like, politics. And so to them, it would be like they really want these agendas to get pushed because it supports a narrative for them. You know what I mean? But it's all on a foundation. The foundation is a giant spinning ball of water in the vacuum of space. Nobody questions the foundation, therefore the narratives go unquestioned. Do you get what I'm saying? All the derivative topics that are set on top of this giant ball are all supporting the fact that, well, you can't say that climate change isn't real because you're on a spinning ball, and that spinning ball is a tiny little blue dot in the middle of an ocean of other dots. You know, like, so you can't say that's not true because of your belief in the ball, not you, but the royal you, right? The belief in the ball gives them the ability to shoehorn any derivative topic. So it's a foundation, essentially. And then not only that, but even on the religious aspect, it can prove to you that because you're on a ball that had no real beginning to deal with, like, a creator, it just happened to be, it was a random chance accident that just burped out into existence for no apparent reason, right? Then you can discard some of these ancient beliefs, such as thinking that there's a creator and there's a holy book that goes along with that and all kinds of other stuff. So what it does is creates a secular atheist mindset. And within that, right, comes along with all these derivative topics. So it gets you into the mindset of becoming a slave to the narrative. So I'm walking you through basically, like, what happens to the mind as it's like, as you're a young person, growing into your own mind, like a critical thinker. By the time you reach the age where you can start asking questions, you don't ask questions anymore. You take narratives for what they are, and obviously you take them for granted, because now when it's time and you can think of things, you're so bought into the information that you almost look at the somebody speaking against what you think is true, and you laugh. This is just a flat earth. What a meme. This is funny stuff. Like, I'm going to go in there and see what these flat earthers are saying, but really the obvious thing is the earth presents itself as a flat and stationary plane. So, and what I mean by that is observation will also, verify what we're saying. Measurement verifies what we're saying, and practical use of the earth as a flat plane will also verify what we're saying. So we have all the hallmarks of truth on our side, whereas, just like as you described, the hallmark of somebody that just believes that a narrative is true is because you trust someone like a scientist. That's what your foundation is built on. And everybody, this is the amazing thing that you probably don't know. Everybody who comes in here will say the same thing that you have said. It's almost like a script. Well, I trust the science. Okay. So that means that the ability to critically think about the world that you're actually on has been given away to somebody else. You've given your mind over to somebody else who will think for you, who will tell you what to think. And so they give you a narrative, you just believe it, and you go on with your day. Makes things easier for you because you don't have to think about the earth being a globe. You can, pursue other things, like a better job or whatever. And so this other thing that people are talking about becomes, you become almost indifferent to it. So I'm really now just telling you the psychological aspect of it. So what happens is, because of the fact that it's been hammered into everybody's minds, we don't question the facts anymore. We just take them for what it is. But anyway, I just, for a moment in time, I just want you to at least have the ability to process some information and say, you know what, let me think about it. Let me just look into it. It may not be true based on any information.
Actually, when I came here, I wasn't laughing at you guys. Just so you know, I was just curious about why would someone think that it's flat. So I'm actually very open-minded when it comes to new ideas. I want to explore different cultures and ideas. What do they have to say? And then I make up my own mind about it. But
that's the way to go.
About the reason that I don't believe in climate change, because climate change literally became a part of our daily life, and it's absurd and it's politically motivated, not actually by some young girls like Greta.
How dare
these are all products. Yeah,
that's what she says.
These are all products of the climate change bullshit. But
of course.
About the flat Earth, I don't think it's I'm still not sure if it's politically motivated. Usually, stuff are politically motivated. That's why they do it.
Yeah,
they do.
I'm only describing parts of the narrative that actually extend into politics. This has a greater reach into a lot more derivative topics. So, like I was mentioning, it has to do with religion, with politics, with what you consider science to be. Like it's far-reaching. It has many tentacles. It goes into many different topics. So it's not just one; it's many. And so you don't know the implications of thinking that the Earth is a globe until you see, like, why. Oh, that's the reason. So it's a great way for somebody to perpetuate an enslaved mind. It's a great way. I mean, if I could do it like that, and have you believe this narrative, and then anything that I come up with, it doesn't matter whatever specific topic, whether it's politics or whether it's religion, I would have you thinking that, well, think about this. If you live on a giant space ball that's floating around and it came about by no apparent means whatsoever, just because it just wanted to, right? Nature just created itself. Then, what need for that holy book do you have anyway? That's religion. I could also tell you that for political reasons, we need to change our act because, the climate's changing. So we have to do something about it. You need to contribute to, this specific agenda because you're going to make things better for the world if you are taking part in being more green. That's political. So, I can go into if we look up at the night sky, we can ponder the cosmos in a very specific way. Then cosmologically, you can understand we are in a solar system. And that would cross over into what you might think science is, but it's not really science. But they would cross over into this other idea. So, like I said, it reaches far deep into the human psyche. And all you can do is listen to somebody tell you that and never question it, because how can you know if you trust the science? You'll never be able to challenge yourself if you just have already given that belief over to somebody else who's carrying that knowledge and saying, oh, no, don't worry. The Earth is a globe. I'm a scientist. I've been studying for 20 years and I know what I'm saying. So trust me. And you're like, okay, that's a problem. So it's really kind of, getting that back from wherever you gave it to, just reclaiming that. Because that critical thinking mind it's a sacred space and it belongs to you. Doesn't belong to the scientist whom you think is telling you the whatever information. Investigate, research, learn. I'm telling you. And I've only gotten this far with you because you have an open mind. But others, I can't get this far. So I'm kind of utilizing this time to kind of tell you the far-reaching implications of the information actually eroding someone's critical thinking. And then the product of that, what I've seen over the years that I've been doing this, is a hardened heart against any thoughts of whether they could be wrong or not of the topic of the Earth being a globe. It's completely shut off. Like they rather accept that the Earth is a globe and go by their day to day than challenge themselves and figure out, you know what? There isn't any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Why am I carrying this belief? It's useless. There's no need for me to think it's a globe because, like I was telling you, it's been observed, it's been measured, and it's been practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Now, observation is easy to cover, right? Because I was telling you about long distance observations when you first came in here. But I mean, I can proceed to tell you that measurements also will be the thing that verifies the fact that it's not just observed that way, but it's measured as such. This making any sense, KG? I'm long in the tooth, man, when I have the ability to be. So
No, I agree. We should. I believe in doing your own research on everything before believing anything. I get that. I get that aspect. I understand that. Yeah, I still have to do my own research on this.
I would say this: we have our own server, 24/7 does. And if somebody would be so kind as to drop the link, or if not, I will, into the text channel, KGG, if you don't mind, you can look at. We have volumes of data, terabytes even, that are gathered in that server that you can peruse at your leisure, so that you can see for yourself whether or not things can be done to verify the Earth is flat. Because it's part of the research, right? So just to look into stuff, and because I mean, I could basically talk your ear off on the many different ways that you can look into this, but it would take such a long time, So I can just cover just more of the topical information and perhaps give you a bit of an inclination to look into the other stuff. Yeah.
Do we go around the globe by the airplanes when we travel?
No, pilots, we've spoken to many over the years. Pilots, they could make their flight plans however they do on, their charts. But when they're actually flying the plane, they fly the plane across the surface as if it were flat and stationary. Meaning they don't account for or negotiate over any amount of curvature, nor do they account for the axial rotation of the Earth in any way. They assume that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane when they're flying the plane. Like when they're doing their job, they don't account for the curvature of the Earth. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, so they don't go higher and lower at all?
Not according to the Earth being negotiated as an oblate spheroid, no. They do it only for purposes of reaching altitude, or they lower, just depending on weather. They compensate for other factors, but not because the Earth's a giant ball. Not because of that. Other factors, yes, but not because the Earth's a giant ball.
Do they ever go from, let's say, from the other side of the world, in the direction, let's say, from the east to the, like we have east and west and south and north?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say if a flight is from Japan, do they go through the ocean, Pacific, or they go through the land, which is gonna be like Russia?
So for us to talk about now, are we talking about commercial or like military? Because it just depends.
Any
right?
type.
Well, it depends, because it depends on where their objective is going to be, like their landing zone. So if they're taking off at an airport on a commercial flight to another airport, then they're going to take headings to that location. Headings are different than actually saying that you're going to go in a specific direct line. They're going to go in the best route that they can possible that would be safe for passengers on their flight. And so that may not be what you might consider a straight direct path. So they might veer and go in a different direction. And so, yeah, it just depends. Like every case is different. And so a pilot has to be equipped to know how to navigate through these different scenarios.
Because if it's flat, you cannot go through ocean to America. You have to go through land.
No, I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't know, as in like what the whole entire Earth looks like as a whole. but we have a generalized kind of understanding about where things are because we have to head in a specific direction. So we use headings, like pilots use headings to get into the like kind of a corridor or a lane for their travel. And that corridor or lane for their travel is what has been already established as known, right? So they don't deviate from that corridor. There's a lot of like from navigation side of things, KGG, that you need to realize that pilots don't do and what they do, right? They don't do and what they do. So yeah, they don't take a globe on the plane with them and say, "Okay, guys, we're going to fly over this amount of curvature," nor do they have to compensate for any specific amount of curvature from point A to point B. What they do is ascend and descend. And we have this this flight data that can show at a level flight there is no compensation for or negotiation for the curvature of the Earth. Pilots don't ever have to consider that. This is important because you can say,
do we have a technology that can go around the globe without running out of gas?
Like as in a plane, you mean, or?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
do we have a technology that can travel you around the world since it's round, right? They claim it's round.
Since you believe it's round, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but travel, travel.
If we have but if we have like if we have a plane and the Earth is globe, you have to be able to go around the Earth with no problem. But if it's flat, you have to change your direction again and, like do a roundabout.
Let me put something in your mind, right? So you're thinking of going around a ball, right? But what if they're just imagine, you know what a basketball court is? KGG?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Basketball court.
If you stand in the middle of a basketball court and you have your friend who's standing in front of you, walks around you and comes back to the same location in front of you, they basically circumnavigated around you. Can you understand that concept?
Yes, I understand it.
So they don't need you to stand on a ball to circumnavigate around you, and the surface is flat. So in the same way, you could think of the Earth as a horizontal plane. And if you're going around someplace, all it is just going in a circle. Just like your friend went around you in the basketball court. That makes sense? It's the same thing. You started in one location, you came back to the same place. Just on a much bigger scale. That's not hard of a concept to think about, is it? Hello?
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I know what your point is, but...
Right. Horizontal plane, no problem. Right? So all we got to do is look at how people travel and then just say, okay, well, that person's just going around, coming right back. No issue. Doesn't need to be a ball. That's interesting. But yeah, thanks for the questions. There's a lot to know about from the Earth being flat and stationary because you've been seeing this your whole life. You've just never been thinking about it. So in your mind, it only exists as a globe. So you have to challenge yourself, KGG. This is important. This is the most important part of your critical thinking mind and the process for you to understand whether or not you know something to be true. You have to challenge yourself. I mean, it'll be up to you. When you leave this call and you don't ever return, or you do return, it'll be up to you. You have to do the challenge if you really want to know what's going on. I mean, obviously you don't have to, but. Any questions on any specific thing that we talked about, or?
No, it's okay. I will do a little bit more research on this one.
Cool.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of arguments before, but I never explored them. I never been in this chat The ones that I've listened to, they were super crazy and super pushy. So I appreciate the not pushy way
No,
of explaining stuff.
I don't feel that's a great way for you to actually develop the critical thinking mind that I think everyone has the opportunity to do. So for me, I don't want to twist your arm to say the earth is flat. I want you to investigate, to probe, to realize, like that's important. Because whether or not you come to the conclusion that the earth is flat, I don't need to like wonder if that's going to happen. The only thing I got to do is just put you on the path of like investigating. And whether you come to that conclusion, because that's everybody here who like early on started to figure it out. Like myself, I did my own research because I really wanted to know. Then I found out that
When did you found out about it?
2015. So 2015.
Like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a number of years. Yep. Sure has.
And how did you came to this thought? Like, was it something that you saw, something you did?
Yeah, it was so obvious that I kind of was beating myself up on it for a little bit. But it's the mechanics of water. Hydrostatic equilibrium. So if you see large bodies of water at rest, they don't have, air pushing up on them. If you've ever seen a lake that it's, really calm, no wind, it looks like glass. I don't know if you've ever seen this site before, but that has many ways to understand how that shows. It's a demonstration that the earth in no way is curving, because large bodies of water do not display convexity. There's no convex surface on this water. What it is because of surface tension, you have the surface is flat and it's smooth and it's as far as the eye can see for as long as you can say that, this lake is calm, and so it looks like a mirror, perfect mirror, right? And with that perfect mirror, we consider that as a specular reflection. Now, I'm going to go off on a little tangent, so excuse me. A specular reflection comes in two forms. It can come in a smooth curve form or a smooth flat form. So a specular reflection can happen, and the smooth curve form would be something akin to if you've ever been to like a funhouse mirror. Those wavy mirrors that make you look all wibbly wobbly. Well, if you've ever stood in one of those, you can see how your image is distorted by the mirror looking all wibbly wobbly, but it's smooth. The mirror is smooth. It's not. It's maybe a little misshapen, but it's smooth. And then you have a flat mirrored surface, which is smooth and it reflects everything correctly, like the way you are without any distortion. So what we have here is a comparison of what we understand specular reflections to look like in two ways. So the specular reflection that's flat mirrors everything perfectly. Now, I would challenge you to say that when you go out to a calm lake and one of these days, right, look at the surface of the water and its mirroring image. So whatever it's mirroring, it's doing it at such an angle that the image is portraying itself onto the water and into your eyes. So when you see that mirrored surface, it's flat and it's perfectly mirrored, like you would say a flat surface would mirror something. So now think about this. If there was any convexity to that water, that would be a distorted image that you see, which means that in a specular reflection, being a curved surface, it would give like the funhouse mirror effect to the image you see in the water. So in no way could it represent the surface being curved, because what we see in reality is a flat surface, detailing to us that specular reflections on a flat surface will show no distortion, will reflect an image exactly how reality looks. So this is the most important part. This is why we say there's evidence to always lean back to the earth being flat. Because of this evidence that I'm presenting to you right now, it's a validation of there being no convexity over this large body of water, which of course, like I said, if it displayed any convexity, it would show the distorted image like a funhouse mirror. The image would be distorted on the water, but it's not. Therefore, relying on the fact that the water itself is flat. And the earth doesn't display that convexity that it should, based on, and a thought would be, well, what if it's happening at such a minuscule rate? Well, see, the issue with that, right? Because some people might think, well, it's just happening at a small, tiny scale. It's so insignificant, you wouldn't even notice it. Well, then, therefore, what would proceed from that was that, okay, If you say that, then how is it possible that you measured curvature in the first place? Because you would have to figure out that it could be measured to actually attribute a specific change in the horizontal plane that we see. So now there's a conundrum. Whether or not we can understand that the Earth is curving based on an observation and a test of measurement, or it's inconsequential and not measurable because it's so insignificant that it looks flat. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place when it comes to what you think the Earth can display as a globe. People start becoming apologists for the Earth as a globe. No. It's okay. You can think of the Earth as a globe because it's so small you couldn't notice the curvature. But what we would say to that was that, okay, if that's true, then how did you measure it in the first place? Because we have some metrics. And you go online right now and you find out that the Earth has a radius, diameter, and a circumference, which means that we can measure things according to the geometric shape size of the Earth. So, applying this knowledge, which what I told you in the beginning with the long distance observation, you would be able to detail what the drop rate of curvature would be away from a tangential line. So now this is important, right? Because if we're saying over a lake that's calm, that there would be convexity and it could be measured, then the issue is, well, I thought we couldn't measure it because it looks flat. So you get what I'm saying? Now there's an issue. Whereas where we just say it plainly, there's no curvature needed because there isn't any curvature, and the Earth is flat because that's how it displays itself, that's how we measure it, and that's how it's represented in a specular reflection. You can look up the word specular reflection and see what I'm saying, if it's true or not. And then you can dive into a little bit of understanding about that as well. I guess I would want everybody to validate what I'm saying. Or invalidate if you can, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road in critical thinking. You can start to analyze things that are being said. KGG, if you're there. Or did I lose you?
No, I'm here. It's just a glitch of the app that's killing me.
Oh.
I have to get out and come back to unmic.
Okay.
Yeah, I am looking at the specular reflection. It has diffuse reflection and specular one. Specular is like a mirror or a glass. And diffuse is like when it's wavy and
Ripply,
not
yeah.
even. Yeah.
It's ripply. But even so, right? The specular reflection that is smooth, then if it was curving, you got to remember, because you can see a specular reflection with something that's curving. That's for sure. You can see that. But it would show a funhouse mirror kind of effect. The thing would look kind of like wobbly or, elongated, or something would be not represented as... Yeah, go ahead.
But something else. Okay.
Sure.
So the Earth, it says flat. Let's say I'm saying it's oval. If it's like the Earth is big, so the amount of the curve is not going to be shown on a small scale. It can only show if it's like a major water body.
Yeah.
No?
So this is the issue. Remember the conundrum that I spoke of? I said it to you this way. If somebody says that that's the case, what you just said right now, and the Earth is too big, we need more distance, more water, and then we could say, we got a bigger distance. But the problem with that is, then how did they measure it in the first place? Because if they're now using a larger distance in a larger area, then we have to get to the place where they can measure it as a person, right? Would be able to measure. And
maybe they have technology to do so. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We're asking for the method by which that can be done. And so the hope that there's technology, or the hope that there's some explanation, is only just that. It's a hope. But that
we don't have any evidence of that.
No.
How they measure it?
Unfortunately, no.
So we don't have like the how much of a distance
No.
can be proving.
There's calculations, KGG. There's calculations, and they're separate from measurements. A calculation is a mathematical construct that you can have to show. Like if I wanted to show you what I think the Earth is in math form, I can do that. I can show. Look, this is a calculation. It's so minuscule. You wouldn't be able to notice that the Earth has any curvature on this lake. So minuscule. But now the problem that we're having is, okay, that would be the argument. But how did they measure it in the first place? Because your calculation has to precede a measurement. You have to be able to say, okay, this is the calculation. Now let's move off to the measurement. You get what I mean? The measurement is the actual, physical natural world being tested for what the claim of the calculation is.
So we don't have it, you're saying?
No, it's not available. The measurement is not available. The calculation is in spades. They'll give you every type of calculation you can think of how it's either too minuscule or it could be known with the drop rate, everything in calculation form, but never in a way that you can verify it with the measurement. And that's never been done, which is the reason why we ask in this call for anybody who has a measurement for the surface of the Earth being curved to step forward and tell us the method, because it's not ever been done. That's the challenge for years. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. No, I get the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So the flat earther needs to get their own what's it called? Office technology developments.
We have KGG. I'm just gonna say we have all of the supporting information based on the current technology to say that the Earth is flat. All of the technology designed on the surface of Earth was designed in mind to think of the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. There isn't anything to actually consider that there's curvature or the Earth is spinning, because for practical use, all the technology is built on the surface of Earth as if it were flat and stationary. This is what you need to understand. It's so important. Look into any technology and describe to me how it's detailing to you that the Earth is curving. Now, if you appeal to any technology, we will investigate and figure out whether or not it is in fact measuring the Earth as a curve. Because that's what we need to look at, right? If you think that there is, then by all means, search it out and then bring it back to us and we'll talk about it. But all of the technology is we don't need to create anything. No one in here needs to do anything more than point to all the technology that's been created on this Earth has been in such a way to practically use the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. All of it. Everything. None of it's used for the idea that the Earth is a globe, because practically it's not used that way. In practical use case, it's not used as a globe. This is very confusing for the person who's always been thinking the Earth is a globe. I know. It would be to me if I was hearing this right now. I would be like, no, because obviously it's a globe and we use all the technology as if it were a globe. No, it's not the case. And if you think there is, please point out one technology that would support that, and we'll look over it. We can talk about it. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's a challenge, KGG, because I mean, like I said, maybe it's your first time hearing all of this, and it's kind of a shell shock. Maybe not, or I don't know. But all it is just going to give you the ability to contemplate this, this topic. So yeah, I mean, any questions or any concerns about it? Definitely. But I guarantee you, like most of the things you've been relying on so far have been just stories. It's a narrative, right? It's a cosmological narrative that you've been thinking that the Earth is residing within a solar system, and even more so, in a galaxy and such. But it's nowhere supported in any way that can be verified and tested.
How about when sun goes down and sun goes up?
That's an what we see is a factor of perspective. So this has to deal with how you see things in the far distance. Things converge at your eye line, right? So horizontally, when you look across the plane of the Earth, it converges to the eye line. And what I mean by that is you can actually draw something like, I don't know if you have a piece of paper in front of you, right? But I want to demonstrate something to you. If you do, with a pencil or a pen, it doesn't matter. I want you to draw on that piece of paper what railroad tracks look like in a far distance. Like draw railroad tracks going from the bottom of the page to the top of the page, and both parallel. And I want you to think about what that's going to look like to you. You'll understand what I mean by convergence when you start to put that on a piece of paper and you could see for yourself how your vision would see things. Can you understand what I'm saying? Just in concept?
Not really. Let's say my mobile is flat, right? I don't need it.
Have you ever seen train tracks? KGG?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you think about looking at a far distance, like off into the distance for miles, like some train tracks?
Yeah.
How would it look like when you could see them in the far distance to where you can see them where you're at? What would it look like they're doing? In your vision?
Nothing.
They look like they're converging to a point.
They become one.
Right. Not that they are, but in your vision, it makes it seem that way. So if you were
it's too long.
I know. So if you were to draw it on a piece of paper, what it would look like is 2 points, 2 lines converging. This is called convergence. This is what our eyes see everything do around us. So when you look off into the horizon, everything's converging to a point, off into the distance in your vision. Do you get this?
But how is that related to sun?
Let's think about it. So now if we're saying something's above our head and it's converging toward the eye line, what would we say is happening? So think about driving down a road, right? And I don't know if you can drive a car or not, but you've ever seen those street lights? Like
Yeah, but if the earth is not moving and it's flat, you will not have night, or
yeah,
you will not have day.
Yeah, so so cosmology has been kind of like we're jumping from and I don't want to jump to that. I will answer that, but I want you to think about perspective for a moment, right? So perspective has a lot to do with how we see things in the sky move about us. So it gives you a better understanding as to why you would say the sun is setting or sun is rising. Because to our vantage point in our perspective, everything's converging to our eye line. So it looks like something is moving up or moving down in our vision when it's above our head. So,
sorry,
yes.
Can I give an example of a jet flying overhead if you want to explain that? That's a really good one, as if it were the sun.
Yeah, we can use that. I don't know if you've ever seen those planes that fly really high, KGG. Like they have like these contrails behind them, like those white trails that they leave behind.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one in the far distance? It looks like it's going up.
Yeah.
And do you know that they're flying at a level altitude? These planes. Right.
Yeah, it looks like some of them it looks like a circle, some of them looks like it's one line.
Yes. That's the one what I'm saying. So when you see that in the far distance, what it looks like is they're either going down or going up, depending on what horizon you're looking at, and some look like they're going straight across. But what we can tell is that they're all on a level flight. Obviously they ascend and descend at some point, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about cruising altitude. Cruising altitude would be the place where we see things, in the sky, like those, those trails they leave behind. It looks like it's going up. It's a product of perspective. It's what our eyes is doing to everything, converging it to the eye line, to the horizontal plane. So, just like the street light, I was going to give you an example of the street light. When you see a street light in the far distance, you can say that street light is at an angle to you lower than when the street light is above your head. Now, that streetlight above your head would be considered to be at 90 degrees. Think of a protractor, right? You have a protractor. So your vision can see things at angles of degrees, right? So the light in front of you, way far in the distance, would be like considered, 40 degrees or something, really low on the horizon. As you drive up to it, your angle of degrees changes to that light. But that's the product of perspective. Everything's being converged to the eye line. So just like the sun, everything would be converging to the eye line. That's a product of perspective. That's how we see the world around us. So everything has an angle. You can see the sun's at a specific angle of degrees in the sky based on the product of perspective that you see the sun. But it changes because of the fact that it's moving about your head, across the sky. It'll change an angle of degrees. That's a product of perspective. It's nothing to do with the shape of the earth. This making sense?
Mm.
It's pretty simple if you think about it, because that's how we see the world around us. Our eyes are converging everything to the eye line. It's convergence. That's what it's called. And it's simply put, it's just how we see the world. Like there's nothing magical about it. I mean, it's just how we see.
But if nothing is moving, you will not have the conversion anyway.
Yeah, well,
because
yeah, that's the thing. It is converging. Is what I'm saying. So that means the sun is in motion. So when you see the sun in the morning, isn't it moving across the sky? KGG?
What?
Isn't the sun moving across the sky?
Kinda.
Yeah, east to west. East to west.
Yes.
So it is moving. Now, by our observation of the sun moving across the sky and we're not moving, can we tell if we're moving?
No, we can't.
Okay. And so therefore, the base axiom for what we see in our observations is such that the sun is moving across the sky. We see it doing what it does, right? East to west. And
Yes.
it also, go ahead.
No, I said yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so what we can say is that we have things converging to our eye line. It's a product of perspective. And there's much more factors, but I don't want to get into the other details because there's much to talk about, right, within just what we see with our vision. And when we say that we see all of these things, it's important to say that we're doing it all on an earth that's not moving based on our reality, right? We don't say that we're moving because it's not what we notice. It's not our base first principle, right? First principle would be we're not moving. We see things moving around us. That's what we can say. That's all we can say. Now, if we go to the next step and say that we're actually moving and that thing is still, then we got to provide the evidence of that. But there is no evidence of that. The only evidence we have is our observations, which are such that we see things moving across the sky and things in the sky have motion. That's what we can say with all assurance. Yeah, there's much to discuss when it comes to like the vision and what we see. So I'm leaving a lot out because for the sake of trying to keep it concise, even though I still feel like
That's
I'm
okay.
long-winded. I still feel like I'm long-winded. Any other questions you might have? Because like you were gonna mention something else, I think, outside of this. You were saying something. I actually brought it back to the vision part of like how we see, and then you were mentioning something else. I don't know if you can remember. I mean, that's fine if you don't remember.
Measurement?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we did cover that, or maybe we didn't. But the idea that calculations and measurements are the same are what the conflation that happens within this group that the Globers usually like to say is the case. A calculation is a measurement, and that's just not true. they're very distinct, different terms, and they have a very different, distinct definition to what they are. So, like I was saying, there is no measurement of the Earth being a globe. I'd like to see them actually produce that and then talk about it. But yeah, the Earth utilizes, or people have been utilizing the Earth as a flat plane. And they've been measuring across the surface as such. So angle measurements to anything in the sky. Basically, you know, the angle that I was telling you, that you see things in the sky? Think of a protractor. Have you seen a protractor before, KGG?
What?
No, a protractor. Like in school.
Yeah, I think I'm done for today.
Okay, that's fine.
My brain is like
Exploding.
stop.
That's fine. That's good. Appreciate that you actually said that and didn't let me ramble.
No. I was like, I have to tell this guy because he's gonna like get tired and he will not understand why I'm not getting it.
Yeah, I'm not, but I do respect that because you're the first one that would actually, I've heard in a long time, like, hey, let's stop here. I personally would say, yeah, I would like to stop at any point you feel it's time to stop it.
No. I think it's enough information for today.
That's good.
I learned this method at school that when your brain is done and you cannot take more information, you should always tell your teachers or like someone who is like teaching you something to tell them to stop because your brain is not going to take more.
I totally get it. I'm with that. So, yeah, I mean, if you can lurk, and if you have a question later, you can ask. But definitely, if you can, go to the server that we provided for you. Do you have that? Or not yet? I can get it.
I tried to link it, but I don't know how it didn't work, and I didn't see anybody link it.
You know where our text channel is here, KGG?
In what channel? Tech channel?
Yeah, the text channel.
Text channel. Here?
Yep.
You mean like the chat on the side?
Yes, that one.
Okay, I saw it. Okay, what is this?
Well, somebody will put the information to the server so that you can just click on there. And at the bottom of the server, there's a lot of places you can research the topics that we.
Oh, they didn't give me the link of the server. No, this is just like.
You can't post links in the side chat. Yeah, they block it.
Oh.
Any Discord invite links. So.
Yeah.
Well,
I have one on my bio. You can check the Discord link there.
Yeah,
if you open my profile.
Bio, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Quet.
Discord.gg/flatearth. No worries.
Wait, let me. Which one was talking?
Quetzalcoatl.
Okay. Quetzalcoatl. Discord Flat Earth. The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Okay. I think I've joined it. Okay. What do I do?
The bottom of the server, there's a bunch of channels with different names. And then there's different topics that we cover, and there's so much information. I mean, from videos to PDFs to
rockets, NASA.
Yeah,
maps.
You would spend a lifetime going through all that stuff. There's so much stuff. So I really don't know where you wind up being.
I think I'm gonna start with the maps tomorrow.
Yeah, do it at your own leisure, I would say. So much stuff that we've got over the years that we've been doing this, man. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So how many years you guys have been doing this on the server?
6 years, guys? Well, not this server.
6 years?
Yeah, not this server. We had 24/7 server. The one that you just joined. That one, this is the second iteration of that server. But the previous one was like 3 years or something, and then another 3 with a new one. So I think it's around 6 years. I could be wrong on that. But as a group of friends, we've been hanging out a little bit longer than that.
Kidoki.
What up, dudes? I'm just talking with KGG. I'm totally surprised, man. I don't know, like, when new people come in here, what I'm going to expect, but it's always a welcome change when we have somebody that's not abrasive and always like trying to be.
Oh no, I
resist
hate these
everything we're
trolls, the
saying.
one that come in and ruin everything and they go.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a good moment for us because it's like a breath of fresh air because we're trying to have these types of conversations on the daily. It's just it's so hard. I'm telling you, especially in a server that's as big as this one, we get just. But we attempt when we start off to do kind of say it the way we did, but it always winds up being a back and forth where it's just not productive.
No, I get it. I used to have like educational spaces and stuff, or like voice chat, and yeah, most of the time it would not go anywhere positive. So yeah,
And I think over time, Kate,
you get tired of it.
yeah, you do. I mean, where's
You either become a troll yourself, to revenge on them, or you stop.
What's
So I
the
stopped.
what's the word I'm looking for? Not jaded, cynical. Because you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
If everybody's just gonna be like this, then screw it. I'm gonna be like this too. Like, you don't. I don't know. But
yeah,
then again,
it came to a point that I had to. I joined like the ones who trolled me. I became a part of them trolling the others at the end. It was another server though. Because I was like, okay, if this is how it's gonna go, people only like this, so okay, let it be. But I was still like doing my own thing, but in a trolly way. You get it?
yeah. You have a voice that sounds like you're from the Netherlands. We have a few friends from there. So
No, I'm not.
No.
No.
And well, I mean, we got people all across the plane, so it doesn't matter where you're from. There's probably somebody in this channel that is from where you are. We got a lot of friends in the UK, in Australia, and just everywhere. And we as a collective group, I mean, we can talk to each other about like the phenomena that's occurring in our geographic location. So I think that's kind of cool. It gives it like a better research if we're gonna look into something, because it's always better that way, I guess.
No, I'm not from Netherlands. I'm Kurdish, but yeah.
Is that Middle East?
Yeah, I'm from Kurdistan originally, but I don't live there anymore.
Is it kind of rough to have these kind of ideas, like just a free thinker in those lands? I would assume, or is it like are you from
not really?
A more free country, or I mean, I don't know.
Well, I was born in Kurdistan when Kurdistan was autonomous region. So it was basically Kurdish education, which is more based on Western type of it's more open. We have free speech and everything. But then I moved to Israel also. Same thing.
Oh, Israel, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I heard you guys are in a ceasefire with those other guys, so.
Oh yeah. Hostages and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Oh.
Well, what's different is that because we can ask people in the call like what's actually going on versus the media that gives us like this narrative of what's happening. So it's always different. Like what you guys say, that's because you're like, no, I'm over here. Like I don't see that. What you guys see in the news is not actually what's really going on. So I think that's another thing.
I will say like maybe 99.9% what news says is the opposite.
And it's what we kind of figured, man, because like being truthers, like people in here, like we have to look at everything with a skeptical eye because of the fact that we have this huge agenda that's been pushed onto us by like the Earth being a globe and such. So just now we're just looking into stuff and making sure that okay, the news said this, but I know some people that live in that region and they don't say that what their news is saying.
And it's actually the news who make it worse for these wars to actually stop. Because the news are fueling, let's say, people, and people are feeling different type of groups, and then the war gets bigger. For example, let's say the people of this area, let's say Gaza or Lebanon or wherever, majority of them disagree with what their government is doing or what the people are doing, but they don't have anything to say because the media is only covering their leader, you know. So what happens?
Medium speaking for them.
Oh, just like that's just like flat Earth. See, so the media, or because we've moved from legacy media, YouTube, and people haven't understand that that's been co-opted too. But anyway, it's like the people that actually get coverage are the dumb flat earthers who don't fundamentally understand the arguments, and we're completely ignored. But what can we do about it? See, so when we want to bring the arguments that to like the mainstream or Neil deGrasse Tyson,
exactly. So someone who would, people gonna see that the flat earther, for example, are just dumb people or like people who do not understand anything, because they will only interview the people who probably do not even like understand, or maybe they don't even know how to explain the core of the problem and how they came to this conclusion. And the reason I was curious about this chat, it's been going on for a while on this politics server, and I've never given it a try because from all of the other applications that I've seen.
Well, I'm glad you came in. I'm glad you came in this day and this moment, because if you saw us in another light, you'd probably be like, "Oh, I got to get out of here," because it has been kind of and to be honest, let me be frank with you, it's been a shit show with these other people that they're trolling. So us trying to regulate those guys and kind of get them wrangled in to so that we can have this type of conversation is a chore in and of itself. So the fact that you were here in this opportunity was like, I mean, I don't know, you might want to call it divine purpose or whatever. I mean, it's like it happened in such a way that you didn't get distracted by somebody else jumping in here and saying N bombs or whatever, making it like just degrading the conversation into something. It didn't descend, let's put it that way. It stayed enough to where you had the ability to say, okay, that's good enough information, that kind of stuff.
I'm definitely gonna search more about this. I'm curious to know more, but I just cannot take more information for a day.
Agreed. Isn't that refreshing? I mean, for the listeners here, man, everybody can agree with me. That's refreshing. And people don't say it. They don't tell us that, man. We just keep going. It's like at some point I have to be like, oh, guys, we've been at this, quite a bit. Let's kind of ease up on the. I don't know. What do you guys think?
So you never have someone telling you, "Hey guys, can you stop giving me information because my brain is gonna explode."
No, that happens all the time.
I feel like we have to sometimes guess at it, because we don't know what this we have to regulate ourselves. Like, I don't know if I'm doing it or somebody else doing it. Oh, we could probably just carry it to another day or something, because that person sounds like they've already heard enough. But then again, you could tell when somebody's had enough. They start meandering about other things, and you could there's hallmarks of why somebody not listening anymore. It's case by case. Anyway, yeah, I mean, we got some other people in here. Perhaps if another conversation will want to take place. I don't know. There's Even Analysis has joined our chat. And we have, let's see who else. That's all I can tell, except for KGG. So, good to see Jedi's in the chat. Welcome, bro. Big Daddy Flurf. Hey, I heard your old lady, man. She was like, "Why do you call you that?" And you're like, "That's just my name, man." Last time, I was chuckling, dude. I was chuckling because that dude was like, "Hey, Big Daddy Flurf," and then she's like, "Huh?" I heard you in the background. I was like, that was funny as hell, dude. Sorry.
That's a funny name, Big Daddy Fluff. What's up, Alpha? How you doing, brother? You good? What's going
I'm
on?
a bit under the weather, man. You can tell my voice. But yeah, other than that, man.
You sound a little bit lethargic. You good though, yeah?
Yeah. Other than yeah, trying to get over this thing. You got to just do the thing, where you're trying to drink fluids and stuff.
Yeah, it's got power for it, mate. You'll be right in a few days. So previous conversation was good stuff, yeah? Is anybody new in the chat? What's going to happen next?
I think who's even analysis? Is he a Glober, flat earther?
I have absolutely no idea. None whatsoever.
Yeah, we were just talking about how it's interesting. I look at Professor Dave. Professor Dave has time to respond to the 24-hour thing, has time to respond to Lord Jamar. Everyone other than, well, to be frank, it's interesting because they won't touch us with the 10-foot pole because everything that they're refuting in front of the public as a spectacle has nothing to do with the actual arguments. It's odd because you got actors like Jaren and Witsit, and it's just interesting that you have the anti-flat earthers who aren't really carrying globe rhetoric. If you know, you know. And then there are the flat earthers, and it just seems like a setup, like a WWF setup where these particular people are getting the spotlight right now and the most views, at least on YouTube. Not even any, like, I went to Professor Dave Explains channel, and his other videos got like 2,000 views, 5,000 views, talking about flat earth, though. Not flat earth, no, talking about the shills and the shillery going on. That the algorithm bumps up to 500,000 plus views. And I'm like, see, those interactions are what the normies get to see. They don't get to see the conversations that we have. I think we need to do more about that. And first thing first, become aware that it's happening.
Yeah, this game is being played in an uneven field, man. I hear you. It's the algorithm's geared more towards like discrediting anybody that's speaking against the main narrative, which is why people come in here with the chip on their shoulder, thinking that this is just a meme. Oh yeah, I know what these guys are all about. And then of course, and I told KGG this. I was like, imagine if you came in at a different time. You would have never even opened your mic. You would have just been like, this group is weird. They're talking, smack to each other. It's like, there's no way I can get in a conversation. And it would be a missed opportunity, is what I'm saying. So, yeah, it's so... it's not fair if I can say that. It's not fair, but it's what we have. We got to work with this. So, it's like what you've been saying, Eli, sometimes. Like, you got to be situationally aware when you're in here. Like, if we got new people... Like, let's not be talking to the OG anti-flat earth types. Let's put them on the back burner. Let's like focus. All that stuff has to be done by everybody that's in here that's carrying like 24/7.
Yeah.
I don't know. That whole thing.
I mean, but we're used to all of the different tactics. So there are different kinds. They're the flat earthers that are going to be a distraction for some reason. They're going to be the anti-flat earthers that are another distraction. Then there's the busload of children. We know what that one is, where it's like 5 different trolls. Are you guys together? And they just like kind of run interference for each other. Then you can get that 1 or 2 genuine, that you can have a real conversation with. We have to get better at cutting all the other ones loose so that we can get to more of those.
Yeah, definitely.
Sounds like LT's on board. Yeah, and it depends on what time of the day, because we can't be policing like you or I or like Jedi or anybody else, we can't be policing the chat the whole time. So it's up to everybody to, kind of carry this forward. The mindset anyway. It seems like we got a mixed bag of people who want to like hang out with 24/7, but at the same time, like they're just dropping the ball when it comes to like situational awareness, bro. Like I swear, you could be having a conversation about nonsense for an hour, and they see new people in here and not even address the new people. It's like, bros, man, we got to do better.
Do you guys get harassed by like any governments and anyone?
No.
Nope.
Not me.
What the thing, KGG, I would say is why would they? Like they were like normies are doing our job for us. Like they're already doing the distraction and they're already doing the
Yeah, they're the job. They're the useful idiot much more. Well, there's no. If there was a government agency, you 5-10 people. I keep saying that. Like when you think of the larger world, us, right? All of us are influenced by little itty bitty teams, little itty bitty communities of people like Hollywood or like the government when we watch the dog and pony show with the presidents. All of these people they fall under the same banner of popularity. And we're following this very small group of people who have things to say. That's all it is. They can't reach us all, but they can influence us, and we can let their influence our conversations with each other. That's how it works. And we're trying to stop that from happening so that people can think for themselves.
I was telling KGG when we first started, that was the information that was supported to like why KGG believes the way that she does is because of that. Because you've been told a narrative. We all have, right? We all have been told a narrative, and it's really up to the person. It's like a choice you make to believe in that narrative or not. But you're not giving anything to buffer the idea whether you can make a choice. It's just like given to you like, okay, this is your paradigm. This is what the scientists have been proving for such a long time. So, if you don't accept it, you're just a knuckle dragging Neanderthal.
Well, once you make a choice, look, you don't even make. Listen, when I came into what I know, I didn't go, oh, there's a flat Earth. Let me look into that. I never did that. I heard that because I didn't think that was a thing. Flat Earth was a conversation. The moment that entered my consciousness, that people were talking about it, I started looking into the solar. I started looking into how I personally know that the globe is a globe because I realized at that moment that it was just a belief to me. So I was like, okay, I know the difference between knowing something. So being honest with myself first and foremost, how do I know what the fuck I know? So when I started asking questions, the cult of heliocentrism, globiism attacked me. And that's how we all basically ended up here. You got people like Professor Dave Explains and all these people on YouTube talking about how dumb flat Earth is because this, that, and the third. They're never validating how it's a globe directly first, though. Never. They're just reacting to us. That's why we call them anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, that was great. Yep. That's exactly what it is right there. And so it's going to continue to perpetuate until we are making a difference about it. So, and that's what we do, We got Jar that just joined us. Is Jar a flat earther?
You know what we don't have? You know what's different? And why we keep talking about these guys that, kind of are in here and are not really on one accord. It's because we don't have a system. Blue, silver, gold.
I agree, yeah.
we all had to go through that. We were forged by the fire and given roles. Everyone that comes in here is more like a community, a forum kind of thing.
Yeah, they're loose cannons, dude. Like, there's no way we can know that the flat earther that just jumped in can carry an argument like the way we've curated in our platform. And it's kind of disheartening, man. I mean, you hear somebody carrying a point, and then they go into like, you know, lunar eclipses or like moon maps, and you're just like, oh man, like now I gotta wrangle the conversation back to the premise, and everybody's gonna be butthurt because I'm gonna do so. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta fight through all that just to get where the flat earther should already known this. Like, I don't know.
Hey, what's going on here?
Isaiah, we can barely hear you. No, you left.
No, because people's sentiment is, okay, if you guys are right, why aren't you guys going to the community? Because there's really, in effect, no such thing. There's no arbiter of whether the globe is real. Like there's no one arbitrating that, because everyone already is the case. So when you start asking people to validate it, they're like, what do you mean? It has been validated for years, so why are you asking me? But it hasn't, though. You know, because when we say, hey, so Google says that you can see the horizon curving at 35,000 feet. Everyone knows that's not true. So why are people still coming in here and saying it? Well, because Google
How do you
told,
know?
because I've been in a plane.
No. Did you ever do the math? See what is the expected curve in that height?
People start thinking too hard.
I'm sorry, did you do the math to know what curve is expected?
We'll start doing that, you see. But if that guy was listening, this isn't a debate. This isn't a let's start going into the no. Google says what you will see at 35,000 feet. I don't have to do shit. That is the basic claim that's out there, as if it's just true. Anyone who's been on a plane knows that that isn't true. That's pretty much the end. I don't have to do any math to know that I don't see what someone that I should be seeing.
That guy's coming off the back of Twitter, Eli. I don't know if you know him. He's coming in from Twitter.
But he'll learn. He'll learn.
You joined off. Hey,
Okay. Can I explain for a second?
Yeah, but first of all, are you come off of the link from what we've been posting over there, the 24/7? I just want to know if that's you.
No, I'm not a TikTok user.
No, not TikTok, Twitter, or X, actually, formerly known as Twitter.
Twitter?
Yeah. X.
No.
I
didn't press any link.
Yeah, dude. I mean, your voice sounds extremely familiar from over there. Anyway, if you're not somebody from Twitter, then I would ask you this: how can you substantiate the Earth as a globe?
Sorry, but can I explain what I was talking?
Not really. We're all like inquiring minds want to know in the chat. For as long as we've been doing this, nobody, not a single person, can validate the Earth being a globe in any way, empirically, that is. So if you have the information that you can support that it's actually a globe, that's what everybody's ready to hear.
See, this kind of happens where, you know, we're talking about something.
This kind of happens when evil people don't listen.
When we're talking about something already, the tone in the room has already been set. And then someone like him, he's not engaging what I'm saying. He's introduced a red herring talking about, have you done the math? Why would I have to do the math? The claim is already based on the math that at 35,000 feet, not even based on the math, actually, it's just a claim that's out there that you can see curvature from 35,000 feet. And it's not true. Why aren't you engaging in that point?
I was engaging. I agree with you that the information in Google is wrong. Okay? You don't see at the height of the plane. But what I asked you, do you understand that the curve is indeed visible in a certain height? If you
Okay, so that's a claim. So all we need now from you is tell us what height.
Well, I can just tell him now. Well, based on the actual,
you need you.
Oh, he's really
yeah.
loud.
So based on the actual math, yeah, you're gonna be server muted until we unmute you, no matter where you go, bro. So you're gonna have to hold tight and calm your tits. So anyway, based on the actual math and not Google, you won't begin to see curvature until somewhere well beyond where they claim ISS is. So there's no amount of technology, not even tech, there's no lens, there's no camera that will take a picture of the bent horizon. We don't have any technology like that anywhere, especially not in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
And real quick, Jar, you're hot.
So what you're saying is you have no fucking clue.
Dude,
hold on.
Relax, bro.
Oh, it's that
Jar,
guy again.
Jar, you're hot miking.
Yeah, maybe you should just stay on mute. Congratulations, now you can't go anywhere. Ask somebody else to unmute you in the server.
He is from Twitter, isn't he, Amish? This guy. He said he's not.
Yeah, and he's also been in our server many times, and he debated Shane St. Pierre on what was it, Space Audit's channel, and lost horribly, by the way.
All right, so I've asked him a question.
Yeah.
I've asked him a question.
Does that make sense? How he's responding? Yeah, but to see, that's the thing. We sort of get bogged down by people like him. Even controlling him and keeping him on mute, we've kind of almost gotten away from, again, the temperature in the room. And we're saying simple things. Sometimes we're just reading, literature from celestial navigation. And then people will come in and ask us complete questions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. And sometimes we're just reading directly from what people have experienced by way of practical application.
You read from Wikipedia and say it's your trusted source? That's crazy.
Do you know me?
That's crazy.
Do you know me?
Yeah, I know you.
No, you don't.
Okay, so when have I done that? I'll give you $500 on Friday if you can get a clip of me doing it.
On Friday?
Yep.
I'm not going to be here on Friday.
Well, then wouldn't you be at your job?
Can you make it on Saturday?
500.
Can you make it on Saturday?
Okay, on Saturday, if you can find a clip of me doing. Listen, who is that?
On Monday?
John.
Who is that?
John. He left.
So I'm saying, like, guy makes a claim. Okay, I'll give you $500 if you can get me on, recorded, because all of this is recorded. You can't suck my dick. Why can't people just be normal?
Yeah.
Like, you know what? Flat Earth is the craziest shit we've ever heard. Let's keep it real. And yet, these people have found a way to be crazier.
I don't know if we want to talk to Spider Dude. He's not Blueprint. Spider Dude, if you're there, you have any questions? Guess not. Jar seems to be a glober. I don't know if you wanted to speak up, Jar. Any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
What's up, Jar?
I don't know, man. Like, I won't talk in VC. I always get muted. Dude, I'm asking you a question. Like, why would you get muted if I'm asking you to respond to me? I don't get it. Unless you become belligerent, then of course that's different. But that's not the case right now. Oh, look who it is. Our friend Robert joined once again. How surprising.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Doing some housework.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure. But no, look, see, this is what I mean. So I already made the point about our energy being disrupted. Here, in walks in the supreme time waster, and we're gonna have fun with him. I don't know, man. Like, maybe it's gonna take me being in here and being a little forcing better content out of this room. You know, that might be boring as fuck. And the mods might probably try to halt me in my progress, but nobody can tell me that it doesn't make sense if we look at the three categories of people that come in here, being anti-flat earthers, flat earthers in name who for whatever reason argue with us, and then you have just the troll bus. If we stop all of that, we'd have much more genuine interactions. Maybe more people would come in here. Maybe we'd have more content that we clip.
No, I mean, your room has great content, man. Hey, don't put your room down, man. It's doing good.
Not putting the room down, man. He's putting people that come in here being distractions down.
Right, because when they consume all of our time and talent, and we could be off talking to other people, to new people, then they are winning. I hate to say, I'd rather have silence in here than deal with the same anti-flat earthers who've been stalking us on the internet for the past 5 to 10 years.
You know that we've already wrote you off, Robert. You're wrote off already. You're already a part of the anti-flat Earth group. You can't redeem yourself from that because you haven't made an
maybe he can. Maybe he can. Maybe he can. Now, you know what I like to do? I like to get people to read, right? So you feel like reading, Rob?
Jar, there's something wrong with your mic. We can't hear you. You keep trying to talk, but it's not coming out.
Yeah, well, I'm a science. I'm more of a math guy. I don't do a lot of these.
Who's talking and you can't hear me?
But you can read, right?
It was Jar. Jar kept trying to talk. I could barely hear, but he was trying for a while.
You can read, right?
Yeah, I can read, of course. I'm more of a math guy, though.
Yeah, I heard you the first time.
Oh, brother, you're good for another round.
Say it again. I didn't hear that.
You're good for a paragraph.
I said, oh, brother, it's the King Troller back for another round.
I didn't even know what troll was until I met Flat Earthers. You guys are the ones that explained that to me. That was on Clubhouse. I was like, what's a troll? And they're like, well, somebody who blah, blah, blah. So, whatever. I don't troll. I'm a man of I'm just an academic guy. And scientist. That's what I do.
So, do you think anyone on Earth looks out and sees globe?
You can't. You're on the ground. You're not going to be able to see the globe. Well, you do see other planets. Like I have. I have a very nice telescope, so I see Jupiter, Venus.
That's a nice non sequitur.
He's been told a dozen times that Earth is not anything like those planets we see in the sky. I don't know why he brings this up again.
The answer is super quick. It was that's a real nice non sequitur. As an academic man, I'm sure he knows what that is.
Yes, I know what that is. If you're talking about the Earth, then yes, nobody has stood on Earth and have seen a globe on Earth. It's impossible. It's too small.
Reasonable answer. That was a gotcha. Congratulations, you made it. I'm distracting myself while I look the paragraph that I want to read.
Well, I mean, it's 3,000 miles from the East Coast to the West Coast. I mean, come on now. It takes you what? Days to drive. So the Earth is pretty big, and that's just the North American continent. So, so you won't be able to see your entire globe from the ground, brother. You're the size of a bacteria in comparison to the globe.
Assuming you live on a.
Well, yeah.
Correct.
No, it's not. Well, I was just gonna say it's not an assumption.
I didn't say it was assumption, but still, assuming that you do live on a globe, everything that you would have said would be true, right? Very simple thing to go, yeah, sure, right?
It's not an assumption, but yeah, go ahead.
There's nothing to go ahead on. I mean, you said what you said. I said, sure, assuming the Earth is. Like, the argument obviously can't be, well, we're so small, the Earth's so big, of course, we can't see it, because that would be begging the question. I'm sure that's not what we're trying to do.
Well,
so we're just calling a spade a spade.
I mean, if you're driving in a car, the car is larger than you. So just imagine your car 25,000 miles in circumference. Imagine that.
That's a non-analogous assertion.
Oh, no, absolutely not. You can discern distances and size, right? You know, like you're in your house, right?
That's still non sequitur to what we're talking about. Like, you're saying things that are true, but again, so
it gives you an idea that you now have a model that the Earth is, either a sphere or flat. I mean,
that's incorrect. Because that would be begging the question. In either case.
Sure, I mean you can do that, but the Earth is
you can beg the question. You say?
Yeah, if you're only standing on the ground, then yes, the question stands. But we're no longer on the ground.
No, I'm saying if you're talking about going a distance to determine how big the Earth is, well, it's already assuming that the Earth is a sphere.
No, absolutely not. When they launched the V2 rocket, they didn't know what they were going to see. I mean, the sphere was still a model up until 1940s.
No, when they launch a V, they have to already know what the radius of the Earth is, but no one actually validated that was the case. Observationally, it's already flawed.
No, it was such an inefficient launch. They launched straight up. They shouldn't have. They burned so much fuel. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know about the gravity roll and all these kind of things. It was an inefficient launch. If you go look at the data.
So what is the conclusion from a rocket being shot into the sky?
Well, when they got up there, the camera mounted on the nose spotted the curve.
Oh, at what height?
I think it went up to 120 miles up. That's what it did before it did a re-entry.
Oh, that's interesting because mathematically speaking, based on the size of the sphere, you wouldn't see curvature not even beyond the ISS height.
Yes, you would see about 3% of it.
No, I said mathematically speaking. So if you're going to deny it, obviously, how are we going to adjudicate this matter?
Well, again, you see about 3% of curvature. If you're at 40,000 feet.
No. At the height of the ISS, you see 3% of the Earth, and for all intents and purposes, the horizon looks flat.
No, from the ISS, you see about 5% of curvature. If you're looking
Excuse
out
me.
at the horizon.
Excuse me. You keep saying you see 5% of curve, you see 3% of curve. So again, Paul Larson, planetarium director, stated that he and his colleagues did the math, and you see 3% of the Earth, not of curve, the Earth. From that height, the horizon looks flat, is what he said.
I think that was a misunderstanding of what.
That's all
you
going to
heard.
depend upon your spatial relativity, your distance, where you are versus how far the object in front of you is.
No, there's no.
Yeah, that's literally the
nothing
definition
relative.
of spatial relativity. That's
Yeah,
why
I'm
a
going to go
skyscraper.
ahead and mute you because that's a complete non sequitur. Because again, the claim was at the height of the ISS, you can not see curvature on the horizon. You see 3% of the Earth, the horizon looks flat. That's what he said. There's no spatial relativity bullshit, anything. Non sequitur.
I'm
To
not
the
sure
other
why
guy,
you say that. I mean, you do see clear curvature at that height. Yeah, I mean, you should say about
my contention is mathematically, it's already been determined that that's not the case. You're saying it is the case, though, based on.
I have a question.
No.
Mathematically, you see curvature starting at about 37,000 feet. That's what the math shows, right? At a clear, no atmospheric interference with a 60-degree field view. I have seen it at 40,000 feet. So, I mean, many people are saying, "Oh, you didn't really see it." Well, I did see a slight declination on the x-axis there. So that was just my what I saw.
That's interesting. Because that's interesting because, first of all, there's this. I don't know why people say that you can see curvature looking straight out, because actually, if you guys were around early on, flat earthers were the ones to say that you should see axis, and globe earthers came out and stomped a mud hole in, rightfully so, because they explained, mathematically speaking, first of all, we can't explain this in curvature terms, so let's go ahead and slice off the circumference of this, or slice off a portion of this orange, and the flat portion of that, the circle of that, they say that is what you see all around you, 360 degrees. Basically, to defeat the flat earthers from saying that you curvature axis, no, you wouldn't, according to the math. But you're saying, according to the math, that you would see curvature. So it's very odd, because I can obviously pull up videos and scholars right now debunking your premise.
Big Daddy.
Well, there are many different angles. There are over a dozen cameras on the ISS. Some of them zoom. Some are regular cameras with just fisheye lenses. Some are wide angle lenses and all these kind of things. Very very sophisticated imaging cameras are also on there. So you have to be careful of what image camera you're looking at. The minute you zoom in, like for example, when they're watching the astronauts do the walk, they have to zoom in on them. So the earth behind them is going to look flat. You understand me? So you have to be careful of those images. You need to look at the ones from like from the cupola. The cupola is a very good viewing area. Look up those videos. You see clear curvature of the earth. There's a video on YouTube.
Guy as well as Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about how that's very deceptive, and specifically because optically, it doesn't matter what optic you have. We do know what the Rayleigh criterion is and optics work and all of that. So the bottom line is, the guy is talking about, based on the size of Earth and our approximation from it on the ISS, assuming the Earth is a globe and that the ISS is in orbit, whatever, you would not see any curvature. This idea that you have different angles of view, there's a whole bunch. None of that defeats his point or meets his point. It's completely non sequitur.
I have a question for Big Daddy.
Not right now, bro. I'm in the middle of a conversation.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm done right there. But you see how you that's how you do it. Don't let all these other interruptions come in and fuck up the feng shui of your house, man. Anyway, hope that helped. Whoever wants to ask questions or say whatever, go on and do what you got to do.
I don't think the flat Earth is really that real. It doesn't have any other evidence. If you can you do me a favor, Big Daddy? Can you go down to Antarctica during the summer?
Can you do me a favor and suck my balls? Since we're doing favors.
Are your balls flat too?
Since we're asking favors of strangers that we don't know. Why don't you go ahead and send $500 to my Cash App? Since we're doing favors. Since that makes sense to come into a room, people you don't know, just ask people to do stuff randomly. So your mic is trash. Get that fixed, and I'm gonna give you an opportunity. I'm gonna unmute you and see if you have a reasonable question. So get ready, because I'm gonna stay over the mute button. Would you like to have a real interaction?
Yes.
Do you have a question?
How does the climate work on flat Earth?
I didn't make any claims to know what the climate is, did I? Or how to determine the climate or any of that, did I?
No, but it's not that hard to think of one.
Isn't it? I mean,
I know how to do it.
What's wrong with what Nat Geo says?
If Nat Geo says the Earth is round.
They say a lot of things. They also it's flat. So I guess it depends, doesn't it?
No, it uses actual science.
Do you know what science is?
The collection of data.
No. You want me to tell you?
Yes.
Okay. Science is what you have when you employ the scientific method. The scientific method is to study the natural and physical.
How do you study the natural and physical world?
By the scientific method, and I'll explain. It's as follows. You observe a natural phenomena, and then you make a prediction. It's a special kind of prediction as to what's causing the you're observing.
What's the prediction?
Whatever natural phenomena is happening.
What is a phenomenon?
Something that's happening or occurring.
How do you know something's happening or occurring if you can't observe it properly?
If you're observing it, you're observing it.
What about the things you can't observe?
Then you can't do natural science on it, can you?
So wouldn't that mean if you can't really observe the flat Earth, doesn't mean that it's not real? And if you can't observe around Earth,
you just answered your own question. What the Earth is falls out of the realm of the scientific method. It's not the tool you use. That was the point that I was trying to make. And you got there on your own, which is pretty good. So when you say what's the science, you also understand.
I mean, I said
I'm just saying, you did set out to ask what the science is, but also when you really think about it, you also understand it's a category.
Yeah, but I still don't. I don't think the Earth is flat. The climate models don't really make sense on a flat Earth.
Why do you think that?
Because the equator is hot. And as you move out from the equator, it gets drier and stuff like that.
What's that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Nothing. The Earth can't be. If it was like that, there won't be no tropics.
But the Earth is measured flat, and there are tropics.
But the Earth isn't. But the Earth is round. It makes more sense. It's round.
But it measures flat. I didn't say what makes more sense. I said what it is.
There's an interesting video that explains how the tropics and deserts work on a rotating sphere. The sun beats down on the equator. As the Earth rotates, it creates high humidity and starts raining. As you get further away from the tropics, it becomes drier.
Yeah, that's assuming that the Earth is a globe, but it's not.
But I'm not assuming.
Well, you just did.
Well, I'm not. But it's not. That's not how it works.
Well, seeing is that I know that one of us is in contradiction. So you're saying you know it's
how
not.
Does gravity? What about gravity?
Well, that's non sequitur to your last point. So you want to finish the last one first?
I don't believe in the flat Earth.
I heard that the first time, but that was a weird way you responded there. It sounded like a malfunction. I'm not gonna lie.
I think you broke them. That was weird.
No,
I like to see you guys like how I do my thing. It's a little different, isn't it?
It starts short-circuiting.
In reality,
I am not sure I am having this conversation. I cannot continue.
I mean, in reality, no matter how many people come in here and say that, oh, the Earth is round, you guys are not gonna believe it. You always have people to think about.
Why would I have to believe it?
You really don't show any real actual data. You're just showing this is how I feel. This is what.
Why? I just told you it's measured flat. Want to read something for us?
But you don't have any measurements.
Yeah, I do.
Where?
Well, for example, you want to go with what? You want to go with the assumption that. Or you want to talk about you want to talk about the assumption of the globe and how it's not measured that, or you want to talk about telescope mounts?
Let's go to the latter.
Telescope mounts. All right, you feel like
Is there any proof that they're this flat? Go ahead.
Yeah, Joe. I'm gonna mute you for now, but you could be next. All right, so sit tight.
No, it says.
Yeah, I asked you if you wanted to read something because you wanted to go with the latter. The latter telescopes. Correct.
Not that one. The other one.
Oh, so you want to go with supposed measurement curve?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
To me, it makes more sense that the Earth is round. It's just easier to think.
Yeah, but this is going to take your cooperation. You're going to have to stop talking to me and start doing, unless you don't want to do it, because I would never force anyone to do anything.
But can you do it for me?
But I can't because it requires your cooperation.
How does it require my cooperation?
Say again.
How does it require my cooperation?
Because you're the person that's going to need to receive the information. I'm not going to do that for you, but I'm going to show you where to get it, And it's only a 10-minute process, by the way. So, it's nothing crazy. So you either in or
Okay,
you're
go
out.
for it.
Okay, go to YouTube.
I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
But you really had to show me a YouTube video instead of showing me hard physical data. Then your evidence is probably
Yeah, go to YouTube. You said you'd give me 10 minutes. So are we going to be ridiculous? What are we going to do? You in or
Give
you're
me a
out?
sec.
Okay, I thought so.
I mean, do you want me to show you? Do you want me to show you a video or?
I want you to type in distance to horizon. Now I want you to scroll to the guy in the plaid shirt. Let's see if I can pull it up myself and get the actual, because I forget. Distance to horizon. Yeah.
There's no guy with plaid. There's no guy with
brain stuff. Checkerboard, whatever you call that. Brain stuff. How does the horizon work? See that with the green background?
Okay.
All right, it's a minute and 38 seconds. Go on and watch that.
Let's get ready to go. Yeah, we're going to leave at 4:45. We're going to leave in about.
Okay, I watched.
You're hot, my king.
Okay, I watched. Okay, I watched the video.
Okay, excellent. Now, remember I mentioned that, Geo? The guys that you said believe it's a globe?
Yeah.
All right, now I want you to type in CFI investigators and flat earth.
Okay, can you since we're doing YouTube, can you type in Sky Story?
10 minutes. Focus.
Can you do Sky Story? We can both do it together.
No, focus.
Why not? How come you don't want to look up Sky Story?
Anyone else have any videos they want to promote?
Hold on, Ohos, because I'm not agreeing to it. However, you agree. 10 minutes.
Here, I'll do you a favor and I'll put it in the side chat.
All right, man. Your attention span. It's no wonder why you people are lost in space. It's fascinating.
I thought you didn't believe in space.
He's almost there. Ohos, I need you to just fall back for a minute. Let me finish with him, and then you can do whatever you want. CFI investigators, because you said yourself, they're globe believers, aren't they? So should be no problem with this source, right?
CFI
investigators, flat earth. C is in cat, F is in Frank, I investigators.
You don't have a link at all? Just wondering.
If you guys want to do, you guys can look at the site that I posted.
Did you find it?
I don't see anything.
So maybe
The only video I see is by John Harris. Why flat earthers can't be argued with. Joe Rogan. Why Joe Rogan believes in the flat earth theory. Smile, laughing emojis.
Let's see.
Do you have a link by any chance? I'm trying to find it too.
Posting it in the chat right here. There it is.
Thank you.
Now, when you get into the video, to 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
Where?
4 minutes and 33 seconds. And watch it till about, let's see. And stop it at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So you got about 1 minute of video to watch.
We're watching a video in the chat.
Yeah, you got probably about 30 seconds left, if that.
Informative video.
You good?
Yeah, I didn't understand. It was all just arguing at that point.
Right. So, like I said, I set out to prove to you that the claim that there's curvature is false. So the premise is that the premise is that the horizon is Earth curve, which is why I had you watch the first video, because based on the size of the Earth.
Before we continue, can you please watch the video I posted? Else, I'm not gonna.
No. No.
Can you?
No.
Why? Then I'm
Because
not.
we're
Then
doing-
I'm not gonna answer your question.
You sound like a petulant child.
Boss, I don't need
Ad
it.
hominems.
Oh, house.
Oh,
You don't need it.
okay.
I don't need your.
But Para, if you don't,
It's okay, dude. You could say you can't argue with Para. It's all right.
give me 1 second. I'm gonna unmute you in a second. So Para,
It just sounds like you don't want to like Just watch the video. I watched your video.
So seeing that you don't want the situation to reach a conclusion, I'm not going to have put everyone through that for nothing. So basically, the reason that I asked them that video is because, or those videos is because the claim is that the horizon is Earth curve. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to where that obstruction would be. So that's what CFI investigators were out there, you know, on Nat Geo's dime to prove against flat earthers like Mark Sargent that the horizon is Earth curve and it's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And so when he put the camera to 1 foot and he said the horizon is at 1.22 miles, what you see in the video is that there is no horizon at all. You just see to the other end of the lake. So while the stripes do appear to be missing, I guess, it's not due to Earth curve being the horizon. There is no Earth curve. And that's the point. Ozzy, you wanted to get in there? By the way, I got to go do something so you guys can take the rest of this.
Right. The curvature calculation is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Yes, that's close to what the curvature is. That's why you see 3% of the curvature from the ISS. Yep, you have to convert the observer's height to miles, right? The observer's height is 6 feet. You have to convert that to miles. I'm thinking that is where the miscalculations are.
You leave, bro. Not sure how you're supposed to argue if you're not allowed to show evidence.
The last guy quit.
It's a pickle.
Relax.
I know he left.
Hey, tantrum and left.
He didn't want to hear Parrot.
Tantrum.
No, he didn't. He didn't want to hear
Threw a
Parrot's.
fit.
He didn't want to hear Parrot's evidence. He wanted to introduce evidence, but didn't want to hear it. It's not how you argue.
You're talking about the guy that didn't want to finish the thought with Elijah or Big Daddy Flirt?
What are you talking about?
No, the guy who
didn't even want to. He didn't even want to humor. Okay, go on.
Yeah, he watched videos for 3 minutes and then he just said, "Now watch my video, or I won't continue."
Yeah, so you guys can.
I was looking forward to where I'm the fool watching along to these videos, wondering where this is going, and the guy quits. I mean, I guess it's over, I guess.
Guess Parrot won.
I don't know what else to say.
Bro,
I guess technically they both quit.
said, "I don't want to hear your evidence." He's like, "I'm not hearing your evidence."
So,
I don't know, it's just
let
kind
me
of
get this straight.
disingenuous.
One of dude, you're going to have to stop. So he conceded to give him 10 minutes to watch a couple of videos and then allow Elijah to conclude, but he didn't allow him to do that.
No.
Instead, in the middle of it, even though, he broke the contract, essentially. Not very honorable. So then Elijah said, well, I guess we're not going to go any further if you don't want to let me, go ahead and conclude after watching a couple of videos. Does that sound very honorable to you?
Contract goes both ways.
Who are you talking about? Can you elaborate? Not making sense. Okay, so you're not gonna. What the fuck are you? Okay,
you're done.
Yeah, it was a weird move, Para. I don't know what it was all about.
But he's not.
Yeah, I'd seen that minute. I've seen both of those videos before, but the minute 38 video, the first video, I forgot the guy not only claims curve on the y-axis, he's claiming it on the x. He goes, yeah, he's the tiniest earther of all. I was hoping we'd get to that. But yeah, that was 11 years old, that video.
Why isn't anyone talking? Is it all bots in here?
Extended silence for the globe.
You guys hear what Musk did?
What happened?
Oh, this is one of those things you just gotta Google it. I think it's like a NSFT.
Oh my.
Yeah, just type Musk. It should be the first story that pops up. I feel like Musk is like this big "I fucking told you so" from flat earthers. Like, it's like, I told you, dumbasses. You know, like.
Is everybody watching the video?
What's that? Was that Robert? Or who was that?
Yeah, is everybody watching the video?
The video of the inauguration, or what?
No, we're definitely not watching that. I'm talking about up top.
Oh no.
Oh, so what's the topic? Did what's his name? Big Daddy or something like that. Did he leave or something?
Yeah, he had to go.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to kind of continue the discussion with him concerning the V2 rocket and stuff, but
Why is it so quiet?
yeah, I was watching the
Where's Holy Globe is at?
yeah, I was watching that video that was last posted there, where they had what's his name? It was Skeptics Meet Deniers Investigation Group. That was a good video. I have seen that video before. I've not watched it in entirety, but I took the liberty of watching it.
Skeptics meet denials. What's that mean?
Yes, yes, Skeptics Meet Deniers. That's what the name of the video. I'm not sure
Oh,
why
okay.
they made it. They had the gentleman Sergeant, Mr. Sergeant. He was part of this investigation group, and they showed him that the Earth does indeed curve. They tried to view something 10 miles away, and you didn't see it until the object was about 45 feet in the air. So when the object was at 20 feet in the air, you didn't see it, and they were all looking at it. So, and then there was another. They had a boat go all the way out, and they were like maybe like 2 feet off of about 6 feet off of the water, and they see the stripes. They had horizontal stripes, a flag that was on the boat there, and they see the stripes disappear one by one as they go over the Earth's curvature. That's about what we expect.
Yeah. Is that physical? Is that physical effect or optical effect?
Yeah, that was physical effect.
Well, you can see the horizon beyond the target. So no, not Earth curve.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
You see more surface of the water beyond the flag, beyond the boat. That's a problem for you, buddy.
No, what you're seeing, if you're seeing more water beyond the,
To the drawing board. You're seeing the horizon. You're seeing the horizon beyond it.
No, you're not. What you're seeing is the water right in front of
Yes, yes, you are.
See, look at right there.
No, we've seen.
Yeah,
the water is
we had flat earthers on site who were there for that. Nat Geo did that.
right. The water was choppy as well, so we have to take
Yeah,
that
look,
into
it's posted in the VC chat. The horizon is behind the target, the stripes. So clearly, it's not being blocked by the horizon because the horizon is beyond it. So, back to the drawing board, Globies. You gotta be quite observant for that one, though. So don't blame me for missing it.
That is not the horizon behind there. That is clear. But that is what you
You
call.
blind, brother.
That is the refract. Remember,
You hard of sight, brother.
it's on the reflective, So that's a refractive.
Yeah. Remember, refraction was your excuse for things not being obstructed bottom up from view.
Yeah. So are you saying literally that you're saying the boat is sinking? That's what you're claiming now.
Saying the horizon is beyond the target, so clearly the horizon is not in front of the target, blocking it.
But the boat. But the only other option, the boat would be sinking.
No.
Yes. If that horizon is actually the real horizon, my friend, then the boat is sinking.
Isn't that the horizon? The horizon.
Robert, are you saying?
No, that is not the. What you're seeing is a refractive effect of the horizon that's in front of the boat.
Oh, it's a refracted horizon.
Is he saying that the horizon is in front of the boat, then it gets refracted behind the boat, and then to your eye? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not behind the boat. It's definitely a refraction effect where you see it looks more. Remember, the object you're looking at is taking precedent, so the horizon will tend to have more depth as you look.
The object is taking precedence. You got a citation for that,
Robert?
Yeah, and I don't have a citation. I'm just saying these. I've observed
Meaningless vagaries. Meaningless vagaries. The horizon is observably beyond the target.
No, it is not. Look at the picture again.
Yes, it is. This isn't even disputed. Everyone can see it.
Again, the object is depressing the horizon, so the horizon is merging.
The object is in front of the horizon.
Yes, but it's depressing.
Yes,
you can see again, it's taking precedent right there. So, so what you're seeing is.
So you mean the object is in front of the horizon?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
That's what we see.
What you're getting is a refractive because the object you're looking at takes precedent.
Yeah, so it's in front of.
Okay, you're going to have to explain why the object is going down.
No, don't need to explain anything. Just need to observe the horizon beyond the target.
So if you can't explain that, then it's what we're saying. You understand?
No, it's not what
fallacious.
you're saying.
That's fallacious.
The horizon is blocking that target, but we can see the horizon is beyond the target, so obviously it's not blocking.
But that's not the horizon behind it. It's the same horizon.
Yeah, it is. That's what the horizon is. Where the sea appears to meet the sky, that's what the horizon is. We know what the
exactly. You
horizon
won't
is.
see any more. You won't see any more surface beyond the horizon on your ball.
That's what you see. That horizon line is the actual horizon that's in front of the boat.
No, it's beyond the boat. You need to get your eyes checked, Robert, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, okay. What's the video?
Yeah, we can see it. It's in the image. Just draw a line where you see the water ending, and you'll see it's above the bottom of the target, meaning the horizon's behind it, not in front of it. So that's all right. We already knew this. We've done the Black Swan a million times. The horizon is not Earth curve.
Yeah, the horizon is Earth curve. The horizon is not behind it.
What?
Look at the picture again.
The Globers gave up Earth curve horizon 5 years ago.
Which Globers? Those are some.
All of the Globers.
There are zero Globers that
them all
give
the
up the
time.
horizon. Zero.
They gave up the geometric. They gave up the geometric horizon 5 years ago, Robert. I know you haven't been in the discussion, but we all have. And
Wow,
5 years ago, they gave up the geometric horizon.
Hey, Robert, also, like, cut the condescending shit. Just have a normal conversation. Don't giggling
No, I'm not
and
in
like.
the conversation. They're the ones who are kind of being condescending towards me. You know?
No, incorrect. If you think that, I invite you just to find another channel to discuss.
You're hurting our feelings.
I'm being condescending towards you. I mean,
No,
pretty observable where we're seeing the horizon. That's it.
Well, you said that Globers have given up on the geometric horizon.
Yeah, 5 years
one,
ago.
Yeah, quote one Glober. I said, hey, we give up on the horizon.
Mr. Sensible.
We've got about 5 years. We've got about 5 years of recordings, Robert. You can just go back through and listen to them.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible said after the Black Swan, the best you've done is debunk the radius of the Earth.
No one has debunked the radius of the Earth. No one, no Glober has denied.
You better tell that to the
doesn't
Globers.
exist.
Because
you can't debunk something that doesn't exist, right, Robert?
Yeah, exactly. So there's nothing to debunk because it does exist. It does exist. It's factual.
No.
Oops.
Planar Walk is a fairly prominent Glober, YouTuber. He says no one's claiming the horizon is Earth curve. Is he wrong?
He's wrong. What?
Okay.
No one claims the horizon.
Yeah, and what's his name? Rumpus. He was a very staunch globe defender for a lot of years, right? And he said it only exists. It only exists in the math. Sorry, Cyclone Man. You're breaking up. Cyclone, you keep breaking up, man.
Impossible. Only in the math?
Yeah, the geometry's only in the math. It doesn't, you don't see it. It's only in the math.
Well, again, it's impossible for the eyes to see a curve while you're on the ground. That's why you use the boat going over the horizon as a reference to show that curve. If 35, you're breaking up.
Cyclone, if you can hear us, you're roboting really bad, bro. Jump out, come back in.
Yeah, you it's impossible for your eyes to see Earth curvature when you're on the dirt.
Well, it's impossible to see Earth curvature if it's not there too, right?
Well, big man, who's saying it's not there?
Well, show me it is. Prove it.
Yeah. Get to 35,000 feet. That's where you'll start to see it.
So he disagrees with his peer Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's interesting.
Oh, absolutely. Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about the grandiose curve. That's clearly what he was talking about.
It's clearly when he said that stuff is flat.
Yes, again, he's speaking off the cuff. He knows what people want to see when you're at that height. People want to see the curve of the beautiful big curve of the Earth, right? You cannot.
The hell is the grandiose curve? What the hell is that? The grandiose curve? I've never heard that before.
There's an interview he did after where he said that. He actually said it. Where people,
that's awesome.
You want to see this grandiose, spectacular curve, something to that effect. He said.
Yeah, and they don't see it.
Right,
it's flat.
No.
You forget. Yeah, you seem to forget when Neil entered into that whole thing. That was when Felix said that he saw the curve. Felix, right?
Yeah, Felix did indeed see the curve.
No, well, Neil said he didn't.
No, he said the fisheye lens. You see the fisheye lens and stuff.
Yeah, a fisheye lens, bro. That's not seeing the curve of the Earth, Robert.
We know.
Shake yourself, bro.
That's what he's saying.
Up is down and down is up.
No,
I know you think you're shooting through the planet, but bro,
you are actually. But the deal is this: Baumgarten saw the curve. He did with his eyes, but the fisheye lens is not a good depiction to see what he saw.
Well, was he not behind a visor?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so yeah. So
Okay.
count him out too.
No, don't count him out. Are you saying his visor
Well, I
is?
know. I remember when you said. I remember when you said, "Well, yeah, as long as it shows the curve," and then you talked about the cupola.
Oh no, we're talking about ISS now. Are you on ISS?
I know, bro. I've been listening to you for weeks. You're just. I don't know who do you think you're fooling, Robert?
And all the evidence is there, brother.
Who do you think you're telling this story to?
This is not a story.
Do you think all this stuff is new? I mean, what's going on, bro?
Oh no, I'm sure you guys have heard a version of
because you pretend like everything you say is you're opening a box and showing us something shiny. It's old news, dude.
I know. It's stuff you've heard before, and you've denied.
And you're just chanting about it ad nauseum.
Well, you're asking me questions about it.
Good Lord. So the grandiose curve.
Yes. Let's post his interview. You'll hear what he said at the very end.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just posted that in the live stream.
Posted what?
Yeah,
Your
he said
first
you don't see the curvature of my altitude.
Yeah, he's saying people want to see the grandiose curve. They're not getting it. The curve they're seeing is from a lens.
Right.
Do you remember, Robert? You DM that picture of the moon as your proof. I saved.
What?
Someone's breaking up. Don't see the curvature of the Earth. Sorry, go on, Cyclone.
No, I was just saying, I thought someone was breaking up. It might be my side.
You're good now.
Yeah, but everybody knows what Tyson was saying.
Dude, you're throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus, and I think you're forgetting when he even entered into this conversation about seeing and not seeing the curve.
Yeah, well, again, he did an interview after, and he was
some hypotheticals.
He did
a couple questions before we go back to this.
Go ahead, bro.
If you were offered, Robert, are you listening? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're kind of low, but go ahead.
If you were offered a one-way trip to Mars by Elon, would you go?
Yes, I would, absolutely.
Did you see what
What
he
do you
did
think
today?
you'd be doing? What do you think you'd be doing up there?
Exploring.
You'd explore Mars. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Another question: If you're president of the United States, and they come to you and say, "Mr. President, we've got $100 million we can allocate. It can either only go to NASA or our program to combat homelessness in the United States." Where's that $100 million going to?
Homelessness.
Okay, good. Just checking that.
That's just a virtue. Come on, be honest. He thinks that NASA does fight homelessness, so he's being a little
what?
cheeky.
What?
Well, it keeps Dom Pettit off the streets. That's for sure.
Yeah, do you think that NASA is inventing space age materials that's going to make better homes in the future?
You bet they are 100%. Of course they are.
So spending money on NASA is, in fact, in your worldview, fighting homelessness.
Eventually, NASA technology is going to be used to better our lives. Yes, sir.
Eventually.
Trickle down from space economics.
No, NASA is not just space. NASA is just trying.
It's homeless shelters. I heard you.
Right. NASA is going to do. They've already invented things that we use right now.
NASA is
hundreds of millions of dollars they spent putting a robot on Mars. Do you think that helped anyone on Earth?
Yes, it did.
In what way?
But it helps us to understand our environment more, so we can plan better.
No, our environment or Mars' environment.
Wait, hold on. Mars is our environment. What are you talking about?
When you think you couldn't get any more vague.
Our environment. Mars isn't my environment. What are you talking about?
It is, again, if we max out the resources of Earth and we can do things on Mars, come on now, you're going to be saving lives.
Okay, so let's say I'm a child in America. I'm growing up in America. They land the rover on Mars. Was that done for my future?
Yes, it was done for your future. Absolutely.
So what's it done for my future?
Again, the probe
tangible return.
The probe is studying Earth, Mars' atmosphere, Mars' surface, for possibly having colonies there one day.
Stop the cap.
Cyclone. He's not wrong. I mean, on Devon Island, you are, kind of researching Earth's surface, so he's not wrong.
Sounds like an appeal to future fallacy, Robert.
It's not fallacy. It's we're appealing to the future,
viable.
The future of the human race tomorrow.
What the hell's wrong with Earth? That's the fallacy.
Many people voted for Trump because they thought that he would give them a better future. They are wrong.
Yeah, dude, your TDS. It's all now. It explains everything. Robert's been suffering from TDS this whole time.
No, I have not. I don't care. We already warned everybody what Trump is going to do, and we're just going to sit back and watch it.
You know what you should do?
Robert, do you not think they should have spent that money on the home trying to go to Mars?
Yeah, with that worldview, just type in what Musk did at the inauguration rally.
You're right. Yes,
And think about it. Yeah, think about it. Think about what your worldview. Okay, what do you think this means?
Well, I'm not watching the inauguration, so I don't care about that.
Yeah, you don't need to watch inauguration. Just type Musk in the Google bar. The top story will pop up. What Musk did at the inauguration.
Okay, well, let's do that and see. I'm watching what Trump is going to do. I really don't care about his inauguration.
That's a space guy. We call Musk his first bro.
I just checked it. That is insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, literally a tip of the hat to Operation Paperclip.
The Space Führer.
Yeah, that's what he said. The book Von Braun wrote about a dictator on Mars, a Fourth Reich on Mars. He's like, check it out.
Wild. And he wears that Occupies like in a few interviews.
What happened at the inauguration with Musk?
Yeah,
just look it up. It's not safe for work.
Oh, let's for a live stream.
Let's print up shirts that say Occupy Mars rather than End Home. Yeah, good idea, billionaire.
Yeah,
he's a state-funded billionaire. 3 grants, 2 for $2 billion, 1 for $5 billion. What a douchebag!
You guys have to understand. You're bringing in politics into this. I'm not sure why.
Well, dude, you were the one who was talking about rockets to Mars fighting homelessness.
Right. I'm following your talking line of talk, I should say. But it's you guys added the politics to it. I'm not sure why.
You're stumbling all over yourself, Robert.
I want to move away from the politics.
Robert, he got $9 billion in 3 different grants. How many? 0. But he supposedly put rovers on Mars. Great job, Elon.
Well, not him. No, he didn't put anything on Mars. Yeah, NASA did.
Robert, what are you most excited about NASA or Elon Musk doing next? What's their big plans?
Well, I don't like Elon Musk at all. He bought votes for Trump.
But isn't he the future space guy? Isn't that what you're all about?
Unfortunately.
Hey, he's helping to save the environment and all that,
So you're saying that because your argument was basically this is for all of our futures. So now our futures are in the hands of this guy. You have to support him, no?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Yeah. And thanks
so
to
what's
Donald
he going to do? What's the next step for human advancement in space? What are we doing?
Moon. We have to get to the moon. We have to get back there.
But we already did that.
No, we have to get back there with new technology. We know more now.
We have to go back, Marty.
How come we can't get back?
We have to go back. That's funny.
Why can we not get back, Robert? Why are we struggling with that?
We're rebuilding the technology from scratch. It's hard.
Well, we did it like 50 years ago, they said. Really, the technology is much better.
Yeah, it's much better, but again, we're
Why we're
rebuilding
not
everything
in
from scratch.
hotels up there by now?
We're not
Better
going for.
It's better technology, Robert, but we still don't have any wild.
Yeah, the thing is that the first rotation, the Apollo program was just basically sightseeing. Hey, we're here. Let's do a couple of things here. Let's get back quick. What we're trying to
Let's
do
play
right
some
now.
golf.
Yeah,
Blow
let's
some
play some
budgie.
golf. Yeah, let's troll the Russians. That kind of vibe. Now, what we're doing now is real scientific stuff. We're going to get
Oh,
there
no,
properly.
that's not what it is. Because we apparently went 50 years ago, and now we can't just go back. So we've
There's no heat.
regressed.
Yeah, you're not looking up the story. They can't go back. They can't even launch Artemis 2 because they don't have a heat shield. There's no heat shield.
To protect them from the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh my God.
they can't
Ladies and
even
gentlemen,
build something that can travel in space.
Sorry,
we're doing much more. We're doing much more.
Sorry,
now.
I saw a quick clip of that one that Bezos shot up recently, and there was a piece of freaking aluminum or stainless steel flopping on the side of it. Plop, 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 plop. Really?
Yeah.
That's going to space, is it? Oh,
Yeah,
Robert's going to
Apollo. Oh, so is somebody else talking that I can't hear? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to drop out.
Have you guys ever seen a lot of the shuttle launches? There are a lot of pieces here and there. Listen, it's hard. Space travel is hard. Science is hard.
Yeah. It's a good thing that Elon Musk today also debunked the moon landing, so you guys literally accomplished nothing so far, right? Because in his latest Hitler salute, he also claimed that they're gonna have the first Americans on a different planet. So, which means that Elon Musk is claiming that there hasn't been anyone on a different planet yet. Therefore, the moon landings have been debunked. Good job. It must be real because it looks so fake. And it looks it looks very bad for you Globers, right? You just gotta, put everybody in a trash bin because everyone seems to be trash that is being televised. Even the very people who build your fellows symbols and shoot them in the sky.
Yeah, but Clay, they're going to get you on that because they're just going to say, "Oh, it's a moon. It's not a planet."
Right, the moon is not a planet. The moon is
really?
not.
Isn't it? Okay. The Earth is what
planetary
again?
body?
What is the claim about Earth again?
The moon is not a planet.
What is Earth?
A planet.
Okay, and the moon?
The moon is a satellite of the planet Earth.
Yeah, natural satellite. There you go.
Yep, thank you. Natural. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's what they'll say for that one.
The definition of the word satellite is an object that rotates around another object. That's a satellite.
Did you see what Crit was telling you to look up about Elon Musk at the inauguration?
Hey, wait, that means Earth is the sun's satellite.
Absolutely, it is. Yes, sir.
Got any evidence for that?
Yes.
What's that?
The sun does not change size throughout the day in any significant way that matters. It stays the same big old sun from morning till night.
So, that's not
Yeah, that's a problem.
demonstrating your claim.
Isn't that what the Earth would do from the sun's point of view? It would stay the same size?
Let's see. No,
it wouldn't, huh? The Earth would change angular size throughout the day from the sun's point of view?
Yep, it would change significantly because not only that is, it would. Yeah, it would. Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, you might want to look that up, dude.
Yeah, it seems more like it would back up our argument than the globe.
Yeah, it seems like wherever you're on, you would say that would be the center. They call this relativity.
So, any evidence that the Earth is going around the sun?
Remember, we are rotating on our axis. That is why the sun does not change any significant angular size.
Well, that's your claim. That's what we're asking for the evidence of.
But well, you can demonstrate this in a lab.
What, that the Earth is going around the sun?
No, that you're turning on the axis.
Well, let's start with the Earth going around the sun, because that's what you were just positing, that the Earth was a satellite of the sun. So what's your evidence that the Earth is going around the sun?
Oh, it's the tropics. Cancer in the summer. Capricorn in the winter.
Okay, make that a logical argument.
Yeah, because the Earth is rotating around, is orbiting the sun with its axis
That's the
tilted.
thing you're trying to prove. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
Yes, its axis is tilted. That is the reason why Capricorn and Cancer gets engaged.
And we're asking for the evidence that this is the case, not for you just to restate the claim.
No. That is the effect. If you were not
That's
rotating, if you were not going around the sun in an elliptical orbit, you would not see the sun switch tropics in that way.
No, that's not a logical argument. You need evidence, positive evidence for your claim, not just my claim, and this is the only way it would work, without any evidence that your claim is occurring in the first place.
That's the evidence. That's the evidence you have.
You just made the claim.
No, that's evidence.
Claims aren't evidence. Claims aren't evidence, bro. Claims are not.
No, we're not. It's not a claim. It's an evidence. We have Cancer in June. We have Capricorn in November, right?
That's just an
observed effect.
That's the observed position of the sun in relation to the Earth. That's not telling you that the Earth is going around the sun.
You will not be able to see that effect, right? Remember, the sun
So you
size
can't
doesn't
tell
change.
that the Earth is going around the sun.
Remember, the sun size does not change when it's doing this in any significant way.
I keep going off into sequiturs, Robert. We're trying to find the evidence.
No, I'm just saying, if you have a big sun hitting Capricorn and the same big sun hitting Cancer, you are going around that guy.
Baseless assertion.
Yeah, that's just your claim.
No, that's just evidence. It's just evidence.
Claims are not evidence, friend.
No, you can see it. Go out in June, you see the sun in a Cancer.
Yeah. Right, so you have an observation.
In Capricorn.
Yeah, it moved. It moved.
You've only got observation of the sun moving, Robert, not the Earth going around the sun.
If the sun was moving, my friend, the sun size would drastically.
You already observed the sun moving. You don't say if the sun was moving. You observed the sun moving.
No, relative motion.
Are you saying you don't observe the sun to be moving through the sky?
It's relative motion. You're the one that's moving. I can say I'm the one that's moving.
So you do observe the sun moving through the sky every day?
No, I observe myself turning. That's what.
You don't observe the sun. You don't observe the sun appearing to move in the sky every day.
I'm feeling myself. I'm not. Sorry. I see myself turning. That's what I see myself turning.
Oh,
you see yourself turning. What does that look like?
Because the sun.
He leaves his body.
The sun is my reference. It's stuck there. It's not moving left or right.
So the sun is stuck in the sky and doesn't move.
It's not moving.
He's starting to trip up on his story, ladies and gentlemen. He's starting to forget whether.
So it didn't rise. It didn't come up today. Damn it! Shit. I'm in the wrong time zone.
It's stuck there. How you know it's stuck there?
There's no nighttime where you are, Robert.
Yeah. How you know it's not? How do you know it's stuck there? Because it's big, from morning till night.
And it moves. Wait, from morning till night. So the sun does move because you have a morning and night.
Right, you have a morning until night, but not because the sun moves.
The sun isn't just stuck in the sky in one spot.
Yes, it's actually in one spot. One spot.
It doesn't appear that way to me. Robert,
No,
the sun
you
moves
are the one that's
west
changing position. You're changing
through the
position under
sky.
it. You're changing position under it.
Okay,
No,
well,
I'm
that's
not.
your
I'm
claim.
staying in the
That's
same
your
place.
claim, but
No,
what you
you're not.
observe
No.
is the sun moving.
No,
You
you're
claim
changing
it's you
position
moving,
under it.
but what you observe is the sun moving.
No, you observe yourself changing positions under it.
Oh, dang. I better
No,
tell
you
my
don't.
postie that I've changed address.
No,
You
you're not
observe
changing.
yourself
You're not
moving
changing
under it.
position on the
Robert,
ground.
that doesn't even make any sense. You don't observe yourself from a third person moving under it. What are you even talking about? You observe the sun moving through the sky, and you believe it's because the ground is rotating.
Relative most. The reason why is because the sun is the big sun from morning till night.
So, Robert, you've got no evidence at all that the Earth is going around the sun. Then
that's a claim.
You just say,
Wait,
"I observe myself going around the sun," which is nonsense.
Yes, the relative most because the sun is so big in Cancer, and it's still the same, relatively the same big size in Capricorn. There's slight changes. There's about a 3% change, but who in the world is going to see 3% unless you're looking through some nice, powerful cameras, right? So
Yeah, when you observe the sun moving through the sky, you mean?
when you look at the sun, okay, what I'm saying to you is the reason why the reason why it's 3% change only is because you're moving. Has to be.
That's just like your claim again. You've provided no evidence whatsoever.
That's evident. Okay, all right. Let's put it all together one more time. Sun, Cancer, big in the morning, same size at night. All right, just
But
small
the
little
sun,
tweak of
at night time, the sun isn't there, Robert.
You know what we're talking about: sunrise and sunset. Okay, so now
the sun does move. It rises and sets.
Sunrise and sunset. Okay.
So the sun does move.
The sunrise and sunset doesn't mean it's moving. Can you look that up somewhere?
So how's it rising if it's not moving?
Because you're turning.
So it appears to be moving.
It appears. Thank you.
Right.
It appears to be moving.
You agree the sun appears to be moving now?
Appear. Why does it appear? Why does a big sun appear
the sun
to be
appears
moving?
to be moving. Now, what's your evidence that the Earth is going around the sun?
Right. So why does a big sun appear to be moving? Because you're turning under it.
Why? Why not just because it's moving?
No, it will change angular size from 0 to 50 and then 50 to 0.
Why? As who?
Because it's moving. There's night. We experienced night. So it has to move away.
So this whole argument is just based on your fallacious claim of what a different sun would do for some reason.
Right. A different sun would go from 0 to 50 midday.
Well, we're not talking about
50 to 0.
Sun. We're just talking about the sun that we observe moving, like you agreed.
Right.
Yeah, so we observe the sun moving, not the ground.
You're standing on the ground, so the ground is turning with you. You on the ground are going.
It's the same again. You haven't provided any evidence for that.
Well, is the ground turning under your feet? Do you?
No, it's not.
Exactly. So you are stuck. You're in one position on the ground, and the whole ground is turning very slowly. Very slowly.
No, it's not. It's not, Robert. That's just what you've been propagandized into believing.
No. Bro, the big sun. The point. This is the big sun. That is the key.
You provided no evidence whatsoever. You just finally admitted that you observed the sun moving, not the Earth.
No, I don't observe the sun moving. I observe myself turning underneath it.
No, you just agreed you observed the sun moving.
I did not agree on that. I've said from the beginning.
It appears to be moving.
Turning because of relative motion.
Robert, did you not just say it appears to be moving?
It appears.
So you do observe it to be moving.
Appears. No. I don't observe it to be moving. It appears.
You observe it appearing to move.
It appears to move.
When it appears to move, are you observing it?
You're observing it, yes.
There you go.
There you go, Robert.
But
You observe it.
appears. Why would a big sun appear to move in the sky? Why? Because you are
Because it's moving?
No, because you're turning underneath it.
Why not? Because it's moving.
Because it's too big.
It's too big. This is
hilarious. It's big.
You don't know how big it is, Robert.
And big in the midday and big at night.
You've got no idea how big it is or what it is or how far away it is.
No, look at it. It is big.
Oh wow.
How big is it?
So how big is it? It's 800,000 miles in diameter.
How do you measure that?
Okay, what you can do is use a telescope, right? Use the transition. Use the transition of Mercury in front of it. Time it. It's 800,000 miles in diameter.
How do you know the size of Mercury? And isn't it Venus you're supposed to use?
No, you can't use Mercury.
How do you know the size of that?
Well, as you know, and you see Mercury in compared to the size of the sun, there's a huge difference. Huge.
So you don't know what size it is.
You can do a percentage. Big sun.
You don't know if you don't know either size. You can't work out a size.
Okay, so you know Mercury's orbital period. You know it. You watch it. You observe
begging question. Begging question.
You observe. You observe it.
Really nice.
Focus on Mercury first. We're going to set the sun aside for a second because we're scientists.
Okay, if you want to focus on Mercury first, Robert, I want to take you back to focusing on curve first. Then curve.
Yeah, I've not
curve
really
of the
been hearing any science so far. I just asked you what evidence you had for the Earth going around the sun, and we've just got to the sun is appearing to move.
And it's
appear, but it's too big, so it's not.
Right. So how does that tell you that the Earth is going around it?
Geometry, spherical geometry tells you that that very large object from morning till night is not moving. If it was 0 in the morning,
see it moving, Robert. We already established this.
If it was 0 in the morning, mean you see it coming, getting angularly sized, bigger, then boom, it's big, and then it's getting angularly, smaller and
So
smaller
Robert,
as it moves away.
you're saying you know it's not moving because you see it moving. That's your argument.
You see, it's not moving because of its size in the morning.
But you see it moving.
Geometry tells you if it stays that size and you're on a sphere,
No,
you're not.
you don't know what it is or what medium it's in. You can't make any claims about what it should or shouldn't be doing. You can only say what you observe, which is a moving sun. I thought you were a scientist, Robert. You're not thinking very scientifically.
Okay, so we are observing the sun. You're looking for other things around it, other contraptions, projections. You don't see any of those things.
They're contraptions. Is anyone else wanting to jump in on this?
Yeah, like for example, if it was a projection.
Yeah.
If it was a projection. If it was a projection from somewhere, you would detect the projection, right?
Okay, hold on, bro. Who said it was a projection?
I'm giving you other possibilities of what is putting your sun there.
Is that the only thing that you could give us? How about something else?
Oh, I can give you other things.
Okay, what else?
So somebody's holding it.
Okay. So these are all your ideas, that somebody's either holding the sun or it's a projection.
Right. Or guess what? It's some kind of reflection off of something else.
Okay.
Right. These kind of things.
Right.
But reflection off of something else, that means it has an origin.
Okay.
So none of these things are detected. None. Zero.
Well, what did you do to eliminate these things? What did you do as a scientist?
What you do is as me personally, personally, when I've observed the sun through special filters, right? I have a telescope with a dot in the middle, so I can see the corona and all these kind of things. So the
That's
corona,
fantastic.
guess what? The corona, it's spherical, right? It's circular on my telescope. I don't see any other beams from anywhere else. Right? Nowhere.
Okay.
Nothing.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no
So
construction underneath it, above it. I don't see anybody's hand. Nothing. It's a singularity.
it's a singularity. So the sun is its own thing in the sky.
Correct.
Okay. So now, what's it made of?
Oh, this is great. So I visited an observatory a couple of years ago, and they were showing me the data of the corona and the photosphere, right? So the photosphere is hydrogen. It's a fission reaction that's going on. You can literally see what's happening, the data that's coming, that the immense heat that's coming from there. What that is telling you is that there is fission going on that object all the time. It's a very large controlled explosion. When everybody sat down in a group and we discussed it, and we're like, oh yeah, stuff like that.
So because you saw heat, you assumed there's an explosion happening.
Right. There's a
okay. That's affirming the consequent.
Right. Nothing else could have caused it. Right.
Okay. What else did you eliminate? We'll just do this all day, Robert. What are the things that you eliminate as a possibility as to why you saw or observed some kind of heat?
Or what did I eliminate? No, well, it's nothing to eliminate per se. I mean, because you can all the data that's coming back from spectrometry is telling you that it's a very large, multiple millions and millions of explosions that are being contained by gravity.
Oh, gravity. Okay, so what's that?
What's what?
Gravity.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can we finish up the? You want to go to gravity now?
Dude, you're telling me about what the sun is, and you're telling me that all these explosions, because someone saw, I guess, a heat signature, so they just went ahead and said, "Yep, explosions," and they're being contained by gravity. So I just need to know what this container is. This gravity container. What is it?
Yeah, gravity is a containment factor for all these explosions. So these
right. What is it? What is it?
They don't. The sun doesn't blow off into space.
That's fantastic. What is gravity?
Gravity is a force that keeps matter contained.
Well, that seems to be what Newton claimed, and then Einstein came along and said, no, it's an effect, so it's not a force.
Well, it doesn't matter what Einstein wants to say. We experience it as a force, no matter what.
I don't experience any force of gravity.
Well, of course you do.
No, I don't.
Well, why do you think you're going to the ground? That's your force that's pulling you there.
There's no force pulling on me.
Okay, jump out of a tree. What was it? Why don't float?
Well, why would I float? I'm more dense than the air.
You're right. So why is the air there?
Because it needs to be contained. There's air pressure. Okay.
No, but atmospheric gradient already tells you that there's more of the substance of air towards the ground. Why?
Because that's just no. That's affirming the consequent, friend.
No. You just said you jumped out of the tree. You went through the air to go to the ground. Why is the air towards the ground? Why doesn't it float off?
Why are you asking me a question?
Okay, let me not ask you a question. I'm saying to you, ideal gas law, gas is always expanding out. So it should be gone.
So it's not going down. how come the gas isn't going down? You said it's expanding in all directions now, so it's not going down.
No, it should be gone for this because the surface is warm, for example.
In some places, yes.
Right. So the gas should have left that area, like made that area totally. There should be no air there.
Whoa, wait a minute. Say that again. It's warm in some places, and so now the heat. Even if it's cold, the air is still moving freely and randomly in all directions. What do you mean?
Yeah, but it's trying to get to place where there's space, right? More space.
Yeah, it fills the volumes. So it would be trying to fill a vacuous area, much like the space plane, right? So how come all the gas isn't filling the void of space?
It's trying to, but gravity.
Well, I haven't seen gravity hold gas. In fact, I don't even know what gravity is yet. You're just kind of using it like a magic word.
No. Gravity. Cavendish already proved the gravitational constant that's in both Newtonian mechanics and in in Einsteinian general relativity.
Robert, you gotta relax, bro. Quit freaking out.
Robert, listen. Remember what we talked about, okay? Maintain a normal conversation, professionalism. Just go back and forth, present your ideas with some kind of logical or reasoned framework. And that's it. Unless you don't want to be here. If you don't want to be here, continue to spaz out, and people will be like, yeah, enough of this guy.
Robert, you're owning them. Don't worry.
So, Robert, so far you've just kind of piled up a bunch of claims, but I haven't seen any evidence yet. Usually the evidence is the thing that supports the claim that you make. So at some point, will you be showing me any evidence? So you talked about Cavendish. What was who's Cavendish and what did he do?
Well, he demonstrated that there's an attraction between mass.
Between mass. Okay. And so what is the naturally observed phenomena that we, observe in nature to go ahead and conduct some kind of experiment that would confirm the thing that Cavendish was confirming?
Objects going to the ground.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So objects go to the ground. So kind of like if I were to take a block of wood, this is one of my favorites. I use it all the time. If I were to take a block of wood and lift it up from the ground and let it go, it would go down, right?
It will go to the ground, yes.
Yeah, okay. So if I grab that block of wood and I push it down to the bottom of a swimming pool and let go of it, what's going to happen?
Okay, buoyant forces will take over.
Stay there. No, it's going to stay there.
It should stay there, right? Because the gravity is dragging everything down to the ground.
Yes, it still is. No matter what. When the wood on top of the water, the wood on top of the water is still trying to go to the ground. No matter what. Remove the water, it's gone. The deal is the water.
So
why?
You remove the medium, right?
Oh, so it's the medium.
Oh, it's the medium.
Yeah.
Yeah. The deal is, why is water underneath the wood in the first place? Why?
Well, it's more dense than air.
Okay. Why is water on the ground? The deal is, why can't it
not
be,
always?
Why can't it be above the
it is.
It is contained by air.
How do you... Okay, if water never goes above the ground, how the fuck does it rain?
No. Yes.
Yes. Yes, Robert.
It's in the gaseous form. It's a gas. Wrong. Come on now, stay focused. We're talking about liquid water, right?
Yeah, liquid water in the form of condensation, because a cloud, so that's liquid, it's not a gas, is above the ground. And it stays there.
It's gas.
Yeah.
It's a gas.
No, it's not gas.
Solids too floating above us.
Yeah. There's even hail in the clouds. So those are solids. We have solids and gases all above the surface of the earth.
No, they go to the ground. They go to the ground, brother.
No, they stay up there for a while.
No,
how do you think they form?
Dust particles in the air.
They they form, as soon as they are formed, they go to the ground.
No, they
Right,
bounce
so they're
around
above the
for a
surface.
while. You might want to look this up. This is really basic physics, like 7th grade. The hail forms because it starts to fall, melts a little bit, and goes back up.
Oh, right.
It goes up and down until eventually it falls as big. You know, that's why you'll get hail damage because it gets so big that the medium of air can't support it anymore, and it falls down with a lot of speed and hits stuff and breaks car windows and dents cars and knocks off shingles and all kinds of crap. So that right there should tell you that there isn't gravity. There's a dynamic system where things move all directions based on all kinds of different forces. Heat, wind, pressure. There is no one single vector of all of creation. That's what doesn't exist. You know that for sure. Yes. Because a single vector has been uniquely disqualified.
No, you're making my point. Again, there's a cycle. What's creating that cycle, right? Obviously, it gets heavy, it goes down towards the ground, it becomes gas again, goes back up, right? This cycle is happening. So obviously there's a system, there's something that is causing this cycle to occur. Gravity is constantly acting on all matter. That's the reason why you have this cycle.
So for us to go ahead and validate that claim that you just made, all we would need to do is to have an experiment where gravity itself is the independent variable. Isn't that right?
Right. So thanks to Dr. Cavendish. Yeah.
Yeah. So where is gravity being manipulated in the Cavendish?
Well, as you, I don't know if you worked with it, but the two objects on that horizontal rod, right, are the same weight. Why is that important?
And?
Okay, hold on.
I just need you to show me in the experiment where the gravity is being manipulated.
Right. So that's what I've just started to do. So the two objects on that rod are the exact same weight. If you took one of those objects away, the other one would go to the ground, right? 9.81 meters per second. If you put the other one back on the side of the rod, I did this. What happens? The rod balances. Why? Because you canceled out the 9.81 meters per second on that parallel horizontal bar.
Yeah,
so
this is terrific.
Sideways at
When is
9.8 meters per
gravity?
second?
Right. So what
Yeah,
you've done? Wait, hold on. This is cool. This is cool. When I did it, it was awesome. So ball number 1 on the left side weighs say 100 grams. So ball number 2 on the other side weighs 100 grams. It cancels out the 9.81 meters per second for both of them.
Great. So all you need to do is show me where gravity is being manipulated as an independent variable in this experiment.
That's the manipulation. That's the manipulation right there.
No, you're not manipulating gravity, my friend. I need to see the gravity being manipulated. Where's the gravity at?
You've only manipulated the ball, not used gravity as an independent variable. You've used the ball as an independent variable.
Well, again, if you have two objects that are connected to each other going towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second, the result is 0. So you've manipulated gravity. You said, no,
you haven't manipulated anything. You've tied a couple of balls up to a rod. Where's the gravity that's being manipulated?
He has no idea.
Of course, I just told you. You again, if you take one of the weights off, the other one goes to the ground, 9.81 meters per second, right?
Yes, I want to correct you. Hold on a second before you go any farther. 9.81 meters per second squared is the observed acceleration. It's an average which usually occurs in a vacuum chamber. So do we have any of these things, going on here, or are you just calling the effect the cause and hoping that nobody notices?
Yeah, all objects go to the ground at that rate. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Oh, so gas is going 9.81 meters per second to the ground. Gas is doing this, yes?
Yes, remember, yes, gas as well.
Okay, so why is gas going up then?
Because gas has kinetic energy.
Right, so it's not going down then at 9.81 meters per second squared.
No, it is. It's just that it has
It's going up. You admitted it's going up, you doofus. It's not going down at a rate of 9.81 meters per second squared. It's going up at a rate.
But gas has another property to it. You have to understand that.
Okay, so it's not going down. It doesn't matter.
But 80% of the gas is on the ground. So that tells you that gravity got it.
It's not on the ground.
Do you
I'm not
think
kicking around
gravity
a
is
bunch
compared
of
to the
puddles.
kinetic molecular forces of gas?
Gas has another property to it, but it's still traveling at 9.
I guess ignore that question. How strong is gravity claimed to be relative to the Coulomb?
Relative to the what?
To the Coulomb.
Well, whether something is negative or positive is going to the ground, 9.81 meters per second.
I guess skip that question.
I just answered you. Coulomb's law is talking about charges.
Yeah.
So if you have something that's charged negatively, boom, it's going to the ground. Charged positively, boom, it's going to the ground. No matter what.
Yeah, and how strong is gravity relative to the Coulomb, do you think?
It's stronger.
What the Coulomb is what you think. Well, how much stronger do you think it is?
It depends. You can manipulate charges.
The Coulomb, I said. 1 Coulomb.
Okay, well, one Coulomb itself. Yeah, gravity's still weaker than 1 Coulomb.
The answer is the Coulomb is claimed to be 40 orders of magnitude greater than the claimed force of gravity.
Holy shit.
I was just going to say that, but remember, something on the ground has to repel that charge. Nothing on the ground is repelling that charge. The ground is not charged. Gravity has no charge, zero. Absolutely
You got a physics degree, sir?
Are you saying no? Gravity does not have a charge. I have a physics degree. Gravity has no charge. The ground has no charge.
Oh, this is perfect. Okay, so show me where they took the gravity and tested it for charge. This is what I've been waiting for.
Oh yeah, we do it all the time.
Okay, show me the.
Check this out. You can have a static reader. You can pick it up at any department store. Walk 100 feet. It's different. Everything.
Okay,
you walk 5 feet. It's different. 10 feet. It's different.
Robert, you're spazzing out again. Just take a breath. I want you to show me where they took the gravity.
Robert, you got this.
I want you just to show me where they took the gravity and then they went ahead and tested it for charge.
Right. So in Cavendish, in a sanitized Cavendish environment, which we did, we sanitized it. So what we did was we took the charge in the environment, right? We registered that. You have to calibrate the apparatus. You have to know what the background charges are, and make sure that is in your calculation.
Robert,
you don't do that, you have nothing.
Robert, just show me the gravity when they tested it for charge. That's all I'm asking for.
Show you the gravity when they tested it for charge. The experiment hasn't started yet. So what I'm saying to you is, once you've sanitized the environment, right? And by the way, this was done in a vacuum too, but I digress. So once you know what the background charges are, right? That is going to be in your calibration factor. And you will still have those mass attracting each other at 6.6.
Robert, you're not answering my question. When did they grab the gravity and then hook up the device to see if it had a charge or not?
Oh, wait. You don't. You eliminate charge. You don't test gravity for charge.
You just told me that gravity has
effect
no
on
charge.
You have to eliminate charge as a factor.
You're still not answering my question.
I don't think you
When
understand.
did they take so the gravity that you're appealing to, that is supposed to be the independent variable in your experiment, you're going to have to vary and manipulate that. You're also going to have to test it, I guess, in this scenario for charge, because you want everything to be sanitary, right? It wants to be a static environment or no charge. So when did they take the gravity, which is the independent variable, and then test it for charge? I just need to see that data.
You don't take gravity and test it. You don't do that.
Well, just show me the gravity at first. So why can't you test gravity for charge?
Like you don't
Like
take
Q1 says to.
It's like you don't take electromagnetism and test it. You don't do that.
I didn't ask you about electromagnetism. I asked you about gravity.
I know.
So why don't we test the gravity for charge?
The same reason. Well, we don't test gravity for charge. We eliminate charge. We have to falsify charge.
So you don't know if gravity has zero charge then?
Yeah, it does have zero charge because you
don't know that. You haven't tested it for charge. You haven't tested it for charge.
No, charges are separate from the gravitational force.
So you know gravity's there because it has no effect on charge? Boy, that's a big self-own. You hit yourself in the face with the boomerang there, Robert.
No, Coulomb's law looks just like Newtonian mechanics law. They are separate guys. One needs charge, other needs mass. Charges.
Well, that's not true because with gravity claims to bend light, and light is massless. So you're actually very wrong about gravity and its claims.
We're not that far yet. Just a second.
Well, that's another wrinkle in your problem, though. Is that you also have to claim that gravity has an effect on things that's not mass. So it's not mass attracting mass.
It is mass we're talking about Newtonian mechanics.
You think it's mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
What part of Newtonian mechanics covers gravity?
Light goes towards mass. Right?
Oh boy.
It will go towards if it's going in the direction of mass, it will get manipulated.
So how is that possible if it's mass attracting mass and light has no mass?
Because the light. Hold on. The light is
I think
not
I also read that light can affect space-time as well. So that's a weird paradox there. Space-time affects light. Light affects space-time somehow simultaneously.
Yeah, just like how mass, just like how another piece of mass affects another piece of mass. The same thing, right? But the thing is, mass is coming along happily going down the yellow brick road, and then boom, there's a massive gravitational wave in front of it. It's going to change its behavior. That's all. You see, the attractive force between the masses also affects light. That's all he's saying.
Well, space-time is empty and devoid of mass. How does gravity bend something that's empty and devoid of mass?
Who says it's empty and devoid of mass? What are we talking about?
Space-time, right?
When mass...
Oh, unless you're going to deny Einstein, in which case we're cool. Like, you can just say, I don't...
Yeah, no. It's just that once you introduce mass into the environment, time bends.
Holy shit.
I know. I almost can't talk to him. It's so bad.
Yeah, no. It's just a fact. It's just the LIGO project. The LIGO project. They just won a Nobel Prize for detecting gravitational waves. Yes. So once mass is in the equation, time changes. Because time, by the way, time is a physical quantity. Time is a physical
man. Oh, wow.
Dancing with him. I just want to touch what he said about there's no other possibility of the sun, because when he looked through the telescope, he cannot see anything else but the sun. You say you don't see anything else? You didn't see a hand? You don't see anything else?
Right.
when you look through the telescope.
Spectrometry and interferometry does not detect any wavelength changes around the sun once you get beyond the corona. That means the sun is a singularity, right? So you guys have to look at this data.
What about the helium source that is always with the sun, always following the sun? The sun is basically at the middle of it.
Oh, the heliosphere. That's what you're
The
saying?
helium source, the helium radiant.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
Weren't you just telling us time is physical?
Yeah, time is a physical quantity. There are 7 physical quantities in our environment.
Yeah.
Time
I'm
is
just
one
going to
of
go
them.
make myself a cup of 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you
Time
could.
does not.
Hey, I didn't finish what I was saying to him real quick.
Yes, go and look it up, everybody. If you're close by any resource, 7
No,
physical quantities.
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, Robert.
Well, I'm just stating a fact. So if it's
You state a lot of facts. In fact, you stated if somebody says it, it's true. That's interesting.
It depends on who's saying it.
Jamesy, you can finish, man.
The thing is, since
I think you're going to post something for Robert, aren't you, Jimsy?
Okay.
You're going to post something for him to look at.
No, because since he says that there's nothing else, I just had a question about the radiant source because he says he doesn't see anything else, but he probably hasn't looked at the radiant sources, and one of them is the helium source, and the sun seems to always be within the helium source. And Robert, this is I think this is one of the thermal imaging. There is radio surveys. I posted for Robert.
I mean, you have to be careful here. So, the heliosphere, if that's what you're talking about, that's the
No, it's
right.
much
That's
more
the sun.
profound.
Trying to tag him, but Robert V. Utah. So with the observation, you say with your telescope you don't see anything else, but within the thermal imaging, there is something else with the sun. And I posted for you.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
You're saying that there's nothing else that could be the source of the sun, or there's nothing else with it, but there is something else.
No, that's that's all contained in the sun, or the sun is causing this effect, right? So that's what you're seeing. The sun causes a lot of effects. Solar radiation, the heliosphere, the magnetic field, all these kind of things.
Yeah, well, what you're looking at is visible only at nighttime in infrared.
Absolutely. But
Did you say the sun causes the magnetic field? Is that what you said?
No, he's saying that what I posted, the celestial sphere, he's saying the sun is the source of this whole thing.
Yes, it is absolutely. The sun itself has a magnetic field.
Just look at the you see the little dot that says the sun, the little dot. You see that in the image? You see the dot? That will be the position of the sun, and behind it there is, or around it there is the helium source, which is this thing that you see that is observed with an infrared, electro-opticals, thermal imaging, radio surveys, and you said there's nothing else, but there is something else.
Nothing else. You may the background radiation is there as well. Everybody knows, you have that in that environment, but it's not manipulating the sun. No, absolutely not, 100%.
The sun is in a cycle, following, always coming from the helium, and it's always going around a center.
Well, the sun is orbiting the Sag A. Yes, it is. Yes, and Sag A.
So,
Sag A is got.
so you said that there's nothing else, nothing manipulating it, but now the sun is going around something.
No, nothing causing it to generate its heat.
Nothing is causing the sun.
Sorry, nothing causing it. Nothing moving it in our framework. No, it is moving.
So what is the radiant source called the helium? What is that radiant source called the helium?
It's moving on another reference frame. Yes, around the galaxy, but we're all following the sun around the entire galaxy.
For what I comprehend from it, the sun is always within the helium source.
Well, like the Sagittarius A itself is generating a lot of radiation as well, a lot of energy as well. That's in that.
Why aren't you engaging this content directly, Robert?
Well, he's talking about the helium.
Flatter, he'll say we haven't gone back to the moon since then because there's no. We already tested him out on that one.
Oh yeah, we're heading back to the moon. Artemis is going to. We're going to get there. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's called future faking.
And ask what time is
everything is in the future.
Oh yeah, and I also think part of his reasoning for us not going back was it was too expensive. I think is what he said. Another reason, too much money.
Yep, it's a lot of money. NASA's budget. If you account for inflation, there's just not enough space for a mission to the moon. I mean, the return on investment is just not there. There's more return on investment.
I agree with you, Robert. That's why we should stop spending.
When humanity's future is at stake, you don't care about expenses, dude.
Robert, I agree with what you just said. We should stop.
Haven't you seen Star Trek Generations? Come on, man.
Hello.
That's how you do it. Don't give a shit about money.
I hear two people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I agree, Robert.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't hear the other person. I'm going to have to drop out and come back in again. Sorry. My bad.
I agree with you, Robert. It is too expensive, and we should stop spending a single cent on any of this stupid space crap. Not another dime.
But it's exciting. It's a future of humanity. 9 billion people on the planet. We need to get off of it.
It's funny because I'm looking at Devon Island right now on Google Maps, and I'm looking at the images, and I see a Mars rover. And I also see something that says Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station.
Yeah, and Robert's so contradictory here, ladies and gentlemen. On the one hand, he's saying he would spend the $100 million to help the homeless, and he's also saying cost-wise, it's too much money these days to do what we did back then. But on the other hand, he's saying it's too exciting. We got to spend the money. Screw the homeless. Let's keep wasting money on the space program. Let's give Elon. Robert, I think we should give Elon $20 billion this time, and he'll kick the can down to what? 2032. We'll get to the moon.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, as long as we're putting aside money in the budget for the homeless, we can also
put money. We haven't. We never do.
Oh, you mean there's no money for homeless? I thought there was.
How many homeless in your city have been helped?
Hold on, HUD. Home and Urban Development.
I live in the capital of my country. There's 2 missions downtown Ottawa, George Street and Murray Street missions. They are a joke. They've been there forever. People get hurt around those places. The government spends nothing on the homeless. Don't lie, Robert.
Well, yeah, they're not spending enough, and homelessness is not just it's also a mental health problem as well. They're not spending enough money on mental health.
Space travel, Robert. Space travel is a mental health issue too.
And our justice system, once somebody's arrested, they come out. Nobody wants to hire them. Our system is pretty. It's not good. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. Because I know people. I know people who got an arrest record, and
if you
it's
cut
hard for them to
NASA's
find-
budget and you gave it to homeless people to eat food in America, you could feed every fucking homeless person in America. I'm telling you.
No, it's not just feeding. It's not just feeding them. We have to teach them how to feed themselves. So we need investment in education, mental health, regular health care, and also we need to invest in follow up.
Back on top.
That's the problem. That's the problem I have. I'm a Democrat, and I tell
You
Democrats.
think we need more of this American indoctrination education?
We need more eyes. We need more eyes. We need more eyes on the horizon. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, where's this curvature?
Hey, look at this article I posted. I'll send it to you too, Utah. Look at your brain on space, the overview effect and how it can save humanity.
You said we need more education. Whatever.
Yes, we need more education, guys, because we have to teach people how to feed themselves, right?
So your claim is, Robert. So your claim is no homeless person is educated. Interesting.
No,
But you don't even know what a spear is. You don't even know what we're talking about curvature.
What I'm saying to you is that
how is education going to help anybody, right? When education put us in the position we are right now, talking about the earth like being a ball or not, right?
I disagree
That's
with
what
that.
education is done. Yeah, that's why
I
we're
disagree
here.
with that.
Is the earth a ball?
People
Is
make
the
a
earth ball?
living.
That came from education, Robert. It came from public education.
It's
a ball.
a spear.
Yeah.
It is a spear.
Exactly.
Yes, it is a
So we
spear.
don't need more education. You know who Pink Floyd is, right? You know that song? We don't need no education, right? Hey, teacher.
We don't need no thought control.
Yeah.
STEM. STEM has people are going into STEM less and less every year because STEM is hard. Science, technology, engineering, and math is hard. So people would rather do. They'd rather go to trade school. They'd rather do TikTok videos.
Hey guys,
They'd rather
mic
do
check.
accounting,
Did I
they'd
hear?
rather do
Did I
financing.
hear that right? He called homelessness mental illness.
No, it is
he
also
said that
a
there's-
mental.
Yeah, he said a lot of homeless people have untreated mental illness.
Yeah, but he said exactly that homelessness is actually mental illness. Chris.
No, he didn't say that at all. Okay, that's very bad faith. He said one of the problems with homelessness is they are untreated mental illness.
Oh, can you say that again?
Yeah, he said one of the way to solve homelessness is to get homeless people who have mental illness, get them treated for their mental illness.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Trust me. A lot of people.
And what about people?
Robert,
and what about people? And what about people who are about to be homeless?
Robert, I just want to apologize to him. If I misunderstood him, I would like to apologize to him.
It's okay. I just want to know, like, if you have a solution for people who are homeless, what about people who are about to be homeless? There's a lot of them. It's not their fault. It's not because they're lazy or uneducated. Just can't afford it.
No, it's not their fault.
Yeah,
You
talk
just can't
about
afford it.
space. There's plenty of space.
Instead of the government giving the state back the $1 million plus per day they take from the state for the space program, they'll just say, sorry, suck it up, Buttercup. We're still taking the $1 million plus a day for space exploration. Thanks.
Hey, Robert,
But just
can I ask you
before
a
that-
question?
Yeah, go.
Robert, are you there?
Oh yeah. What's up?
If a NASA official came to you and said, "Robert, you're the next up and coming hot star in the globe world. We want to send you to Mars," would you get in a rocket and go to Mars?
Yes, in a heartbeat.
You already answered this question. So
In a nanosecond. I tell my kids, I say, yo, listen. All the money, just give it to the family. I'm gone. Take care.
Sweet.
So I go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem
But
is,
what do you plan on? What do you plan on doing there by yourself with nothing?
Research and development and exploration and all these kind of observation.
We got a lot of stuff here on Earth that needs to be researched and observation that's never been, like the ocean and freaking deserts, places, the Amazon. Do you know what the Amazon is? There's a lot of research that needs to be done there, man.
Oh yeah, no, I have a friend of
You
mine.
want to go to a dead, empty, nothing place to do some exciting research? Is that it?
Well, I have a friend of mine, a PhD, first student. And she's in Amazon right now. She's been there for 2 years studying the behavior of this random reptile, and that's her entire thesis.
All I'm saying, bro, is the grass is not greener on the other side. Okay, like that's a real thing. I mean that it sounds like you're going through that. You think the grass is green. You think going to Mars is going to be an exciting thing, right? If it was real, bro, like you of all people wouldn't be going. Okay, like
what?
You know what I mean?
Guys, what is this opportunity of a lifetime?
You don't even understand the risks and the kind of you're going there to die. You know what I mean? Basically.
Yeah. You're right. No, it's a one-way trip. I think I really need to
As if it
reconsider
was
my
true. Like, imagine going to live in a desert, having all the resources you have on Earth. Are you able to go live in the middle of the desert for a whole year? Right. Take all the supplies you need. Grow a little garden in a dome. I don't know, but if you can't do that, then you're not going to be able to do something like that on Mars. If you can't do that in Antarctica, you're not going to be able to do something like that somewhere else. I don't think, as a glober, I used to think about leaving the actual planet. Because I used to go to the ocean, right? I have canoes, when you're little. But when you're fishing with your dad, and your island starts turning into that small little dot, you start to panic. Dad, I can't see the island. Just move our boat closer. There's this panic, there's this terror, this, oh my God, you know what I mean? So if you think about leaving the planet, that's like times 100, times 1,000 for me.
Bonk, just a quick question. I just remembered. We all have seen the videos from alleged Mars, right? And we have seen the red sky, right? Does anyone know the atmosphere of Mars compared to the Earth? I just looked to it. Once I looked and it said 10%. And now I looked again in Google and it said 1%. So how could you have the light of the sun dispersed in the atmosphere when they are now saying that the atmosphere of Mars is 1% compared to the atmosphere of Earth? How can you have daylight there? I mean, the sky lights. You should have actually a black sky.
Yeah, that's a good question. What happened to Rayleigh scattering? We see evidence of that in all the Martian photos, but there shouldn't be.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. I just looked. I looked a couple of years ago, and they said in Google 10%. Now I just looked, and they said 1%. That's impossible to have lit in sky.
Well, at 1% Earth's atmosphere, are any helicopters going to be flying in that?
Exactly. Another point. They showed us, the vehicle landing like a helicopter, like a drone. Exactly. Robert, we are peasants and we don't have degrees. Please, would you explain that to us? Robert, hello? Robert? Guys, is there a problem with the audio?
No, he's just away from his mic or something.
Oh, okay.
You know what else? Mars is half the size of Earth. So there should be twice the rate of drop over curvature, but we don't see any of that evidence by all the gigapan
I can read you.
panoramic images.
Yeah, I can read you what Google found. Mars is about half the size of the Earth, as you said, by diameter, and has much thinner atmosphere, with an atmospheric volume less than 1% of Earth's. That's strange.
Well, I agree with Robert. Science and technology and all those things, very hard. So hard that gravity as an independent variable does not exist.
Yeah, for us, the peasants, yeah, it's very hard.
For us peasants. So I guess it's superhumans going to space, not just regular everyday Joes. Gotcha.
Yeah, much more advanced human beings.
Oh yes, way smarter thinkers than we are.
Yeah.
For
Yesterday he said much more.
I know they're doing so much to advance humanity. It's just wonderful. They need more money.
Yeah.
Who cares how much a liter of gas costs or rent or who cares? Let's give more to the space programs. They need it.
Well, what if I told you that the only people that can really make this trip and survive there are transhumans, hybrids? People who have modified, their bodies to put a little chip, in your brain. It doesn't have to. You don't have to stick it in.
How does he call it? A link, Neuralink, right? Yeah. Neuralink.
Not Neuralink, because Neuralink they stab your brain. They stick needles in it. There's a company that's a competitor. They just put the sticker on it. They just put it on your. Don't gotta cut your skull, but they don't stick needles in your brain. They just lay it and it just picks up the activity. I mean, you know what I mean? That these kinds of people are the only people that are going to be able to go to Mars. Then all of a sudden, a bunch of people start putting things, in their brain.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So like Total Recall, like they think they're going in Mars. You chip their brain. You put them in a rocket ship for a big show for all the spectators, and they think they're in Mars, man.
Without leaving of your living room, right?
But Robert is normally very talkative. No, he disappeared suddenly.
He's got a lot of distractions IRL, so he'll sometimes come and go.
Yeah, he's very busy, and not like the peasants, not like us, the peasants. Yeah, we should have a larger understanding for his. Yeah.
No, he's probably the peasant because people who have a lot of free time usually are not the peasants.
Yeah.
No, I got a question. Where did the rockets go?
What goes up must come down.
There's a Point Nemo. There's a place where rockets go to die, right? Somewhere in the ocean. Maybe in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah,
maybe
Bermuda Triangle. They dump.
I just wanted to mention that the Bermuda Triangle here.
Well, just look. Where did the last rocket that launched, SpaceX number 6 or was it 7? Where Bananas, the one that they called Bananas. Where did it go?
Came back down.
We can all see
Wait, is that the one that blew up?
absolute-
Never mind.
Yeah, it came back. It came back in a fiery ball of destruction and hubris.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I'm not watching that anymore because we don't believe in that.
I watch it with on Thunderfoot's channel. It is just hilarious to hear his commentary about the people cheering. That's supposed to be that starship thing. That's supposed to be a colony ship that flies all the way to Mars, lands on Mars, and then they disassemble it to create a livable habitat. It can't even get to low orbit without blowing up. And they think they're going to get all the way to Mars.
I mean, surely you got to tweak and test, you know?
Yeah, like the
Screws here and there, give it a good kick on the bulkhead.
Yeah, like the astronaut who was cooked.
This guy keep jiggling those cables, and eventually it'll just. Oh, it worked all along.
What was the name of the astronaut who hung a lemon on the testing capsule, and then he was burned accidentally? It was an accident, and 3 of them were burned in the capsule. What
It was Gus Grissom.
Yeah, Gus. Yeah, Gus. Yeah, he said, how would we be able to land on the moon if we cannot even communicate between 2 houses, 2 buildings on Earth? And they cooked him.
He found out, didn't he?
Yeah. And there was another guy with glasses. He wrote a report and he said it's not possible to land on the moon. And I don't know, a couple of days later or a week later, he was killed in an accident with his wife, with his car, as the car was crossing a railway train. How do you call it in English? Do you know that guy too? Not so important.
Okay, so in this Starship 7 footage, like, where did it go?
Watch it. What do you see? Did it go to Mars? Do you think it went to Mars? You don't need to ask anyone here. Just watch it. Where'd it go?
Well, I mean, it goes up and then it goes down. But, like, in the video, we can see curvature, you know, and then we see it land, and it's like a full video.
Yeah, no we there.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, play.
Just you.
I see it.
Yeah.
Just you. You watch the video, and what did you see?
He said it himself.
I
Went
can't
up,
tell
and
you
then
what
came
you
down.
saw. Only you can tell you what you saw.
Yeah, Chris is right.
Let's go to 3 minutes. Let's go to like 3 minutes in the video, all right? What are we looking at? Like 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Looking at a horizon, you know. So it starts off as a slight curve, and then it flattens out as the horizon moves towards the center of the camera, and as it passes around. I'm not seeing curve.
I'm looking at 322, and I'm seeing some pretty thick curve on that.
Flattens out though.
Thick. THICC. Thick.
Yes.
I know it's funny that there are NASA fans that are like anxiously waiting for the imagery to come in because they're trying to see the curvature. And when NASA produces the curvature that their fans expect to see, their fans get that dopamine hit, that dopamine release, and they feel like that they've accomplished something.
Oh, sure. Great. I can still laugh about Newton being an incel and playing with dolls. I never knew that.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny as shit. When you look it up. That's why a lot of the incels. I learned that from talking to incels. They love Newton. I mean, they're like, that's our
being
guy.
proud of that.
Yeah, because a lot of people say, "Hey, you incels are cringe. You're weird." They're like, "Well, Newton wasn't weird. Newton wasn't cringe," and you're like, "Yeah, he was.
So
Yeah, he was."
they're so proud to be an incel. A new trend. God damn it.
So the rocket booster landing again was pretty impressive, right? I mean, 200.
What happened last time?
Foot.
Yeah.
Last time
Yeah, the
it
thing
came
is-
down, it was caught by the chopsticks.
No, they didn't lose communication. They crashed.
No, I'm talking
Matthew
about
is a
last
globe
time.
believer, right? Great. Matthew is a globe believer, right?
Yeah, it was fun to watch the thing on YouTube. Like the
It's
200.
That's supposed to go all the way to Mars.
No, I'm
realize
talking about
that,
the
right?
bottom half, the booster part.
No, the top half. Yeah, the top half is supposed to go all the way to Mars. They can't even get a banana to low orbit.
Right.
I can hear some doubts. I can hear some doubts.
I cannot even believe.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't even feel like I believe what I'm seeing anymore. Because the technology and AI has gotten so good. We got this thing called what do you call it? 5. Unreal Engine 5, right? It's open source. Unreal Engine 5 is open source. You can use it. Right? You can recreate realistic looking stuff and fool people.
Yeah,
so
that's
real.
true.
I think we're getting.
Yeah. You're talking about Unreal Engine, yeah, from Epic.
Yes,
yes. Yeah.
Yes, and how light. So nowadays when I see footage, I can't be sure if I'm looking at the real thing or not. I mean, especially things like this. I don't know when the cut happens. You know what I mean? Like before.
Yeah, I know. That's why. Yeah, that's why I told Crit. Why should I believe these people who lied to us for 70 years about being in Antarctica? I mean, they have so advanced CGIs and fakery stuff. I mean, just look at the movie Gravity. I just hear people talking about it. I have never seen it. I didn't like it, but the scenes which I saw. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, look at how this thing is landing, right? I can't even. I've watched it, and of course, to me, it looks fake. Like how how is that? How is that happening? Like, can I learn how that works? Smaller scale of that, like that I can do at home. Like, what is that?
You mean the
Like
booster
reversing,
landing? Like when the booster comes back, and it's caught by the chopsticks.
Yeah. Like, okay, check it out. I'll see these
you can see
boosters. Boosters are firing off, automatically. I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah. That's all programmed. But what the fuck? Look at the quality of the shit. I can't believe what I'm seeing, right? Like, I don't know if I should believe what I'm seeing anymore. That's why
You're right. Technology is advanced so much that it's easy to fake that kind of stuff these days. To fake videos of it, anyway.
Yeah. Fix up my mic.
Robert. Come back and stay for real this time. Robert.
At least in some of them, some of the globalists own it. That them being incels and that they appreciate a good incel success story.
I can't dig it. What do you mean? Some of the globalists own it.
Like they own that role. Like they know that they've. It's kind of like this. Like you've got the science and space nerd who got bullied in school, but he studied hard and got a really good job, got a really good paycheck. Now he's got a nice car, nice wife, nice house. You get some of these nerds who didn't study very hard, and now they work at Burger King or something, and they live in their mom's basement. They just play Kerbal Space Program, and they own it. They say, hey, they're just like Newton. Newton was kind of that problem child who didn't really have a job, but was in a rich family, and just kind of did his own thing. And they're like, oh, don't worry about Isaac. He's over there, doing this thing. Just, It's like interesting too that some people have talked about, like on online spaces, that Isaac Newton was also autistic.
Oh shit!
Hello. You've got this autistic incel doll collector, Greg Mercury.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Crit. But you know what? Now that we see how many lies they told us, one could connect the points. Could connect the points that they pick such people who are incels, who have no chance in life, and they promise them to make them famous. And this is a big incentive for them to tell.
Yeah, it's not true. They can live a normal, healthy life. They just need to focus on other things, like.
But the temptation of becoming very famous and going in the books of history would be a motivation for them to regurgitate every lie that the overlords tell them.
Yeah, like right now, somewhere in the world, there's some sexually oppressed doll collector incel who could be the next Newton. Right now, they just haven't reached their full potential, mostly probably because they're playing video games, they're smoking pot, they're just sitting down in their mom's basement with Cheeto dust. They just haven't
probably
really
with the robotic,
probably
with the robotic sound
that they need to shine.
My goodness. It doesn't stop from getting funnier.
Same thing. Copernicus was an incel too. But his story is not really that funny because apparently for his story, it implies that he might have been homosexual. So then he kind of covered it up with, like he didn't want to have relations with women. Because back then, that was the height of the Inquisition. So you're like looking at, man, that's a Catholic Church. Like they did not look favorably. I mean, still to this day, mind you, they are pretty homophobic. Back then, phew.
Yeah.
So with Newton, it's a little funny because they like to present him as some kind of genius, some kind of super genius that,
Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry for interrupting you, Chris. But I would like to add to your collection, Tesla.
Yeah,
he was also an incel.
Yeah, Tesla.
He was also an incel.
He married a pigeon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know it.
Yeah. Yeah, Tesla's a unique character because he thought the Earth was a globe and he wanted to harness the power of this perpetual motion machine, and it failed. He's like, I wonder why I could if Earth is in perpetual motion, spinning through the universe around the sun, there must be some way to gather to collect some of that power, just a small fraction of it. And then it failed, and he's like, I don't get it. I don't know why I did everything I was supposed to do, like, and it didn't work.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
let's talk to the
the Earth is actually stationary. That's why he didn't get any power from the motion of the Earth, because there's no motion of the Earth to get power from.
Looks like he couldn't speak the language of the pigeons. Otherwise, they would have told him that the Earth is flat. This is strange, really. All of them were incels. I never knew that.
Not all of them, just a lot of them.
Yeah, it looks.
Galileo was a weirdo. I mean, he had some apparently some kinks. So like that's like not quite incel-ish, but you did not want to be a female worker in his household, like be a maid.
It's certainly not.
I'm just saying, like, hey, you think like sexual harassment and stuff is a big issue today? Imagine what it was like back then.
Yeah.
That's what rose-colored glasses. People look back at history and be, wow, these guys are so great. No, they weren't. They were fucking awful. Even by today's standards, or back there, I mean, that even by the standards of the time, they were awful. By today, they would be like straight up criminals.
What you're saying. Yeah.
People would have to lock them up. Like they're Lawrence Krauss level of twisted.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Even with the broad freedom which we have today, they were weirdos. Maybe Matthew can enlighten us and explain to us if how could Mars have a lit sky if it has only the atmosphere 1% of the atmosphere of Earth.
I just wanted to quickly, before Matthew gets into that, I just wanted to say, not even jokingly, not even as a Halloween gag or costume, would I ever do the types of things Maria Abramovich does, but yet for some reason this woman does crazy things. She just walks around free. Nobody's like, lock that woman up. It's insane.
Yeah,
earlier Robert,
she's Satanist. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, earlier Robert Utah was talking about why people have stopped going into STEM. And one of the earlier talking points was why there's not a lot of women in STEM. And we found out because a lot of these atheist professors got picked up by Me Too. Like Lawrence Krauss was one of them. They asked Lawrence Krauss, like, don't you know the damage that you've done to science and math by harassing these young women, like, out of seeking degrees in STEM? They're creepy 50-something-year-old professor, like, being sexually weird with them. And he's like, hey, because he identifies as an atheist. He's like, I'm only on this earth for a short time frame. He justified his behavior because he was seeking earthly pleasure. Like, his job gave him access to young women, and some of them consented. Some of them didn't.
Sorry if I don't know what STEM means in English.
Oh, it's like science, technology, engineering, and math. I think they later on.
Because normally it means a part of a tree. So you don't mean that.
Yeah, it's an acronym. It's an acronym for college degrees that are supposedly, high demand for.
Okay, it's like an ABC. ABC.
Yeah.
Yeah. like FBI, DEI.
So clearing out these atheist professors from the college campus was supposed to do something. It was supposed to like revitalize the STEM field because you got rid of these degenerates. But some reason it didn't come back. Like it's literally a whole generation lost. Because now you've got these women who graduate college and they're not advising their daughters to go into STEM. Because they're sharing their story. They're like, yeah, I went to Arizona University. And holy crap, it was awful. The professors were weird. They were degenerate. I complained about it. Nothing happened. Had to drop out and pick a different career field. They want something better for their daughters.
Yeah, but no worries, bro. You know, here we have Matthew and Robert, and they will fix everything. Everything will be okay.
Well, I can't fix anything.
Oh, Matt, you are Matthew. I'm sure your school has really curtailed that sort of professor degeneracy. I mean, what would happen? I mean, what in your school if they found out a professor was sleeping with a student?
They would get fired immediately.
Yeah,
and that has happened, I think, in the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what should have happened to Lawrence Krauss day one, but he was able to stick around and victimize so many young girls.
Krauss is a German name. You know that, right?
Yeah, he's Canadian though. He came from Canada.
Yeah, Canadian. Yeah.
So you look at there are people who are fighting back, but it's kind of like it's not enough because there hasn't been the process to rebuild it. Because even I would say in Matthew's school, do you see many women going to STEM?
Yeah, in my school we do.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm wrong on that then. So this coming back because I was under the impression just from reading the news and stuff that it hasn't. You know, there's still a lot of women who are worried about like what happened in the early 2000s and 2010s.
Right. That's why they were flocking to our school, which is a Christian school, a Christian college.
So college hiring flat earthers, Matthew?
No, our college would not hire somebody who is a flat earther in the science field anyway.
It'd be too decisive. The same way they wouldn't hire an atheist.
Well, it's actually literally written in our statement of faith that we have to sign that you have to be a Christian. You can't be an atheist.
A Glober Christian, right? I like a Christian that believes what the narrative says and not what the Bible says, right?
No,
like Genesis 1, like when Genesis 1 describes how God created the earth, Michael Heiser even says, yeah, it's a flat earth book, right? Like you have to not believe that, right? You have to believe what scientists say, right? Astronomers and astronomers, astro dudes, right?
The articles of faith in our college do not mention the shape of the earth.
Yeah, the doctrines of men, right? The traditions of men, right? God says do this. You guys say, did God really say do that? Nah, you can do this. If you do this, then you did that. You did what God said, right? Right? Isaiah, right?
And so, Matthew, what do they teach in your school? How that the Earth is 5,400 years old?
No, they don't teach that. They our statement of faith doesn't distinguish between old Earth creationists and young Earth creationists. The chief thing is that we do believe that in intelligent design, that God created the universe.
Okay, and those who believe that the Earth is only for 5,400 years, haven't they noticed that Cain, when he was driven out, he went and dwelt in the land of Nod, I think, and he married, and he took to himself a woman from the people living there. So where did these people come from?
Yeah, that's a good question.
So it looks like that Adam and Eve were not the first human beings or people, or is there a distinction between Adam and Eve? Were they more advanced human beings, like Robert said, not peasants? Okay, these were the peasants outside of the garden.
But don't you think the Bible is a flat Earth book, like Genesis 1? I mean, isn't God
Yeah, I do
describing
think
the model? No, I'm talking about Matthew. I'm asking Matthew because
Okay.
he's the globe Christian. You know the.
Yeah, most of us Christians are globers, and we would say that Genesis 1, the main point is to say that God did it and for what purpose. And we wouldn't see any, trying to ask 21st century questions of that ancient text about exactly how it happened. We might not find the answers that we're looking for. But the main point is definitely true. Like, what shape is it, and exactly how long ago, and exactly how did God do it? That's not the point of that passage. It's why did God do it, and who did it, and it was God.
Well, but it's describing exactly what it looks like, right? Like it's water, right? There's water, and in the water, God like created an air pocket. So there's waters above, waters below, right?
Yeah, it says God separated the waters, like on the second day, the waters below from the waters above.
So there you go. We know right there. There's no space. There's no vacuum of space, right? And then the land. You know how God pulled the land out of the water. He pulled the earth up out of the waters, right? Separating the waters, the seas. You know, those are the waters below from the waters above. So your model, the model is right there for any Christian. The model's right there. Now, when I was 12, 13, right, we were learning evolution in school. A lot of our teachers were against it. But when I went home to read my Bible, I realized that these two ideas oppose each other. I had to choose one, right? How could everybody see Jesus when he comes back to earth? Well, he's a 13-year-old, learning things at church and then learning things at school. So I, as a 13-year-old, knew that. So how can you say it's not? It's a flat Earth book. You have to agree with it. Come on, man.
No, I don't have to agree with that.
Why not? God is very clear in Genesis.
Yeah, the purpose of Genesis 1 is that God did it, and the purpose of why he did it.
Right. Every passage that describes the earth describes it as flat, right? It never describes a ball. And if it says anything about curvature, it's a circle.
Yeah, but the Bible never describes anything about electricity and magnetism, yet we have hard drives and computers. So I don't see the Bible as necessarily having to list everything that exists.
Yeah, because God didn't create those things. God didn't create that. As a matter of fact, these things, electricity and magnetism, right? If you look at it, is the kind of technology that causes war, causes death. These are the things that the Bible talks about too, right? The angels came down and had children with women and taught them things. And the wives of those watchers were called witches. You know what I mean? And the children they produced were giants. And there were giants in the earth. I mean, you don't believe Genesis 6:6, but you call yourself a Christian. You know what I mean? That's why I used to wonder when I was a global Christian, why don't we believe the whole Bible? Why are we leaving? Oh, because it's kind of flat earthy, archaic, right? Stupid, right?
No, that would be putting words in my mouth. I don't think it's archaic and stupid.
No, the globe is putting words in God's mouth. If you think the earth is a ball, you're putting words in God's mouth. Think about it. You're reinterpreting everything.
No, I don't
he
think God
says
says
to
the
mean
earth is
something
globe.
else. When he describes the earth and you change it to be a ball, isn't that what Jesus talked about?
No.
How men have changed what God has said, right? To
No,
suit their
Jesus
own
wasn't
needs.
referring to the shape of the earth. He was talking about other doctrines.
Yeah, he was talking about the similar kinds of things. Where God says something, you twist it to mean something else. Did God really say you can't eat any tree in the garden? You see how that works? I mean, that's exactly the same thing. We see it's flat, we measure it's flat, we know it's flat, we use it as flat. God describes it as flat. And then someone says it's a ball. What? Christian college. What do you learn there, huh? You learn how to teach the Bible through the lens of science, scientism. First, God second. Is that how it goes?
No, we say scientism is false because it presumes the supremacy
You're a
of
teacher
science.
there.
It's not true.
You're a teacher there.
I teach
You're a
computer
teacher.
science and math. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a big responsibility, the Bible says, people who teach God's word, right? You have to be an approved worker. You will be judged, not you, you're IT, but these guys who teach the Bible will be judged more strictly because they choose to teach what other men tell them to teach instead of what God tells them to teach. The Catholic Church gave us the globe, and they held the Bible in one hand, and they held, the globe in the other hand, and they held, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
they got
when
more
you
than
say
two hands.
when you say the Catholic Church gave us the globe, how would you explain the idea that the Greeks thought the Earth was a globe before the Catholic Church existed?
Yeah, because the Greeks, the Romans, okay, aka the Holy Roman Catholic Church, though, it's all the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same government. It's the same rulers. It's the same bloodlines, lineages.
So in other words, it wasn't the Catholic Church that gave us the globe.
It's the same powers and authorities and rulers, right? Power of the air that we don't see, right? The Bible talks about, right? This is the beast, the iron beast of Revelation. Daniel. So how can you say, oh no, the earth is a ball, and God made our eyes, right, and gave us a mind?
Yeah, God gave us our eyes and our mind. He said, have dominion over the earth. And I think part of that is learning about the earth, learning about his creation. We can understand God's creation as a way of understanding the creator. I think those are all part
learning about perspective, right? Learning about how big and wide and immeasurable, right? Unmeasurable.
The heavens declare the glory of God.
Right? The vastness of this plane. Right? Because when we look at the horizon, we know, oh, it's a plane. Because he gave us a mind, right? To process and comprehend that with and say, that's a plane. How big is this plane? I don't know, but it's not a ball, so don't say.
Yeah, right? So I'd say the heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky shows his handiwork.
Worship God only, right? You do not worship the ball, right? You do not worship the man and his idea of the worship God only, right? So,
that's right, worship God only.
That's what the ball represents, is the worship of Satan.
No, it doesn't.
You see that? One, it's sun worship. No, two, you get Christmas, you get all these fun holy days that not in the Bible that you claim to believe in. See,
what does Christmas have to do with the shape of the earth? It comes
with all these. It comes with this model, right? With these adventures in your imagination of what the world, of what the universe is like, and it's not in the Bible. You know what I mean? Going to other planets and other worlds that God didn't tell us about. That's not in the Bible, right?
Right.
So what is this globe there, right? If this is not the Great Deception, then what is the Great Deception? Right?
Great Deception is the idea that we are gods ourselves.
If possible, even the elect will be deceived. What does that mean? What could deceive even the chosen one?
The Great Deception is that We are gods ourselves, and that we are part of the divine. That's the great deception.
No, that's the new religion. That's the new religion that's coming to the earth, right? But how can it get here? How can it get here, right? If flat earthers, if people don't believe the ball, right? How can that religion arrive if people don't believe the earth is a ball? Because that's the only way it can happen, right?
No, it's not the only way. People can come to that conclusion falsely otherwise.
Ronald Reagan said, I can only imagine if there was a threat outside of our world, how quickly, I'm paraphrasing, we put aside our differences and come together as one world. I always, this is how he talks, right, Ronald Reagan? How quickly. He's saying that if there was an alien threat, right, like something else, not of this planet, see? Right? I think they're demons because when people knew the earth was not a ball, right? These things were called demons. These were called familiar spirits that you're not to contact or commune with. But if the earth is a ball, then I guess it's okay to commune with them, right? Isaiah. See how people twist God's word? See, man, you made the earth a ball so you can talk to demons, right?
No, not right. We didn't make the earth a ball to talk to demons.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying like...
I don't think anybody did.
Anyone who believes this story, right, is basically doing that. He goes out and sees the horizon is flat, but when he comes back, he thinks in his mind, no, the earth is a ball, and there are aliens and other worlds out there that we need to explore. Get away from the sun's about to explode in 8 billion years. This scares me. Like, what? I used to think about that when I was little. The sun's going to expand and engulf the earth. It used to terrify me as a child, man. Reading it in my book, my science book. You see this big-ass sun swallowing up the earth in the cartoon, but scary. Christian globers, eh?
Yes, most Christians and most believers around the world are globers.
Mm-hmm. And you believe in 8 billion years? This could happen?
It's a possibility. It's unclear. Like looking back in history is hard to figure out.
So you don't believe in God? You don't believe God is going to melt the earth and start a new heaven and earth? You don't believe that, right? Because that's what Revelation says.
Yeah, I believe in God.
Oh, you just said it's possible that it could take 8 billion years and then the sun is going to envelop. Is that when you think God's going to destroy the earth? 8 billion years
I'm
from
saying
now?
I don't presume to know how God is going to let the future unfold.
Well, scientists,
Would you like to
the astronomers have. Well, if you believe this story, then you already have, haven't you?
No, I'm saying that here are some possibilities. I don't know what God is going to do.
Okay, what about the Big Bang? What do you guys say about the Big Bang?
The Big Bang was caused by an intelligent designer, and we know as evidence for that the fine-tuning of the universe.
Okay, so that's how you think, when God said, let there be light, bang, right?
Oh, that's one way it might have happened. I don't know for sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just... Because that's how what was your way?
Well, no, I was saying it is one way that's possible. I don't know. He could have just created the universe as it is, like with the appearance of age. That's another possibility.
Okay, well, this Catholic priest came up with it. So do we have to believe some Catholic priest that came up with this theory?
Deciding whether it's true or false based on the fact that it was come up with by a Catholic priest, that's called the genetic fallacy. It's attributing the truth of something based on who came up with it.
Okay, so I can make something up and it becomes possible, right, to be truth.
Okay, Matthew, how about where it says, do not add or take away from this scripture?
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't.
Isn't that what you're doing? If you're manipulating and saying it came from a Big Bang, you're saying the story came from a priest, and we shouldn't deny that. That's not the word. It's coming from man.
Right, it's coming from man. These ideas are coming from man. That doesn't mean that they're false or doesn't mean they're true.
Well, then how do you reconcile your Bible and science?
The same way I reconcile the miracle of the 747s in flight. Mankind is smart enough to come up with science and technology, even though it's not in the Bible. That's okay.
All right. All right, when God said, "Let there be light," okay, like, what do you guys teach? What happened there? Like, when did creation happen?
So on the
Genesis
first
1.
day, yeah, that's describing that God is responsible for the entirety of creation, and on the first day, He's responsible for the creation of light, and I would assume all of the physical constants and stuff like that.
Okay, so the earth was created before the sun in the Bible, okay? But in the heliocentric model, the sun before the earth. The earth was like way, way later when there was enough stuff. I mean, like, how is that true? Do you guys follow that story, or do you guys have your own, like, when the earth came first?
So in the Bible, it describes the creation of the sun and the moon on one day, and the earth on a different day. And so they were created at different times, apparently. As far as exactly how that happened, I don't know.
Well, the earth was first, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Bam,
Yes,
the earth was there.
that right there is a whole description of everything. Then it backs up and circles around and describes each of the things.
No. God created a place for things, for His creations to exist. So He created the heavens, right? Boom. And the earth. Okay? It's not the heavens like our sky. It's the heavens where He is, like, okay? And the angels, okay? So He created the heavens. Boom, everyone's there. And then He created the earth. Boom, the earth shows up and everybody's like, wow! Shouting for joy. Right? Right? And then God created the next thing. Hovered on the face of, it came down and hovered on the face of the waters, and then let there be light. Boom. Right? Or, read it. But, it doesn't read like the Big Bang, or, the way the solar system reads. Yeah. Any kid, I think, that reads this will know these are totally different opposing stories. Can't be the same story.
Kate, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I meant Crit. Who's that? Matthew?
Yes, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Bong, you're still here.
Yes.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.